rookie error. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Meeting participants may choose to wear a mask in the meeting room unless speaking. Could be written better. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak. And please remember to turn them off once you've finished. Can I now ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We don't have any apologies for absence. We have one Assembly member who is joining us just for this afternoon session, which is Assembly Member Devonish. We don't have any Assembly members participating remotely. We do have some guests participating remotely. And on
Chair, we can't hear anything at this end because we've got some people talking and there's also the sound of the air conditioning. I wonder if you could repeat all of your remarks that we just didn't hear. Thank you.
I'm about to say something that I'm going to regret. Which remarks did you hear?
We can just about hear you, but mostly not. But really, actually, I'm afraid we couldn't hear the clerk at all. So it would be really helpful, actually, if you could take it from the top. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
So we need to remind you to, you can choose to wear a mask. You are reminded that electronic devices, sorry, I'm getting some feedback.
Chair, the microphones don't be, your microphone wasn't working very well either.
If anybody's got a Wi-Fi hotspot on their phones
Sorry,
at the moment,
check, you're sounding like a Dalek.
if anybody's, if anybody has got a Wi-Fi hotspot on their phones, please could you disconnect that, because apparently that is what causes the issue. I don't have a Wi-Fi hotspot. So let's try again. Is that clear? Am I clear? Not am I? Is that clear in that sort of assertive way? But all I've come to so far is a reminder about electronic devices. Perhaps in future we'll put a reminder in there not to have any Wi-Fi hotspots put in. And people are free to choose, wear a mask if they wish to do so. I'll go back now to Rebecca Arnold to see if there are any apologies.
We have no apologies for absence, Chair. Can you hear me at the end now? Thank you. There are no apologies for absence. We have one Assembly member who is joining this afternoon, which is Assembly Member Devonish. We don't have any Assembly members participating remotely. We do have two guests participating remotely, and I know you will come to those shortly, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since we last met for the final budget Mayor's question time, we debated and voted on the Mayor's final draft consolidated budget for 2022-23. The Transport Committee published its report into the Williams-Shapps Plan for Rail. The Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee wrote a letter to the Right Honourable Michael Gove asking for an update on the government's progress implementing two recommendations from the Grenfell Tower inquiry, which would ensure London's most vulnerable residents are safe in their homes. The Health Committee published a report into trans access to healthcare, and a very good report that was, may I say, as I sat in those sessions. And they also met to discuss the Health Inequalities Strategy Implementation Plan for 2021 to 2024. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? There being none, let's now move on to the principal business of the day, a question and answer session on London's economic recovery and business. Joining us here at the London Fire Brigade headquarters, we have Amy Lamé, who is the Night Czar, welcome. Luke Bruce, Programme Director for London's Recovery Programme, and you're also welcome. And joining us remotely, we have Rajesh Agrawal, who's the Deputy Mayor for Business, and Richard Burge, the Chief Executive of the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to the Deputy Mayor for Business. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions to all guests. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their question. And guests, we really would be grateful for nice, succinct answers. We've got a much reduced opportunity today to ask questions. And the first question is to the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Agrawal. What are the challenges facing London's businesses and the capital's economic recovery?
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to come and be present here today. After a very difficult Christmas period, many businesses in London's hospitality, retail, cultural and leisure sectors are still struggling. It is good that COVID case rates have continued to decline in London during January and February, and that the government has now lifted remaining legal restrictions. However, it is very important to remember that the footfall in central London is still significantly lower than pre-pandemic levels, partly because people are not returning to offices full-time. Even before the pandemic, this was changing, but now hybrid working at home and in the office may be here to stay. This has been good for some high streets in suburbs where footfall is increasing, but it is not so good for London's central activity zone of Docklands, City and the West End. But also partly because tourism around the world is still very much reduced, and international tourists and domestic visitors spend much more money in London than commuters. Whilst London's economy is forecast to recover, tourism in London may not return to pre-pandemic levels for a few more years. Overall, employment is rallying, but that masks the slow recovery in some industries, in particular payroll jobs in hospitality, arts and recreation, transport and other services sectors like hairdressers and beauty salons are all significantly down on pre-pandemic levels. The Mayor, alongside business groups represented on the London COVID Business Forum, is urging the government to provide affected sectors more support with business rates relief, discounted VAT and direct grant funding. And now that the legal restrictions are lifted, more people are continuing to return to central London and enjoying all the amazing things that it has to offer. Our Let's Do London program has been encouraging Londoners and domestic tourists to visit central London over the recent half-term break with a range of pop-up performances, walking trails and offers at restaurants and theatres. Let's Do London has been a big success. So the Mayor is investing a further £3 million to attract more domestic tourists back into the capital, promoting cultural and sporting activities happening in London this year. And finally, now that the international travel is starting again, we are investing £7 million in a dedicated international marketing campaign to bring overseas tourists into London from this spring. This will be led by London's Business Growth and Destination Agency, London and Partners, alongside the domestic marketing campaign. I'll stop there, Chair.
Thank you very much. The first question, we've got 4 lead-off questions, and then after those 4 lead-off questions, I'll be inviting other Assembly members to contribute. The first lead-off question is from Assembly Member Garrett.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for joining us remotely this morning. You've spoken just now about London's recovery from the pandemic, which is ongoing. The question was about the challenges facing London's business community, and obviously one of them is the one that you faced yourself in not being able to come in here this morning because of the strikes. Obviously, the Mayor promised 0 days of strikes if he were elected in 2016, and I believe he now has more than the previous mayors combined. Could you give us a sense of what you think is the impact of these strikes on London's business?
First of all, it's some of the challenges I outlined is particularly facing hospitality industry, etc. And the point you're making around the strikes, compared to the previous mayor, where on an average there was about 335 days that were sort of lost for each month. It was enough. If you look at the total, Boris Johnson was the mayor for 96 months, during which time loads of hours were lost to strike. Compared to that, and I can send you the numbers, is significantly less. But look, the fact is that TfL's financial situation is not great. It was turning the corner massively before the pandemic started, but then with the pandemic situations changed, and now as part of the most recent funding agreements, the government has required TfL to work towards achieving financial stability and expedite that.
I apologise for interrupting. I apologise for interrupting. As you're aware, our time is quite limited, and my question was really about the impact of the strikes rather than COVID, which you'd already spoken about at length.
And strikes are of course unhelpful, but we have to understand the context and why the strikes are taking place. And we continue to talk to RMT, and the fact is that if RMT are unhappy about even one aspect of our relationship, it's disappointing for us, and we take this very seriously, and we always work towards having a positive, constructive relationship with our union.
I'm sure that's true. What do you have a sense though of what the cost is, the impact on London's businesses of the strikes?
It's hard to quantify at this stage because as we emerge from pandemic, a lot of people continue to work in hybrid fashion and still work remotely. So it's not quite as it was pre-pandemic. So we wouldn't have the data right now.
I think the chaotic scenes that we saw on Tuesday would suggest that hybrid working hasn't really eliminated the impact of strikes.
No, it wouldn't. Surely, no one's suggesting that it would completely eliminate, and strikes will cause disruption. There's no doubt about it, and that's why we continue to talk with the unions in trying to resolve this.
In terms of things continuing, of course, RMT also have 6 months of strikes about the request to work 4 night shifts each per year, which is completely, is kiboshing the attempt to get the night tube back up and running. Is that something that you've spoken to the mayor about, encouraging him to get that resolved? Because that's, we're still through till August with that set of strikes.
Well, the mayor is doing all he can and continuing those conversations with the RMT for the strikes to end.
So the situation we see is the best the mayor can do?
No, he's continuing to working. The point I'm making is that because of the TfL's financial situation, we have to expedite, as part of the government's funding arrangement, we have to expedite making those changes. And that is triggering these strikes. And you have to understand the context why these strikes are happening. And then, mayor is trying to tackle that.
It's sort of, I get that it's partly your job to be a spokesman to the mayor. For us, obviously, he isn't here today. But presumably part of your job as well is to be the spokesman for London's business to the mayor. So what do you say to the mayor about the impact of these strikes on businesses?
Well, the mayor and I are both very clear that these strikes are unhelpful and causes disruption. But at the same time, we understand the context of it. And that's why talking to the unions, and we've got very good constructive relationship with the union. So if they are unhappy about something, we are constantly talking to them, trying to resolve it.
Well, I'm not sure how constructive it's been given the amount of strike activity we have, or how how happy London's businesses would be with the advocacy that they're seeing in City Hall. I think I will leave it there to allow time for my colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. All my questions will be for the Deputy Mayor for Business. London's street markets, small businesses and high streets are a vital part of the fabric of London's culture and economy, and they showcase the diversity of our city and provide a place that we can all meet and integrate and do business. So we must do all we can to support them and to help them thrive. So last month, the Mayor announced a 10 million budget to attract more tourists, as you were mentioning before, back into the capital, which includes a domestic and international marketing campaign. How will these campaigns include specific promotion of London street markets?
It's a very important part of our cultural offering for London, all the street markets. So a lot of campaigns. In fact, when we launched the Let's Do London campaign last year to bring more domestic tourists into London, part of that campaign was London Eats, and to bring more people to come and taste the delicious food that is on offer, particularly on the sort of street markets and so on. But as well as the Let's Do London campaign and Spring into London and domestic and international tourists. One of the recovery programs is the High Streets for All. And in December 21, the mission announced 15 projects receiving more than £2 million in funding through the High Streets for All challenge. And this enables local businesses, councils and communities to work together to transform their high streets as we emerge from pandemic. And again, this all supports the local economy and particularly small businesses who have suffered so much disproportionately.
Thank you. I will talk about high streets a little bit later, but let's carry on with markets, street markets. The Mayor's London's Markets Board was set up in 2017 and has not published minutes of meetings since December 2018. And I assume that the board have met since 2018, especially given the fact that the pandemic has had a massive impact on London's markets and traders. When did the board last meet? Will the missing minutes be published? And will you or the Mayor consider joining the London Market Board meetings?
If it's okay, Chair, I can come back and write to the Assembly member on when the board last met and give a brief on the activities of the board.
I'm glad I highlighted that issue for you because I think it's important that we do get that information, and it's a shame that you didn't know today, but thank you for looking into that. After 2 years of COVID and a spiralling cost of living costs in London, the market traders do really need some visible leadership, especially from you and the Mayor. When did you last visit a street market?
So I couldn't put a specific date, but several times. In fact, me and fellow panelists today, Amy Lamé, together, we visited a number of hospitality businesses together, including the Borough Market a few months ago.
Brilliant. And you were talking to traders there, I expect, and maybe it would be nice to get a little bit of feedback of what you found out there. How is the London Market Board and the GLA engaging more widely across London with traders at the moment?
Again, I'm happy to bring my colleague Amy Lamé on this, who does a huge amount of work in this particular area. But we continue to engage. The Mayor is a big champion of the markets, which form a very important part of our economy. And like I said, the London Markets Board is an evidence of that. But very happy to come back to you on the actual the activities done by them, and as well as with the dates of with the last meeting.
I'm really glad I'm highlighting the importance of traders for you at the moment. That's great. So let's go back to high streets. Last year, Lib Dem run Sutton Council successfully made strides in ensuring a positive future for their high street by offering flexible terms to tenants and repurposing empty properties in the town centre, bringing them back into use. Have you visited Sutton's high streets to see the brilliant work of Sutton Council that they've been doing with the businesses there? Will you ensure that autonomy over decision making is granted to local councils for spending the mayoral funding that they receive for any future high street support schemes?
Well, that is, I mean, I'm very happy to visit. I always visit. I mean, one thing about London is such a huge city, and we've got such a large number of high streets, but I'm a sort of big fan, and I visit so many in different parts of London, as many as I can. And just another important point here is that we've launched the Integrated High Streets Data Service and are now supporting a number of boroughs to access it. And this helps the local authorities to plan the high streets better. Often we don't know where the money is being spent, where the money is being generated on the high street. So the actual data, I mean, all the borough local authorities are really appreciating this service. And whatever we do, we must involve local authorities, and that's what we continue to do. And you will see that also in our sort of recovery board. We've tried to be because this cannot just done by the mayor or the GLA alone. We all have to be part of this. So you're absolutely right that local authorities play a very extremely crucial role in all of this. And also I would like to highlight that particularly in the pandemic period, local authorities have done tremendous job in working with small businesses in their area, and they've built fantastic relationship. And going forward, they must continue to build on that relationship.
Well, I look forward to seeing you in Sutton. We could hang out at the Sound Lounge, which is great fun, and something that I think the Mayor would be really keen to visit as well, while recognising some of the Mayor's initiatives that were successful in delivering some of the support for local businesses. Like Sutton High Street, it's concerning though that how few boroughs have actually benefited from these national schemes, such as the Future High Streets Funds. Can you set out what active support the Mayor has given councils to place bids to secure funding from the government's Future High Street Fund?
I mean, this is again, it's been very challenging for local authorities. And not least because even the support that came through the pandemic from the government, sometimes the government would announce the fund and or the support, and that's when the council will first hear about it. And often the guideline on how the money can be pushed out of the door was not particularly clear, and that's why I know a lot of local councils who would have otherwise pushed a lot of money through out of the doors could not do so in a fashion. But I think going forward, we've learned sort of more lessons from it, and I think it's lesson for the governments as well, and that the processes should be very clear in terms of how these funds, which are marked by the government, end up with the actual businesses rather than getting stuck in the processes.
Well, thank you. I've got a lot to look forward to getting some feedback from you about the Markets Board, and I'll be seeing you in Sutton very shortly.
Thank you. Sounds Lounge sounds very good.
Sound Lounge is really good, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, at one point you asked the Deputy Mayor whether or not he would meet with a board. Is that correct?
It's the Mayor's London Markets Board.
I didn't hear a reply to
well,
that.
I'm very happy to, but a lot of my colleagues are already. I mean, it's part of the GLA, and there are so many different. But I'm very happy very happy to meet the market, and not only meet them in City Hall, but actually meet them in the markets.
Right. Very good. Sorry about that. We'll next move on to Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. Deputy Mayor, how do we ensure that London's economic recovery is a fair recovery that reaches all Londoners and provides targeted support to London's most vulnerable communities?
That is, thank you very much. That is a very important question. I mean, this pandemic has disproportionately exposed and worsened existing structural inequalities in our societies, and that's why the London Recovery Board has made a clear commitment that our recovery should narrow the social, economic, and health inequalities, and that is all sort of woven through the program, including each of its sort of 9 missions. And I'm sure you'll hear from my colleague Luke Bruce very shortly on this. But the 5 social recovery missions are specifically focused on redressing inequality and supporting those most impacted by the pandemic, and including ensuring everyone can access the advice and support they need to avoid financial hardship, and enabling young people's access to quality youth activities. Now, one of the big things in our sort of toolbox is the £330 million adult education budget, which we are now targeting towards Londoners that were hardest hit by the pandemic, supporting them to get back into good work. And we are working with London's anchor institutions to take a leading role in helping London's employers build back better and address inequalities in the labour market. But frankly, a fair economic recovery depends on collaboration with London boroughs as partners in London's recovery to address shared challenges and inequalities at every layer of the government. And we want to really put politics aside and work with national government to really drive forward London's recovery. And that's why you'll see the Recovery Board is also co-chaired by the Mayor and the Chair of the London Councils. But I mean, I work very closely with Councillor Elizabeth Campbell, who's the leader of Kensington Chelsea. And we are all working together towards this one big goal, how to make London
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I am on the clock at the moment, but thank you. Leading on from that, about London councils, my next question is to Luke Bruce. There is an absolutely clear agenda to level down London by national government, evidenced by the recent less than 4% from the Levelling Up Fund that was given to London, despite London having the most deprived communities of any region in the country. The Mayor and London councils recently published an economic framework which sets out 5 key outcomes for London's economic recovery. How does this work alongside the government's plans to level down London?
Well, thank you very much, Assembly Member, and thank you very much for inviting me today. It's an important moment for London, and this topic is...
Mr Bruce, do you think you could get a little bit closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for inviting me here today. One of the kind of key themes through the recovery programme and the work that we are doing is that's done in partnership, and the work of the economic recovery framework, which you identify, is a joint piece of work which has been done with London councils and with the Mayor, and has been adopted as the Mayor. And that is our way of bringing together the partners across London, part of the recovery programme, to focus on, as you say, the pillars and then some of the cross-cutting themes within that programme. The point about levelling up is that when London speaks with one voice, and when London comes together on its priorities and its key sets of concerns, it works better with government and it works better with other partnerships. It's not just about the Mayor, London councils, it's with people like Richard and his colleagues across the business community. So you have a single voice. And I think that there are clearly some concerns about the amount of money that will come to London through UK SPF and other funds that are that will be distributed to the government. But as it stands at the moment, the relationship with ministers and the relationship with certainly officials on the kind of tactical and day-to-day support, I think is stronger than it's been for some time.
Okay, I'm very sorry, I'm going to have to stop you, but thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. My question is also for the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I'm certain that, like myself and so many people, in fact, everyone in this room, you've been horrified by the nightly images we've seen on the news and on social media in the invasion of Ukraine. And I hope that you'll join me in saying that refugees, making it loud and clear that refugees are welcome here. And that's purely for humanitarian reasons. What I'd love you to speak on, though, is what benefits new arrivals can have to London to lift up our economy.
Thank you very much for raising that such an important point. I mean, London is a city of immigrants. 40% of London's population was born outside of the UK. I was born in India. I came to this city nearly 20 years ago with barely anything, and I've built a couple of successful businesses and rose to become the deputy mayor of the greatest city in the world. And that is what London is all about. We are a city that attracts people, talent from around the world, and where people come, make the city their home and contribute immensely. As the statistics clearly show, that immigrants contribute hugely to our economy, to our cultural life, and our sports. All aspects of our life are enriched by people from around the world. And that's what makes London a global city. So of course, immigrants in London are very welcome from around the world. We are also a great country because we have a history of providing refuge to people who are persecuted, people who are facing very hard time and facing a risk to their lives wherever they are in the world. So I completely 100% agree with you that as a city and as a country, we must welcome refugees.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Conflict crisis.
Moving to a different subject now, the last time we spoke, which I believe was in December at the Economy Committee, I spoke with you about greenwashing. And in that conversation, Alan Simpson, who's the interim chief exec of London and Partners, which I believe you sit on the board as chair for, said this in response. He said to me that money is neutral. Money is neither green nor dirty. It is what it's used for that is green or dirty. If you've got money that came from something you might call dirty and it's going towards green, then it's always what it's going towards. Now, I challenged him at the time, and he replied, amongst his comments, with, it may have been used to fund something objectionable in the past. The question is, what do we do with it? Now, at the time, I didn't agree with these comments, but I think since then, with Russia particularly being on the map in terms of where we're taking money from and what it's being spent from, could you give a clear statement to me about how we will mitigate for greenwashing and also making sure that any money that we accept isn't just about spending it on good things, which of course is important, but actually making sure with every measure that we have that the money that we're accepting is ethical and from a source that's not come from a conflict zone?
That is, again, a very important point, and I'm pleased that the government ministers will now start the long overdue process of cracking down on particularly Putin allies who have been abusing the UK's soft touch property legislation for too long. And the ministers must ensure that new rules do not contain any loopholes that would enable some to evade them. I mean, if you saw the report of Transparency International, they've identified 100 homes here in London, which are worth about £1.1 billion. They are connected to Russian oligarchs, many of them owned by shell companies in overseas tax havens. If the government is serious about tackling this, that they need not only roll out appropriate legislation, but also properly fund the National Crime Agency so that the complex financial webs surrounding these allies of President Putin can be unraveled. I mean, we are a global city and we welcome people and investment from around the world, but it must be right, and there's no place for money that is coming from these kind of sources, anything which is linked to Putin's regime.
That's really good to hear you be so clear about that. Now, as I understand, the Mayor has said that we need £61 billion from public and private investment to get to net zero by 2030. Now, he's announced recently his green bond and finance scheme. What specific action will you and the Mayor take to make sure that we are mitigating for greenwashing? So I heard your point on Russian oligarchs, but this is a very specific question about those green bonds and making sure that they're from ethical sources?
Yeah, again, the mayor is, he's doing everything he can. He's talking to the various sort of not just businesses, but also regulators as well. I mean, interestingly, on the mayor's business advisory board, we've got Nikhil Rathi, who's now the CEO of the Financial Conduct Authority as well. So mayor is constantly talking to businesses and trying sort of convene and make sure, and he's called upon the government to close any loopholes that there are in terms of, for getting this kind of money into our city and into our country.
Thank you. Amy, if I can turn to you now. First of all, good morning, welcome to the panel. Second, we've spoken before about the Black Cap. I was one of the founding directors of We Are the Black Cap campaign. Now, I know since we've had that conversation, you've had what I hear is a very productive meeting with fellow campaigners in Camden Council. Could you give me any updates on how hopeful you are that we can get the Black Cap open and any other work you're doing on LGBT venues more generally?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you in front of the London Assembly, and thank you for asking me about something I feel so passionately about as well. I am very hopeful about the Black Cap. There's a lot of business and commercial sensitivities around the case, so I'm happy to have a private chat, but wouldn't want to put anything into the public realm that would prevent the community group from actually advancing their wish and their desire. But we are working very closely with the community group and with Camden Council to ensure that the Black Cap returns to its home in Camden Town where it belongs. In terms of LGBTQ+ venues across London, I'm very pleased to say that the Mayor's £2.3 million fund for culture at risk businesses that were most at risk during the pandemic has had a positive effect on our venues. These are venues, LGBTQ+ venues, but also grassroots live music venues. Assembly member Bakari mentioned the Sound Lounge, which is a venue that we were very pleased to be able to support during the pandemic with that £2.3 million fund from the Mayor. And on the other side, we are very pleased to say we have not lost any LGBTQ+ venues in London, nor have we lost any grassroots live music venues in London. So this is very targeted support to our most vulnerable community spaces and businesses, and that has had a positive effect.
Thank you. That's really appreciative and good to hear your solidarity, particularly with LGBT venues, but of course, music venues and the arts more generally.
Always and forever.
Good to hear. Just as a last question then, a lot of people who work in those venues, and before I got into politics, I worked in a lot of those venues, live in insecure jobs. And actually, one thing I think that would really help them would be a universal basic income. Now, the Mayor's own report shows that that could lift 130,000 Londoners out of poverty. Would you support a universal basic income, particularly since it would lift the nighttime economy and its workers?
I'd like to see more figures on that and dig a bit deeper onto the benefits, the challenges and opportunities associated with universal income. So perhaps we can pick that up at a further date. I'll do my research and come back to you.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And hopefully when they reopen the Black Cap, the beer will be better because it was never very good. Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is for Richard Burge, if I can. And Richard, can I ask you whether the government's Levelling Up White Paper provides London's economy and businesses with the support they need to recover from the pandemic?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be here. No, I'm not sure it does. I think the Levelling Up White Paper in its overall form says all the right things, but there are sort of elements of it which direct support geographically. My feeling is that levelling up is not about places, it's about people. Now, of course, the accusation is because I'm based in London, of course I would say that, wouldn't I? But we all know the data and we all know the evidence for the fact there are places in London which are just as deprived of services, of opportunity, and of self-esteem, which actually they need investment in, as any parts of the UK. So I don't feel it does do that. On the other hand, I think London has to change the narrative about this. We are seen out there as just complaining that we're not getting a slice of the pie. And I think we do need to change that. And I believe that London needs to come together. And I and with the Mayor's office and also with Paul Scully's office are now trying to put together a group of people who can say, okay, what is it London is going to contribute to the levelling up debate nationally? What are we going to do? How are we going to deploy the skills available in London, which are going to make levelling up possible? Without London, levelling up will not occur anywhere in this kingdom. So I think we have a responsibility now in London to be part of that debate, part of the levelling up process. And in that context, actually say, there are parts of our city which are just, if not more deserving of this financial support as anywhere else.
Yes, thank you. And I think that intra-regional inequality is really important. I mean, you issued a statement in response to the government's levelling up white paper saying you were disappointed that the core of the white paper's proposals amounted to levelling down London. And can I just ask you, what did the businesses that the LCCI represent want to see from the levelling up white paper?
I just think they wanted to see fairness and opportunity. And it seemed to be that the fact that the opportunity was being offered on a geographic basis rather than on a needs basis. I think that was bluntly it.
Thank you. And to the Deputy Mayor, if I may, Rich has made a good point that we need to change the narrative. And I know that the Mayor has been talking about how levelling up London actually levels up the rest of the country. And you cannot have recovery UK-wide without a recovery in London. So could I ask you, what did you and the Mayor of London want to see in the levelling up white paper? And how are you lobbying to make that happen?
Well, like Richard said, it's there's levelling up to be done within London as well. I mean, London is home to some of the most deprived communities in the country, and the Mayor is determined that our capital plays its role in helping to level up parts of the country that have been left behind for far too long. So we welcome the publication of this white paper. When London succeeds, our whole country benefits and vice versa. So that is why the Mayor wants to work with the government, other regions and the businesses to help level up London and every other town, city and region in the UK. But it's important that if the government is to succeed with its mission, it must recognize that leveling up the UK must not be about leveling down London and withholding the funding and investment our capital city desperately needs. London has got some of the most deprived communities in the country, and we need a fair share of the UK shared prosperity fund. And if the government truly wants to show its commitment to levelling up, it's also vital that it commits to properly funding the urban transport networks on which our towns and cities rely, and this includes TfL, which have been severely affected by COVID and needs a fair, longer-term funding deal. And look, London has less control over the tax we generate than any other global cities. So if ministers truly want to level up, it would give cities such as ours greater control over revenues to deliver economic growth and lasting social change for the benefit of the whole country.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Rajesh Agrawal. Do you think that the Mayor was right to insist on an inflation-busting pay rise for London Underground? And do you think that they've shown their gratitude in putting on these strikes?
I mean, that is more really for the Deputy Mayor for Transport and rather than myself. But what I'm saying is, I know that the sort of Mayor is trying, I mean, TfL is in a very difficult place right now with its finances. And I know how, difficult situation they are in. And, as part of the government's funding arrangement, they had to quickly fasten their process of sort of turnaround. And which is why, we are having these challenges with the unions on which the Mayor is trying to address. But I would defer this to the Deputy Mayor for Transport.
Obviously, we're talking about London's finance and the fact there is a strike today and there was a strike on Tuesday and will be more strikes. This is desperately affecting London's economy. So I will ask you, do you think the Mayor was wise to ignore the advice of TfL managers and insisting on this inflation-busting pay rise? Do you think that was a sensible thing to do to put TfL's finances in an even worse position?
I mean, I'm not in the place. I mean, the mayor is the chair of TfL. Then you've got the deputy mayor for transport. I mean, he sits on the board of TfL. I mean, it's better that they sort of answer that. And I'm happy for the deputy mayor for transport to answer this.
Okay, so in your answer to my colleague earlier, you tried to muddy the water by taking away the number of days and using number of hours lost in relation to strikes. But of course, it was Sadiq Khan himself who set the Sadiqian scale on days, because he said back in December 2016 that Ken's 16 days of strike was too many, that was referring to days, and that Boris's 35 days of strikes was a disgrace, that again is referring to days. So the Sadiqian scale is about days. So we now know that the aggregate number of strikes of Boris and Ken is 51, and that we now have had 52 days of strikes under Sadiq Khan. So could you perhaps advise me on the Sadiqian scale, if 16 is too many and 35 is a disgrace, what is 51 on the Sadiqian scale?
Well, I'm not going to get in sort of numbers game, but what I'll tell you is that the number of days lost in strikes is about 70% reduction compared to the previous mayor. So there's a lot. But at the same time, I mean, I think this is all sort of pre-COVID, and we are living. I mean, this is very different situation that we are in, and that's why TfL finances. I think the government must try and work, with the mayor, and try and work towards a longer-term funding deal for TfL to save some of these things. I mean, a lot of these things are emerging from the mayor's conversations with the government and the government's sort of conditions for funding the TfL.
So, can you tell me, you are the Deputy Mayor for Business, did you have trouble getting in today? Is it because of the strikes you weren't in today?
Well, I don't particularly see that making any difference to our conversation, that I'm doing it remotely.
You're the Deputy Mayor, and Amy Lamé has managed to make it. And in fact, Amy Lamé is the only member here today who's actually agreed to be with us for the entirety of the meeting. So thank you for that, Amy. But you can't even be bothered to come in. That is showing absolute disrespect for this body. But I'm going to leave it there because I want to ask Amy a quick question. Amy,
well, Chair, I think, if I may, I mean,
yeah.
I think it's inappropriate to comment on depending on where people live. It's not right to sort of compare there, but I'm going to leave it there. I think it's an unfair comment.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear that, sorry.
Hold on. It's quite appropriate to ask a question about why you're not here, and that's what the Assembly member has done.
No, I appreciate asking the question why I'm not here, but I mean, I'm saying I'm present remotely, and that's perfectly fine.
But why are you not here, though?
I mean, we've just discussed this. Essentially, that it's there's a tube strike and there's just disruption because of that.
But I understand that you were offered a lift in. You were offered a lift. Assembly member Susan Hall not only brought herself in, she brought two other members in. She lives just down the road from you. She went straight past your front door, effectively, and you decided to decline that very kind offer. Why are you not here? Why are you not here?
I mean, I'm not sure who went past my front door, and I think I'm not comfortable with this conversation. Who's going past my front door?
Well, I'll leave it there, but I do want to quickly ask Amy a quick question. And first of all, Amy, thank you so much for making the effort to come in. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thank you for the help you gave me in Redbridge some time ago. Appreciate that too. But I can ask you, do you think that the fact we no longer have night tube that's affecting the nighttime economy, Amy?
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Prince, and it's always a pleasure to appear in front of the Assembly. I will say I did make it here on one of the new fully electric 63 buses, which are under threat because we need a sustainable financial deal from central government for TfL. So if we would like to see those innovations improve travel around London, we need a sustainable financial deal from central government for TfL. When it comes to the night tube, your specific question was around what
do you think it would help the nighttime economy if we had the night tube, Amy, please?
Well, it's interesting you say that because I've got the latest figures just in front of me, and despite current night tube strikes, Londoners are actually going out in bigger and bigger numbers at night. We're seeing numbers going up. With Victoria Line ridership at nearly 70% of pre-pandemic levels on the 26th of February. And we, despite the strikes, we were seeing a very good service on the night tube, despite those strikes. You know, and it's interesting to see how the ridership has changed. I mean, the latest snapshot, for example, during the day, on an average Thursday, for example, was at 68% of normal demand. We're seeing an increase in demand, and this is why we need a proper sustainable financial deal from central government for TfL. There can be no UK recovery from the pandemic without a London recovery, and there is no London recovery without a properly funded transport network in the capital, and that lies with central government.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there, actually. Thank you. I'm running out of time.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chair. And my questions are for the Deputy Mayor. It is a shame you didn't take the lift with my colleague, Assembly Member Hall. I think 3 hours in the car with the pair of you would have been enjoyable for everybody. But it does, in all seriousness, go to show the fact that sometimes, despite the very necessary improvements to try and help with air quality, people do need to drive, especially in some of the outer London boroughs. And with the expansion of the ULEZ scheme, that's had a real impact on some small businesses, especially in my constituency of Bexley and Bromley. So I was wondering, what are your thoughts on how ULEZ has impacted on small business? Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, is that question for me?
I said at the beginning it was for the Deputy Mayor, then we talked about the missed opportunity of a lift.
Sorry, I lost the connection there for a second. I mean, it's very important that the air quality of our city is improved.
I completely agree with that, and I put that caveat into the question. This is specifically around the economics and the small business which you have responsibility for. So, how has that expansion of that expansion of ULEZ impacted on small business?
I mean, obviously, the mayor is providing all the support he can for small businesses to cope through this. But it's important that we understand the context of this. That we have to improve the air quality.
Yeah, with respect, sorry, because we are on a clock. The context of that is clearly understood, and I built that into the question. That was baked into the question. That was taken as a given. So it's specifically about the expansion of ULEZ and how that's impacted small business. And to help you, perhaps, you said the mayor is giving support to small businesses. Well, one piece of support was the scrappage scheme that was cancelled. Are you suggesting that perhaps the mayor could look at reopening that?
No, I mean, I can sort of come back to you with the sort of specific measures that were taken. But the point I'm saying is that it's, of course, there will be businesses that would have to take a hit because of this. But in terms of the longer term benefits, and we can actually see how much the air quality has actually improved of London significantly. And there is a direct correlation, and the data is there.
Okay.
And we just have to, lead as a global city on this.
So, well, that's interesting about leading on a global city. I'll come back to that. But you do recognise that businesses are taking a hit, and I appreciate that honesty. So, would you agree to go away and have a look at what we can do to help those small businesses? Perhaps, as we've suggested before, putting in place a scrappage scheme, especially to help small businesses, charities, and those people that are really impacted.
I'm very happy to write back to you with all the support that we are providing to businesses, and happy to talk more about what more can be done.
Super. Not just the support that's purportedly being provided, but also what you can do extra to help as the person with responsibility for business. So if you look at the way this is going to go, there's a recent report been sent from the Mayor's office to TfL, which is looking at the next steps. And part of that, the Mayor has explicitly said, so it's not a secret, that they are looking at expanding road user charging. Is that something that you support?
Yeah, I mean, in the longer run, I mean, it's only fair that people who drive more pay more, and it's, in the longer run, and that's where I think it's going to go, and that's where it's going to go sort of nationally as well, and it's only fair.
So you're saying that that's where it's got to go, and many people have said exactly the same thing. But you can appreciate that these are huge changes for businesses if you're to have that kind of road user charging. And what I think everybody's really interested in is how can that be implemented. Looking at examples elsewhere, you'll see that the options are things like people downloading an app, so perhaps a business downloading an app so where their driving can be tracked. It's an expansion of cameras and the huge cost that goes with that and the impact that will have on business, or perhaps fitting devices into, say, work vans or people's cars as they go about. If you're a plumber driving around, he'll have something fitted in his van to measure how far he's been driving around. Which one of those options do you think is probably the most viable?
Well, I think we'll have to look at all the various options that are available, the technology and the whole impact of it, because also in terms of there would be issues around privacy and data, because you are sort of tracking the users potentially. So it's all different options that has to be looked, and something which is viable, which is easy to use for the users. And all of this, I mean, this could also help in sort of bringing the cost of insurance down for a lot of cars who are not driving necessarily as much. So there are a lot of benefits as we sort of go forward in that. But we can't sort of be stuck on one particular thing. I think all the options and the new technologies will have to be used before we settle down on one.
So you're a small businessman, an entrepreneur, and London is famous for being a hub of new businesses, of innovative ideas. And one of the things you have to do as an entrepreneur like yourself is to get ready, is to prepare, is to balance risks, is to protect against the downside. So if you were a business, what would you be getting ready for in terms of your fleet? Would it be having to fit them with measuring devices? Would you be preparing to pay expanded costs for the installation of new cameras? What would you be preparing for as an entrepreneur?
Well, I'm not in logistics business, but generally speaking, as a sort of entrepreneur, I think it's important to be future-proof. The more future-proof you do the business, if you are in sort of vehicles business, or where you're dealing with logistics, that the future is green. That's what people would like to see, and by the way, that's what their consumers would like to see as well. And that's why it's important that whatever you are doing is sort of future-proof in all different ways. So if you've got a fleet of vehicles, then you try and, as possible, you sort of transit into sort of green vehicles, electric vehicles. I use public transport pretty much to get into central London. And if there are cameras, whatever it is, but it's more sort of future-proofing. Whatever business you're in.
So I think you're right, is that the businesses are going to have to prepare for this. So one thing they should be looking at in terms of their, everything's about the bottom right-hand corner, right? So what they've got to be getting ready for in the next couple of years is to be paying for fitting their vehicle, especially if they've got a big fleet, fitting their vehicles for devices so they can be monitored where they're traveling, so they're paying per mile user charging. They've got to get ready for more cameras across the capital. That's just something that you say is going to happen and businesses need to get ready for. So with that in mind, Will you make a commitment to consult widely with businesses so that they can be properly prepared for this? And so we don't get into the same kind of problem or some of the charities and small businesses got into with the ULEZ expansion. Can you commit to making sure that will be funds available to help businesses to make that transition?
Yeah, of course. I mean, anything that we do has to be consulted with businesses and see, not just businesses, just see the wider impact of every single policy. I mean, we just talked about ULEZ. The fact is that 92% of vehicles driving into ULEZ zone now are now compliant and all of that. And, you know, there is it's all sort of change management as you change and prepare for the future. How do you manage that change? Yeah. And part of that sort of change management is to get buy-in from various stakeholders and people that will affect that will be affected.
Thank you. I'm mindful of time, so I really do appreciate that commitment. And we were talking about market traders earlier. You know, market traders were the type of businesses that were really impacted by LTNs and ULEZ expansion, etc. So that will mean a lot.
Totally. And sorry, just on that, on market traders as well. Very happy for my colleague Jules Pipe, who looks after the sort of markets. Traders and market board. Again, you know, I know he's quite on top of all of this.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. My question is directed to the Deputy Mayor. Please excuse me because I'm going to have to jump about slightly with my topics. But firstly, can I just ask you, do you think it's right that Londoners bear the cost for developing road user charging? Because in your answer, you made it quite clear that we're going to have to be prepared to bear this cost. Do you think it's right that Londoners and Londoners alone bear that cost?
No, I think, again, this is quite an open, I mean, I'm saying as principle, but and as a sort of idea, it's important to explore it further because it's, you know, different people. I mean, more than 50% of households in London don't own a car. And then the ones who own, I mean, people like myself, I mean, I use public transport pretty much whenever I'm going to central London, I almost never take my car. And I think it's important. So it's going in that direction is what I'm saying. But the details will have to be looked into.
But surely you're making my point for me. If half of Londoners don't even own a car, but yet they're going to be charged with paying for this technology, don't you think we should wait for a national scheme? Because you're now going to make it even more expensive to live in London because there's no version of events where Londoners pay to drive on the roads but don't also pay vehicle exercise duty to drive outside of London. So you're giving us an additional bill to live in London, plus we had to pay to develop that bill. Don't you think the Mayor should be in step with the government and wait?
But we are not, no one's suggesting that Londoners will actually pay the direct cost. And there would be sort of, I think there has to be a business case for it. You know, looked into it properly, but no one's suggesting at this stage that this is how sort of it would be done. And sort of it's at an idea stage, and you sort of start developing the idea, and you look at the business case as it goes forward in terms of what would be the cost, what kind of revenue will it generate, and all that.
I beg to differ, Deputy Mayor. The Mayor in his budget has put aside a substantial amount of money, in the region of £400 million, if memory serves right, for Londoners to pay this bill. You yourself just made a comment saying that business in London will have to bear this bill. So I think on that, you're wrong. But let me just jump subject slightly to business support in London. Business support in London, engagement with business in London from the Mayor's office has been very low traditionally. Could you give us some idea of where that figure is at now? The last time we spoke, the Mayor had engaged with 8,000 of the 1.1 million businesses in London.
Well, I don't think I never agree. I mean, the business engagement from, I mean, the Mayor's office is absolutely phenomenal. There's never before there's been more engagement from GLA or from the Mayor as much as it is now. The engagement comes in all different sort of formats with a variety of different boards, with the initiatives that we offer. I mean, you know, from recovery board to the business advisory board, and Assembly Member, you and I had a conversation about this on the economy committee meeting last time, that how various boards act as these sort of eyes and ears for the Mayor, and also Mayor gets a lot of feedback from it. And you know, through all our variety of initiatives, there is engagement with businesses. And these are businesses from all different sectors, from all different sizes, like our sort of London Growth Hub, London Business Hub. I mean, that's supporting thousands of businesses across London, particularly small businesses. Then you've got the high growth businesses, where we've got huge amount of engagement through the Funding London, through Mayor's International Business Program, through our Business Growth Program. And then there are larger sector specific engagement that the Mayor and I and others do from City Hall.
Okay, thank you. Let me just slightly jump in your defence. Sorry, I meant businesses that had been supported by the Mayor when I gave the figure of 8,000. My final question would be this: why is there no Mayor, no Deputy Mayor for tourism?
Well, effectively, the tourism promotion agencies, London and Partners, and I'm the chair. And actually, again, culture and plays a very important role in tourism. So Justin Simons and I, together, the Deputy Mayor for Culture and myself, together look at tourism very, very closely. I chair London Partners. The Justin Simons sits on the board as an observer. We've got huge amount of expertise in London and Partners on tourism, including the variety of people who sits on the board. For example, the CEO of the Elizabeth Conference Centre, and so on. We also run Visit London website and the app, and work with numerous partners like the hotels, the Association of Leading Visitor Attraction, and so on. And some of these people sit on the board of the COVID Business Forum as well for the Mayor. So we are very engaged with the tourism industry.
Can I say, when Deputy Mayor Justine Simonson was asked about tourism, she said it was not her responsibility, it was somebody else's. Do you think it's a failure of the Mayor's office that a sector that gives £15.7 billion to the London economy, with a third most visited city in the entire world, do you think it's a failure of the office that there is no mayor, no deputy mayor, directly charged with overseeing its recovery? Because we all know that the COVID outbreak has hammered those numbers. It's clearly a big part of our economy. Don't you feel that it needs particular focus by a deputy mayor?
I think the tourism industry will completely disagree with you. We've worked hand in glove with the tourism industry and the key players, whether it's UK Hospitality, whether it's Nighttime Industries Association, whether it's the Association of Leading Visitor Attractions, and so on. We have worked incredibly closely. In fact, the Mayor's Let's Do London campaign was steered by the industry. I mean, we were holding the pen on it with LNP, but actually we're extremely well engaged with the industry. So this Mayor has done more for tourism industry than ever before, and I agree with you. I mean, it's a hugely important industry for London and for the country. And I'm actually disappointed that the government decided not to give any extra money to London and for promoting tourism as the emerge from the pandemic. And I'm very glad that the government, the Mayor has announced £10 million additional funding to get more domestic and international tourists into London.
Thank you, but maybe if the tourism industry in London had a dedicated deputy mayor, they could have got more money. And I'm surprised that you would suggest that the tourism industry would disagree that someone to champion their very specialist cause they would be against. I very much doubt that. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. And my first question is to Richard. One of the important sectors in London's economy is the construction sector, and it's clear from supply shortages of construction materials since Brexit and also the pandemic, as well as increasing costs, that this will leave an impact on not just the mayors but also councils up and down the country's ability to carry on delivering affordable housing in their areas. How important is building affordable housing to London's economic recovery and London's businesses?
Thank you very much. Well, two things on that. So you've mentioned Brexit and COVID. And the thing we have looming over our situation at the moment, in which at 12 o'clock I have to go to a meeting with about 100 London businesses to discuss, is Russia and Ukraine, which I fear is going to have a very long-lasting effect on supply chains, not just because of sources of supply from affected regions, but also general insecurity in the world on international supply and delivery. In terms of affordable housing, I think it's hugely important to London. We always sort of tend to think that construction for businesses is mainly about either their participation in it or simply they want to build offices and high-end housing with big margins. The fact is that the construction industry depends on affordable housing in order to have its workforce. So that mix of housing in London is hugely, hugely important. Now, I think one of the sadnesses, I don't think as a country or as a city, we've really managed to hack the housing problem that we face. We still have a massive shortage of housing. We still are not able to provide in London appropriate housing for young people, particularly for young families. So yes, it is hugely important. And I fear that because affordable housing has lower margins than some other forms of construction, it may be at the bottom end of the supply chain crisis, which we are already in, and I'm a fear we're going to have for some time to come because of these three issues of COVID, Brexit, and now Russia.
Thank you. Worrying times ahead, I think. And to the Deputy Mayor, Rajesh, how will the Mayor's recent call for the coronavirus recovery visas for workers in key industries such as the construction industry, but also others, support businesses and London's economic recovery?
Thank you, Assembly Member Krupesh. The construction industry is a hugely important industry for London as we are trying to solve housing crisis and so on. And that's why you need a sort of two-tier approach in that. So one is training the workforce here, and secondly, as we know that large number of workers in construction industry were from the EU, sort of post-Brexit and sort of COVID. So a lot of them have returned. There were also in particular challenge in the industry with the aging workforce as well. And that's why it becomes very important to, one, back the visa program so that we can immediately solve and we can get the workforce that already is experienced and qualified from elsewhere. But equally, the Mayor has invested huge amounts of money through the Mayor's Construction Academy, through which 24,500 Londoners have completed construction training, and it has really contributed to solving, to a certain extent, the industry's challenges on the shortage of workers.
Thank you, Raj. And I'll quickly turn to Luke maybe on that last point, because obviously the construction temporary visas is something that's short term, and we do want to make sure we skill up enough Londoners to take part in the industry itself. How long will some of this work take, and when can we start to see the fruits of people training in this industry and getting jobs in the industry as well?
Well, if I could speak to what the recovery programme is doing on skills and support, and obviously the work to get people into the construction industry and to help people reskill and change across their lives is hugely important. I mean, at this stage, the recovery programme's Good Work mission and Good Work for All mission has been focused on getting people into work. So it's got 7,000 people into employment through apprenticeships and through work placements. It's also now rolling out its academies and a series of interventions with partners across London to get people trained into jobs, including very importantly around the environment, getting green jobs, retrofitting. The Mayor's Construction Academy has an important role to play in that, and we notwithstanding the sort of challenges that Richard quite rightly points out, what we can't be short of is people to do those roles and to take that employment. So all of these things are important. I guess the issue for us is how we make sure that we are fit for the to make the most of recovery and make the most of the opportunities. As I say, identifying green jobs as an incredibly important part of that, and that partnership across London is delivering. So, ultimately, the challenge will be about making sure we have enough funds and spending funds and funding to support those programs. The AE budget is hugely important to it. So, that is where we're at today.
Thanks, Luke. I'll leave time for my other colleagues.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask the Deputy Mayor about the Let's Do London campaign, but I think, as Assemblymember Bailey has already touched on that with him, I'm going to actually ask Richard Burge, if I may, whether you feel that the Let's Do London campaign has delivered and whether it's been successful. Has it really done the job in terms of promoting domestic tourism and getting people back into London?
Well, our impression was that things would be worse without it. Something was needed. Was it a perfect campaign? No, it wasn't, but then is there such a thing? I think if I had any criticism of it, I don't think it integrated well enough with other campaigns run by other people. For instance, the Central London Alliance ran a campaign, and I think a closer working relationship rather than a competitive working relationship would have been better. But I think we've all learned from that. My feeling over these campaigns is that and it's a tendency of the marketing industry, and my apologies if there's anyone in the room who's part of the marketing industry, they tend to measure success in terms of the outputs rather than the outcomes. So in other words, it's so many people have seen a screen with an advert, or so many column inches have been produced. I think one of the difficult things is looking at the outcome of this. I hope the Let's Do London campaign has a longer impact on people, but I do fear this is about tourism. It's a notoriously brittle business. And I'm afraid recent events are not going to help in terms of encouraging people to travel and spend discretionary income on travel and tourism. So in short answer, I hope it's been successful. I think it's changed perceptions of London. But let's not give it. Let's not assume it's be achieved as much as we might hope it has.
Okay, so sort of about 7.5 out of 10, but not 10 out of 10. I think it would be fair to say.
I never give 10 out of 10. I'm a former team.
Well, and I think that's fair, and we probably don't either, actually, in the Assembly. I wonder if I could ask the same question to Amy in terms of whether or not you feel that the Let's Do London campaign delivered for the kind of businesses that do open in the evening, because obviously that has been a massive area in terms of problems and issues. Did that help?
Thank you so much for asking me, Assemblymember Cooper. I was trying to jump in there just because it's an area that I've worked very closely on. I chaired the Task and Finish group to launch Let's Do London and the food campaign that went alongside the first tranche of that. And the campaign has been a real lifeline for retail, culture, leisure, hospitality, nighttime businesses. It's brought an additional £70 million worth of spending to central London, 280,000 visitors to central London. And this is an important point Richard made. We need to see a return on investment with this, and we have it. We know that the return on investment has been £18 spent in central London for every £1 spent on this campaign. Now, it doesn't take an economist to work out that that is a very good return on investment. And what we'd like to see is the additional commitment that the mayor has made to expand this program, that the central government match funds that and enables our capital to recover, which will enable a UK recovery.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote several times as the Chair of Economy to Rishi Sunak to say we do need specific support for the creative and cultural sector and to keep the industries alive in the evening. And I do think it would be really helpful if the government would give that additional support. I wonder if I could just move on to the spring campaign that the Deputy Mayor referred to in a very, very early answer. Could you give us a bit of a clue about how that's going to operate? I think we're looking at trying to attract in international tourism again? Is that the plan for that? And you know, what are your thoughts in the current context with a lot of refugees in Eastern Europe and obviously what we're seeing on the television? You know, are people really going to want to do international tourism at the moment? What do you think?
So first of all, I think it's very important. London needs, we need to do something to bring international tourists back, because the fact is that tourists, both international and domestic, spend far more money in London than in central London, particularly, than commuters. And we have to do something. It's a shame that the government actually put no money towards it. But this £10 million that has been put by the mayor, 3 million will go for domestic tourism promotion, 7 million will go towards international tourism promotion. And again, we'll focus on some key markets and make it, sort of, already there's been some work going on in the background so that London is on top of people's mind when they start making their travel plan. But it's about showcasing London's cultural offering, and particularly in spring, I think there will be loads of different events taking place in London, promoting those events as well. All of that together means that we will, hopefully it will make a big difference. Just like, and it would be as successful as Let's Do London campaign. I mean, on Let's Do London campaign, for every pound that was spent, there was a return of £18. Now,
yes, no, the Night Star was just saying the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm running short of time, but thank you very much for that, Deputy Mayor, and let's hope that the reinstatement of the Borough of Culture also helps boost tourism to outer London areas as well as inner London areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is to the Deputy Mayor, and it's about transport and how we can support London's economic recovery after the pandemic. The Transport for London Commissioner has said that London's recovery is dependent to a large extent on the transport system. Do you agree with him?
Without transport, the city cannot go. I mean, it's hugely important.
Okay, thanks. Any specifics on that? I was expecting a slightly longer answer than that.
I completely agree. I mean, it's very important, and that's why, I mean, when I speak to, I mean, it's almost embarrassing that the government, is not doing a longer-term funding deal for TfL. I mean, TfL is really on the edge, isn't it? And it's a sort of £10 billion business, and that, if I was running a £10 billion business, that's very bad. I mean, think about how bad it would be also for the morale of people who work there. So I hope that there would be a longer-term funding solution for TfL. It sends the right signals to investors around the world that London continues to have that great public transport system that we have, and it's our pride. So I completely agree with you. It's hugely important. And we should never underestimate the importance of a good public transport system for a city. And just, if I may add, that it's not a investment in infrastructure is not a one-off. You have to constantly invest in it, make sure it remains world-class. So, when we talk about some of the sort of new projects, etc., and with the Elizabeth line and all of those things will make a huge difference to London.
Thanks. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My next question is on the similar subject to Richard Burge. You called previously on the government to charge up London to get the UK on the road to recovery, and highlighted investment in a long-term settlement for Transport for London. What reasons would you and your members give for believing that a long-term settlement and proper funding would support London's economic recovery?
Well, I think it's partly about competitiveness with other world cities, and London is not in competition with the UK. It's in competition with cities like New York, Singapore, and others. We require our public transport system in London to earn 72% of its own revenue from fares, we're competing against cities who don't even get close to 50%. I mean, New York is less than 48% from fare revenue. Singapore is down to about 30% from fare revenue. And it's even more important for us because, in a way, we are more dependent on public transport in London than those cities are. So for us, it's about getting your workers in and out. It's creating international confidence that we have a resilient city, because transport is the core of resilience alongside energy supply for any great city. So it is vital to us. We demonstrated in the Olympics that we could run public transport really well. Arguably, the 2012 Olympics were the most successful public transport Olympics ever. And we've just got to maintain that. People expect to see it. What they don't expect to see is concerns about the funding of it. It undermines confidence in business. It's just another thing that chips away at confidence that London can deliver, is if it's constantly seemed to be scrabbling for funds for its transport system. I mean, in the end, also the transport system is important for the rest of the country. I know everyone complains that London gets more per head for its transport than anyone else. Well, you know, London is the goose that lays the golden egg, and I think transport is one way of feeding that goose occasionally.
Thank you. Thanks. That's really helpful. And finally, to Luke Bruce, I'm slightly running short of time, but if I could ask you to answer about, so this is the Mayor's Green New Deal involves modernising public transport. Can you explain how investment in our public transport network to make it greener will support jobs and businesses in London and aid the economic recovery?
Well, I think there are two or three aspects to that. I mean, firstly, you know, the importance of London moving to low emissions, to a transport system which, you know, has clean air, which, you know, makes London an attractive and safe place to live, is hugely important to London's future. I mean, the investment in into that infrastructure is key, not just for London, but for outside of London as well. And there's a hugely important, the point's been made already in this conversation about the importance of, London's recovery is also about the nation's recovery. And I think that's a message which, you know, is recognised both across London, but also increasingly, I think, within government. So the importance of investment in those kind of technologies are the sort of things which will make London resilient, will make London attractive, and make London safe for the future. And, you know, without that, you'll start to see the sort of confidence that Richard again was talking about falling. So it is really very key.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Assembly Member Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor, you said in response to my colleague, Assembly Member Fortune, reference ULEZ expansion, that businesses will take a hit. Now, businesses will have heard you say that. And I'm reminded of a discussion I had with a business in Kew Village who faced a bill of tens of thousands of pounds to upgrade their fleet in preparation for ULEZ. For them, this was an existential threat to their business. What would your message be to them?
Well, that is why the Mayor has, when we launched ULEZ, there was a package of support launched for small businesses. And like I said, 92% of the vehicles now coming in to ULEZ zone are now compliant. So, it's very important, again, to improve the air quality.
Absolutely, but what's your message to the businesses like perhaps that one in Kew that weren't able to benefit from the Mayor's support? What's your message to them?
My message is I'm very happy to talk to them and make them aware. Perhaps they are not aware of the support that has been the support package that was launched. So very happy to talk to them if you want.
Right, fantastic. So that's a commitment to come and meet this business to discuss their situation.
I'm very happy to talk to the business.
Great, excellent. We'll bank that one. Moving on, you said in response to my colleague, Assembly Member Garrett, that the Mayor had a constructive relationship with the RMT, and I think Londoners will be looking in vain for the evidence of that constructive relationship. But in terms of businesses, what businesses have you spoken to about the impact that strikes are having on them?
Well, again, it's it's sort of like I said, it's early days. Sort of after sort of pandemic, and many businesses, I mean, on one side, I'm talking to sort of businesses about their new sort of hybrid working environment.
No, not hybrid working, Deputy Mayor, the strikes. Which businesses have you spoken to about the strikes?
Well, the strikes has only been, I mean, it's only last 2 days. I'm talking to businesses all the time about a variety of issues. So it's not specifically
Deputy Mayor, we've had several months of strikes. Which businesses have you spoken to? Which specific businesses have you spoken to about the strikes and the impact that they're having on them?
I speak to businesses all the time.
Well, give us some examples then, Deputy Mayor.
Well, I'm very happy to write back to you with examples. I mean,
Can you not give us some examples now of businesses that you have spoken to about the strikes?
Well, without, again, like I said, I mean, I'm very happy to write back to you with...
Can you not share that with the Assembly? It's your job.
No, it is my job to speak to businesses, and which is what I do.
And which businesses have you spoken to about the strike?
I've said to you, I'm happy to write back to you. I mean, I speak to businesses all the time.
Then if you speak to businesses all the time, you should be able to share some of the names.
I'm not having specific meetings about sort of strikes with businesses.
So have you spoken to any businesses about the strikes?
You know, we are just sort of emerging from pandemic, and it's,
Deputy Mayor,
many businesses have had
Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor, have you
member.
spoken to any businesses about the strikes?
Yes, I have. But
Which
as
ones?
part of a wider conversation, and I'm happy to write. I mean, this is. I mean, I don't know
this is a really simple question. Deputy Mayor, this is a really simple question. Which businesses have you spoken to about the strikes?
Assembly member, I've responded to you.
No, you haven't. You have not.
I mean, it might not be the response that you hope, but it is the response.
The response that I hope for is for you to give me names of businesses that you have spoken to about the strikes. It's a simple question.
And I've responded to that. I mean, I'm very happy to repeat that for you if you want.
What I'd like you to repeat is the names of businesses you've met about the strikes, but you haven't said that, so you can't repeat it.
Look, I mean, I'll tell you, the most recently this was discussed was at the just a couple of days ago at the COVID Business Forum meeting with the mayor, and the mayor spoke to businesses and business leaders.
And which businesses have you spoken to?
Again, there's a whole list. I mean, you can look at the list of the members of COVID Business Forum.
I'm going to end this because I think it's, unless you can tell us otherwise, I don't think you have spoken to businesses.
Well, I've just told you that the mayor himself. Let me complete then. So if you ask, I mean, I've just responded to you that the mayor has discussed this at COVID Business Forum a couple of days ago with business leaders, and there's a whole list of sort of business. I'm very happy to write back to you, but I mean, it's, there are several leading business leaders.
I'm on the clock, and it's clear that this is not a fruitful line of questioning. My last question to the Deputy Mayor: what's your job title?
Deputy Mayor for Business.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. This question is to the Deputy Mayor for Business. Rajesh, London's labour market has been hit by the pandemic, which laid open the inequalities in our labour market that existed the pre-pandemic. How are you working with businesses to create good quality and sustainable employment in London?
Thank you very much for that question, and that's a very important question because the pandemic and Brexit combined has been a double whammy for businesses, particularly when it comes to labour market. So there are sort of two sort of strands approach. One is to upskill, reskill, and skill people, the Londoners, particularly on the sectors and occupations which are in shortage. So, for example, in construction, in hospitality, in retail, and sort of creative industries and so on. That's where a big sort of shortage is, and that's why the Mayor's Academies program is trying to address some of that, and through the adult education budget. But secondly, sort of backing the COVID recovery visa, and trying to sort of address the challenges through that. But we continue to promote the good work standard in this, because it's about good jobs which pay sort of fairly and so on. And we're looking at the new sectors, for example, the Green New Deal and so on, and the jobs that will be created in the sort of the new emerging sectors. All of that together, that will sort of help in creating new jobs.
Thank you. And also under this mayor, the number of employers accredited to the London Living Wage Foundation has doubled. Despite some believing that Londoners don't deserve a London living wage, why does it make good sense for the employers to pay the London living wage to their employees?
It's completely good business sense. It's not just the ethics, but also good business sense to pay fairly to the employees. And in fact, the good work standard, of which, by the way, paying London's living wage is a core pillar, meant that many employers who were signed up for that were better prepared for the pandemic, because it includes things like flexible working and so on. And there's direct correlation, and every research shows that happier employees are better employees, and it raises the productivity. And it also, I mean, let's be honest, there's a living sort of cost of living crisis going on right now, and it's more important than ever before that the employers pay fairly. And that's why I'm very glad that the number of employers paying London living wage has doubled under this administration.
Thank you. Just one more question for you, Luke. The pandemic changed the way the Londoners work, but this change has not been equal to everyone. In fact, the lower paid have been more adversely affected than others. Londoners working from home in unsuitable conditions and a work-life balance are feeling harder than they did before the pandemic. How are you working with the business to improve the pay, working conditions and workers' rights in London's economic recovery to the good work standard?
Yes, and look, that's a hugely important point. The pandemic and the recovery from the pandemic has highlighted, as we all know, some very huge disproportionate impacts in health, in employment, in personal circumstances. And faced with some of the challenges that Rajesh talked about cost of living, we are, this is acutely aware. I mean, there are a number of things that we are doing. Point you to the action plans, disproportionate action plans that we agreed at the Recovery Board a couple of days ago. So that's been a truly wide piece of work, which has a number of which has sort of 4 or 5 kind of 5 action areas, which talk to the sort of things that the institutions and businesses and government across London can take to help tackle the disproportionate impacts of COVID, and one of those is around labour market, financial well-being, and labour market support and labour market inequality. I mean, of course, Rajesh has already talked extensively about the sort of things that we're doing through the good work standard and through the living wage. I mean, I think many of the partners within recovery recognise the sort of points that, again, Rajesh was making, that unless you kind of build in some resilience to the way that you're working and you support people into being able to work in a way which is flexible and supportive of their lifestyles, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the way that the labour market is going, you won't have the sort of recovery that we want. I worry, and I think a lot of people worry, that although London's recovery is strong, and there's a lot within the labour market which we can be very pleased about, the furlough scheme and so forth has put us in a really good position, but there are still very large disparities across London, and that problem still exists. And I worry a bit that we, particularly as we face the cost of living, that perhaps we, in our eagerness to kind of move from the pandemic, move into recovery, we kind of forget the kind of really big challenges that London always faces, and that's an important message for government, for this Assembly, and for the Mayor and others. So, there are actions which are being taken through the Recovery Board. I've mentioned some there. I think there's also stuff that we need to get support from government, and I think one of the areas that will increasingly be a problem, I think, is going to be rent, and the impact on people in housing, in rental housing, as we start to see some of those go up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor, will you look again for the widely supported Disability Employment Task Force for helping disability employment and pay gaps in London?
Yes, I mean, again, London employment.
You will look into this again?
I will. And can I just add to that also the London employers market should not miss out on the talent of disabled Londoners as well. And in past, that's why I've held
brilliant.
roundtables.
I'm really glad that you're supporting the idea for a disability employment task force. Please have a chat with Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe on that issue as well. And as well as that, I'd really love to see some more support for young disabled Londoners accessing apprenticeships in London. Will you also look into that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just before pandemic, we actually did a very large event in City Hall, a roundtable of disabled Londoners, entrepreneurs as well. So it's something which is quite close to the Mayor's heart.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Liberal Democrat group is now out of time. Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair. My question also relates to skills gaps and supporting disabled Londoners. If I could direct mine to Luke, please. I know you have to go soon. If you could tell us a little bit more about the improvements that the Mayor has made to improving access to learning for Londoners with disabilities and low-income Londoners, and how that's kind of working through post-pandemic.
Yeah, sure. And just because I don't need to go, I'm quite happy to stay. So I just have to rearrange sometimes. So look, I mean, I'll point back to the action plans that we agreed at the Recovery Board a couple of days ago, and that has a very strong theme about inequality within the labour market, and the actions that the partners across London can and should be taken, and in many cases already taking. We've talked about the Good Work Standards, which I think is a hugely important part of that. And I think we also, in a broader sense, the recognition that the recovery from the pandemic and London's future has to be in those kind of jobs which are, high skilled, which recognise the value of all of the potential employees, the full pool of Londoners within, who give them, ensure that all opportunities are available, and that sense that London's recovery can't be at the cost of parts of London which have missed out on opportunities in the past. And I think, as I say, I point back to the action plans. I point to the work that we're doing through Good Work for all the skills academies and the work of the Good Work standard. So the Good Work for All mission is focused on those who have been hardest hit, and through those academies, through those through the funds that have been available in the roadmap that the Mayor recently presented, that work is focused on not just disabled Londoners, but all Londoners who have struggled and struggled to get into work. So, I think that sense of prioritisation is there.
Thank you. That's really good to hear, especially addressing some of those inequalities that did exist before the pandemic. My next question is to Richard. And so in the Economy Committee recently, it was discussed that devolving apprenticeships funding to the Mayor would really help simplify the skills process. And would this help London's businesses? And what do you think they need from the Mayor's Skills Programme?
I think anything which can be done to simplify the apprenticeship process would be welcome. The problem on the apprenticeship process, I think, is a brilliant idea. We're encouraging people to do it. We think it's a much better route for most young people to skill themselves up for work and to be part of the world of work. But the problem is it's sort of organized in a way that makes it easier for bigger businesses who have big HR departments than small and micro businesses. I mean, the fact is, if you take on an apprentice and you're a small business, the person who takes them on is probably the person who knows how the machine works, who's actually doing the VAT returns, is doing the marketing, and is also the CEO. And so this is quite an additional burden. So how we can find ways of simplifying running the process for small businesses from any means, and I think from the Mayor's office would be hugely helpful, will be very welcome, because then that means the business can focus on the skilling of the individual rather than the management of the individual. And I don't think there's an easy recipe for that, but the more that can be done for that, the better.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, you mentioned young people, and obviously that's a really important group of people to focus apprenticeships on, but I wonder what scope there is to, if you like, remove that upper age limit and make apprenticeships attractive to, for example, people returning to the workplace, maybe people who've been out of work for a number of years and want to reskill. What scope there is as we recover from the pandemic for that?
Well, as you can tell from looking at me, I'm quite interested in the other end of the employment journey. I think apprenticeships should be run in such a way, and I'm not saying it's the same scheme, but we should be looking at people constantly reskilling themselves, not just because they need it for their current employment, that employment actually has new skills coming into it, particularly technically related skills, but people moving in the market to do new things. And sometimes you do that as a result of growing older. You find yourself much more suited for a new type of work than the one you've been doing. So the more we can open that up, but this is also about providing access to skills that people need, not just the skills that colleges think that business needs. It's actually got to be determined by business. And secondly, it means employers have got to understand they're not going to be getting job-ready people all the time. They are going to have to take people whom they are going to have to skill for those jobs. So I think it needs an attitude change both on the supply side of training, and it needs an attitude change on the side of business to recognize that people need to train in jobs, and that needs skills focus, and employers being prepared to take on people who are not job ready, but they are part of making them job ready.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to address my questions to the Night Czar. Good morning, Amy. I'd briefly like to talk to you about the work I've been doing on toilets in London. Now, a few years ago, you worked on a data-led report that took an analytical look at the nighttime economy and people who work at night. And it was some really valuable work and produced some good insights on the living wage at night, where data and information had been lacking. Now, what the Health Committee has found is a similar vacuum of data on public toilets available for Londoners. It's a problem that's even worse at night when more venues are closed and the ones that are open are often pay to enter. So I am getting to a question. I've been meeting with researchers and proactive citizen groups like Kilburn Older Voices Exchange, the RCA Public Toilets Research Unit, and charities like Age UK and the Toilet Manifesto for London group. And I've been talking to them about various research projects that are happening around London about toilet availability, and I think you may be able to help them. So, for example, the Kilburn Older Voices Exchange researchers have hit a bit of a snag in developing a case study. It's literally that one of their volunteers has recently had a knee operation and is unable to keep walking around and gathering the data for their mapping project. Now, I'm just wondering if you and your team would meet with me and these groups to work out how you could support their projects and get involved at a strategic London-wide level to fill this gap in toilet data in London.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Russell, for your question. And as the daughter of a plumber, I would be most remiss if I didn't take you up on your request. I'd have other people to answer to in my family. So, of course, this is ongoing work for us, and I'm particularly interested in looking at the inequalities faced through a gender lens for those that need toilet access around the clock. Of course, this isn't just a nighttime issue. People do need to use the toilet 24 hours a day. So I think that this is a responsibility that we all share. But I'm very happy to meet with you, meet with your groups, and to see how we can take that forward.
That's absolutely brilliant. They're an incredibly inspiring and engaged group of Londoners. And as you say, we need toilets day and night. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Amy, I was hoping to talk to you a little bit about the nighttime economy and what we are doing in City Hall to help the nighttime economy get back on its feet and recover from COVID.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Sheikh. And, it's interesting because it's been about 5 months since I was last in front of the Assembly. Back then, we were talking about economic recovery. Then we experienced the onslaught of Omicron and its devastating impact on London's economy at night. And then just last week, we've had all remaining COVID restrictions have been removed. And now we are again back to discussing recovery. And London's nighttime businesses and nighttime workers have really been at the sharp end of the pandemic from the start. They were businesses that were the first to close, and they were the very last to fully reopen. And when Omicron arrived at the end of last year, our nighttime and culture, leisure and hospitality sectors took a massive hit at a time when it should have been their busiest time of the year. In the weeks prior to Omicron emerging, sales had been recovering steadily, so we were seeing an uptick, which was very hopeful, and it was recovering steadily through the autumn. We were very close to pre-pandemic levels. Then Omicron hit, and a UK-wide survey that was done just before Christmas, this was done by the Nighttime Industries Association, revealed the full scale of the crisis. On average, every nighttime venue suffered a £46,000 loss of sales and cancellation due to cancellations during the holiday period. Data from the UK Hospitality and the data consultancy CGA showed that sales in pubs, restaurants, and bars were down 60% on Christmas Day, 31% on Boxing Day, 27% on New Year's Eve compared to 2019. This represents in total a £3 billion hit to the industry versus 2019, the latest pre-pandemic period we have figures for. And to put this into context, the Nighttime Industries Association, who I've just spoken with yesterday, their latest figures tell us that nighttime businesses will need to trade at 110% capacity to regain their COVID trading losses. Now, you don't need me to tell you that is actually physically impossible to do. The road back to this is, to sustainability within these nighttime businesses is going to be hard, not least because it is compounded by a jobs and skills shortage in the hospitality industry, as well as other industries that are an important part of the supply chain. So while we're pleased to have seen so many businesses be able to survive to this point, they still really do need an extra boost from central government. And I would urge central government to permanently lower VAT for hospitality businesses to enable those businesses to fully recover.
Thank you, and I couldn't agree more with you for that call to government. And I agree with you, the jobs and the skill shortages has compounded in hospitality, particularly the kind of hit to the nighttime recovery. And I know that the Economy Committee has done a lot of work on this, and indeed we launched a report on it. And one thing that was really clear when we were meeting with businesses was, Brexit is a big cause of these skills and job shortages. So I really do hope the government is listening in terms of if they really want to help London recover and the country recover. The nighttime economy is key to that. I just want to drill down on one specific thing that you mentioned at the beginning in terms of workers in the nighttime economy and the impact that the pandemic has had on them. So specifically, what work have you done supporting the safety of women in the nighttime economy? Particularly in light of many of the situations that have come to light this year, we really need to make sure that women in London feel safe at night. So can you tell me what you've done to ensure London's nighttime economy is a safe space for women?
Yes. So the safety of women and girls is a top priority for the Mayor and I, and we want women to feel safe in our city, whatever they're doing, whatever time of day, whatever time of night. And it was exactly 1 year ago today, the tragic murder of Sarah Everard brought this issue into sharp focus.
Precisely.
And it's on this day and at this time, I'd just like to ensure that everyone is aware of the impact that that has had on women, not just in London, not just in the UK, but around the world.
Absolutely.
Now, the Mayor has announced a new campaign to address the attitudes and behaviours of men in order to tackle misogyny and violence towards women and girls. And we really do need, at this moment in time, to remind men of their responsibility to challenge unacceptable attitudes and behavior of their peers, as well as we need to hold men responsible for the change that's needed to root out sexism and misogyny from our society. This is systemic, and it needs a systemic and holistic approach. And this is a direct request to all of the men in the room, that we need you as our allies in this. Women have been doing the heavy lifting on this for too long. And we need you as our allies to work with us to stamp this out.
I thank you for your strong words, and you have allies and full support of the Labour Group in exactly that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm addressing my questions to the Deputy Mayor. Rajesh, first of all, with your interactions with my colleague, Assembly Member Rogers, I know you've had a memory loss of the businesses that you've spoken to, their names, but what were their answers to you when you spoke to these businesses that we don't know who they were? But when you spoke to these anonymous businesses, what did they say about the impact of the strike on their businesses?
Clearly, I'd just like to reiterate that I spoke to, I mentioned the COVID Business Forum at which the Mayor discussed this with a number of business leaders.
Yeah, we're talking about the
Rajesh. Clearly, with these strikes.
Rajesh, we're talking about the strikes. Yes.
Yes, and clearly with these strikes, I mean, it's not something that anybody likes. It's not, obviously from a business point of view as well, it's not ideal, clearly. But the Mayor explained that, how he's sort of working with the unions and trying to resolve this. So it's, I think business understands, it's important from industrial relations point of view, but the important thing is to get this resolved as quickly as possible.
Well, we can agree on that. I mean, had you taken me up on my offer of giving you a lift in this morning, you would have seen exactly how difficult it is for some people, because the cars were backing up, so the emissions from them can't have been doing the air quality any good, and of course the problems with shops. And when you started your conversation with somebody earlier, you said, well, it's not so bad now because we can all work remotely. Well, the trouble is when people work from their homes, which I could see you're doing, although of course you didn't need to because you could have come in with me. When people are working remotely, they're not going to buy lunches and coffees or having their hair done or their nails done or putting in dry cleaning, etc. So it has a massive impact on small businesses, doesn't it?
I mean, that's a sort of interesting area. So like I mentioned earlier on as well, is whilst people living in sort of outer London, some of the businesses are benefiting from it because people work from home, so they go to the hairdressers locally, they're spending more money locally, but obviously it's not good for businesses in central London. So that's, and that's clearly reflected in the spending data. So, and that's why we have to support everything, we have to do everything we can to support businesses in the central activity zone. And can I just also thank Assemblymember Hall for offering me the lift, but I prefer sort of public transport. And I totally appreciate, and I agree with you, it is disruption. I take your point.
It is disruption, and it will damage small businesses. And you've done some businesses out of some work, because I'm sure you would have popped out and used some of the local shops. You could have done had you taken me up on my offer of a lift in this morning.
But I promise I'll do that locally here.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. I'm sure Stanwell will be delighted. Now, you keep mentioning COVID, so I will bring you back to issues around COVID. Now, I know you're very fond of knocking the government at every given opportunity, but I mean, would you like to say thank you to the government, because there's £70 billion that was spent on the furlough scheme. An awful lot of that came to London and kept the businesses going. There was the business rate holidays, there was cash grants, all of those things. And I know somebody else mentioned it, so I need to clear this up. More money is spent per head on Londoners than anywhere else in England. And I think somebody needs to bring that up. We all wish it was more. Of course we do. We're all Londoners. We'll all fight for London. But I do think we ought to mention this now and again. So do you ever give credit to the government for helping so many businesses in London for the furlough scheme?
I mean, of course, it's, we faced one of the most difficult challenges in our lifetimes with COVID, and businesses were severely impacted, and London has got more businesses than any other region in the country. And of course, it also affects the treasury, because London pays more in taxes than
Yes,
any
I'm
other
aware
city
of that.
or any other region in the country. So it also, as well as being the right thing, it also makes sense for the government to help businesses. Otherwise, they're taking the treasury would have been really decimated.
That's it. And they're doing their job properly, as indeed I'm sure you are. And on that basis, how many of London's 1.1 million businesses have you actually engaged with? Approximately, obviously.
Tens of thousands of businesses been engaged with in all different formats, through different initiatives that we take, through social media, providing advice and providing the information, even spreading the word of the support that was offered by the government.
What words are you spreading? Do tell me. What words are you spreading?
No, in terms of the support that is being offered by both the mayor's office, but as well as also by the government. I mean, we sort of amplifying the
Good.
support.
I mean, if you're spreading the good words from the government, perhaps you should tell some of our colleagues around the table, because all we ever get is government bashing. And I do think we ought to acknowledge that work has been done by the government. The furlough scheme has kept many businesses going, and I think we should acknowledge that. So I'm happy that you've done that. So of these 1.1 million, remind me how many, because whenever I ask you, I say, well, what about micro businesses or small businesses? And I never seem to get an answer of just how many. And neither does London and Partners, because I've questioned them on this on numerous occasions.
Now, again, I mean, there are so many, like we've discussed this on numerous occasions, that a lot of support is actually designed for small and medium-sized businesses. For example, for the Let's Do London campaign, we spent £6 million ago. £70 million was spent back in central London, most of it going to small businesses, particularly in hospitality and others. We've helped over 600 local businesses survive the pandemic by raising over £2.5 million from
the trouble
over
is
30,000 through the Paid Forward London campaign.
The trouble is, Rajesh, the trouble is, if you get more people coming into London, which every one of us want, because it'll help our economy, they get here, and unless they've got a friendly assembly member prepared to ferry them from one end of the borough into the middle, they've got no way of getting around, have they?
So, I mean, we will continue to support businesses. Again,
Well, I hear what you say. I'd be very interested to see what metrics you use to qualify just how many businesses you help and how they help, because it's a question I've been asking.
Ms. Lamé has indicated.
Yes, if I may, it's just gone midday, and just on Assembly Member Russell's point earlier,
hang on.
Some of us do need a comfort break.
I'm astounded. 2 hours.
Yeah.
I managed in a car for over 3 hours, but I leave it to you, Chairman.
First of all, GLA Conservatives are now out of time. We're close to the end, but if you wish to absent yourself briefly, that would be perfectly in order.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, I had on the message that Luke Bruce was due to leave. Are you here for another few minutes?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure where that came from.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
definitely happy to stay. So, yes.
Well, that's excellent news because my questions are to you, so we're in luck. I'm going to ask a few questions on the high streets, if that's okay. How integral is the support to London's high streets to London's economic recovery and businesses?
Well, of course, it's hugely important, and not just to the businesses where, from memory, I think it's like 75% of all businesses are linked to high streets in London. Sorry, 75% of businesses are linked to high streets in London, something along those lines. So, but it's also important for the communities that rely on them, and I think there's something that we've seen through the pandemic is the importance of local high streets as being part of the kind of the network of support and resilience that got us through the pandemic. So, it is hugely important. I think what we are starting to see, and it's worth having a look at the data, for example, from the High Streets Data Partnership, which is we're starting to see quite a pattern of change of activity in high streets, which is different from what went into the past. And we're seeing some high streets, particularly those who are benefiting from people working from home, who are able to prosper from that, doing successfully, and others less well. There's a relationship also between the high streets and the CAS, and we've got to think about how we support the CAS, the central London area, over not just the short term of tourism, but over its long term future. But the key thing is how we work with high streets and the boroughs that have put in a huge amount of effort into getting their high streets back up and running, and what we learn from the best ones. As I say, some are doing extremely well, and what we can do to support those that are doing less well. And within the recovery programme, we have the High Streets Mission, which is doing just that, and that is supporting a whole range of projects. I mean, ultimately, we are quite reliant on government support, and some of the things we've talked about today in terms of transport, in terms of additional support from government funding, it will be hugely vital to all of that as well. So I would just conclude by saying I think there's a lot more complexities in the high street story than any of us expected at the start, and it's certainly, I mean, it never would have been, but there's certainly no sort of simple solution. And the kind of the work that we do locally will be really important. That's why the partnership with boroughs in particular and business communities is so hugely key to this next period.
Thank you for that, and I agree. There's such a special link between communities and high streets, and so many of London high streets have very distinct characteristics. Even before COVID, growth in online retail was reducing footfall and spend in town centres, and like you said, it's quite a complicated picture. But the pandemic has actually accelerated the trend towards online shopping. How is the London Recovery Board supporting London's high streets to cope with these changes?
Yes, so exactly, and I think identifying the point that high streets were already undergoing seismic change is important, because the pandemic has definitely speeded up some of that and definitely changed the pace of that work. I would point to the High Streets mission, and that it has a number of challenge partnerships which it's put in place, which are looking towards what local high streets themselves need to do to adapt to the sort of points you're making about the rise of online retail. So, how can we support communities to make better use of high streets? And an example of that would be in Church End in Kilburn, where working with the local Somali community, we've funded support on the high streets to get buildings put back into use. How we use buildings as meanwhile space, as to be picked up and emptied empty buildings are put back into use really quickly is hugely important. So there's some support we need from government around that, but there's the boroughs to get to quickly help bring buildings back into use is hugely key. And it's about rethinking our boroughs as well, rethinking our high streets as well. So we are recognising that they will have different uses over different times of the day, the sort of thing that Amy talks around about the importance of ensuring we're getting the most out of high streets in the nighttime economy. So we're getting full effort. So the point about the online is that's a fundamental challenge that was going to happen anyway. It's been speeded up by the pandemic. The key now is kind of how we use local partnerships, local engagement, local resources supported by the mayor, supported by boroughs more generally, to kind of adapt, learning from the best, adapt the high streets quickly, funded, as I say, through the high streets mission has some support there. Good growth money is also being adapted towards that. So it's the effort that we need to put in now, I think has to be around helping them adapt quickly and swiftly, and never more so because of Omicron and the importance of ensuring that they're able to, businesses on the high street, able to rebuild their balance sheets quickly because of the hit they took over Christmas.
Very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I apologise to guests? I had established the practice that we had a comfort break during these long meetings, and it's something that we work quite well. But because we had so little time with the Deputy Mayor, unfortunately that fell by the wayside. So apologies really for the inconvenience that's called. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. Luke, I want to continue the conversation about high streets, but I also want to bring it back to a conversation we had earlier about smart, privacy-friendly, fair road user charging. Now, if we look at high streets, we can look at Waltham Forest and Mini Hollands. The evidence there is clearly that people spend more when they're on foot than when they're on a car. And in fact, TfL's own research shows that pedestrians spend 40% more than people driving. Now, there's obviously health benefits, environmental benefits, safety benefits to reducing traffic and making sure we have clean air. But I'm wondering if you could talk about the economic benefits of making sure we clean up London's air.
So the economic benefits of cleaner air. TfL's made the case around that, and there's evidence that the TfL through the development of the ULEZ scheme and the economic modelling that it has, which makes that case. I think if you bring it back to high streets more generally, I mean, clearly one of the things that we learned from the pandemic was the willingness and the eagerness of people to eat out on streets, to use their local spaces more flexibly, to use it in a way they haven't. If you think about the sort of support that Westminster Borough Council put in to get covers out, in Soho and places like that, to get people eating on the street. So I think that is an important shift in the use of space, and moving away from high streets being having a huge amount of traffic moving through them to being more flexibly. I know where I live in Stoke Newington, the putting in a bus gate started to have some huge impact, positive impacts on for certainly the pedestrians around there, and the impact will be with businesses and working with businesses to see how they feel about that and what they perceive, because there is, of course, has been scepticism in some cases, and we've heard a little about that already today, about the impact of low traffic neighbourhoods and the like. So the importance of engaging with businesses to find out what they want will be hugely important to that. But ultimately, London's future is going to be in managing its traffic and managing its environment and getting to a position where pollution is not a threat to its residents, and that's where we're going to.
Thank you. And when you say managing traffic, I hope you mean reducing traffic. I'd be more than happy anytime to have a conversation with you about the research that shows reducing traffic is good for businesses. And Amy, just with my last 30 seconds, we referred slightly to Soho there. It was amazing last summer to be able to eat and drink out on the streets while they were pedestrianised. What work are you doing with Westminster Council to make sure we can all breathe clean air in Soho again and enjoy that atmosphere?
I know Westminster Council are consulting more widely on the situation in Soho. They're very keen to get tables back on the
Ms.
streets,
Lamé,
but it has to
I
be...
apologise for interrupting, but the Green Group is now out of time.
Thank you, and sorry,
I
Amy.
do hope that's something you could write to the Assembly member about your response about. Right, unless anybody from the Labour Group can ask a question in 40 seconds or GLA Conservatives in 8 seconds. No? No bidders for that? Okay. Assembly Member Cooper.
Yeah, I want to hear the answer to the question about revival of Soho, and I'm sure that Amy Lamé will be able to give the answer in less than 40 seconds. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I think it's important that we take the best of what we learned from the challenges we've all faced over the past 2 years. Businesses have done an incredible job in their resilience and their innovation, and I think pavement licenses and seeing those flourish so well across the whole of the capital has been a real success story. So let's make sure we keep the good stuff.
Thank you.
Chair, and I seem to remember a politician of yours some years ago talking about the European pavement cafe
and the
culture.
Labour Group is now out
finally
of
got
time. There. And in 8 seconds, Assembly Member Bailey.
And there's a quick question for Amy. Amy, can you write to me with the work you're doing to support the black community for the loss of our culturally significant venues across London? Thank you.
It'd be a pleasure. It'd be a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have reached the end of the question and answer session. I'd really like to thank our guests, especially those who've stayed to the bitter end, for answering our questions today. Very much appreciated. The Assembly has some further items of business to deal with, but you are welcome to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly members.
Now, can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked?
Noted.
Will the Assembly member agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Yes. One day I'm going to memorise that phrase, probably in a few years' time, but it's a difficult one. I would now like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn. I'm going to suggest, because of representations I've received, only for 20 minutes. If that...
No, we weren't expecting that.
That's why I'm asking. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
We were not expecting that.
Bearing in mind people's travel arrangements later on this evening, I'm genuinely asking a question. I'm not a dictator. Goodness sake. So has anybody got I mean, I'm getting the sense that 20 minutes is not long enough.
No, we need to get lunch.
Anybody? Well, come on, I need a proposal.
Chair.
Somebody stick your hand up and give a proposal. Dr. Sahota.
We had agreed 1 hour because to give us a preparation for lunch and then breaks, okay? That's what I was working on. Bring things to this morning, I think is an unfair suggestion.
Well, Assembly Member Hall.
I would ask for 30 minutes. Some of us have had a horrific journey in and will get an even worse journey back. But at least, unlike the Deputy Mayor, we have made an attempt to come in. So I would really ask our colleagues, please bear in mind some of us have got such a bad journey and would like to do this. The rest of it won't take long.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Can I suggest that we vote on it? Some of us have made arrangements because you insisted on an hour. We
I
lobbied strongly in advance. Can we please vote on it? And we'd like to stick with an hour. Thank you.
This is unsuitable for us.
Okay.
Well, certainly it's unsuitable for me.
I'm not good. Yes. I'm trying to read the mood of the room, and
it
doesn't look like it's half an hour. I'm afraid. It looks like it's an hour.
Yeah.
I'm seeing sufficient nodding heads to conclude that's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to adjourn for 1 hour and return at 1:18. 1:18. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is petitions. Can I ask Assembly Member Pigeon, MBE, to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I have a petition that has been organised by Munira Wilson, the MP for Twickenham, and supported by Teddington's Park Road Surgery relating to Teddington Police Station. And at the time it was submitted, it had 1,866 signatures. And as of today, over 2,100 residents have signed it. And the petition is as follows. I call on the Mayor of London to consider community benefit and affordable housing as a priority criteria in assessing the value of bids for the sale of Teddington Police Station.
Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree to forward it to the Mayor of London for response?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. In accordance with Standing Order, we now move on to motions, sorry. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes, the seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. We move on to the... he's just left. Oh, well, never mind. We move on to the motion in the name of Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. This is our motion again on anti-Semitism. I'm really sorry, genuinely, that we've had to bring this back to the Assembly. The situation our Jewish friends and colleagues find them in is intolerable, intolerable. And I know I haven't got long, but I will say I spoke to a Jewish friend who I've known very well first thing this morning, and I said, what is the worst thing for you? And he said that he is very worried sometimes for his wife and his children to go down the road lest anybody recognises them as Jewish. What sort of a society are we living in? Something has to be done. This is really bad in London, and all we're doing is asking the mayor to do something about it. He hasn't picked up on our recommendations, so we're making recommendations. I'll talk to the amendment at the end, but I'm doing this not for any specific group other than the Jewish community. Anti-Semitism in itself is something that we have to fight. It's something that is absolutely dreadful within society, and you've only got to look at the figures. It's getting much, much worse. I will listen to what other people say, and I will respond to it when I sum up. Thank you, Chair.
I would now like to pass the chair over to Assembly Member Prince, the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'd now look for a seconder for the motion.
I'd like to formally second the motion and will reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wish to speak on the motion at all? Bailey?
Thank you. I will, of course, be supporting this motion, but I just want to say one particular thing. We often talk about all racism when a motion like... Well, am I speaking as he told me to?
Sorry, my mistake, sorry. So we need to, first of all, call the proposer of the amendment. Len, about that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just say, we're having trouble hearing you down here, so when we look a bit strange, that's the reason. I hope this ain't coming off my time.
I thought that was your normal look, sorry.
Thank you. Look, this is a very important motion, as the way that Assembly Member Hall was described, in terms of the challenges facing the Jewish community of the hatred being proposed by a small number of people in our society, and it's got to stop. And in doing this motion, we are talking about other hate crimes, because even though this is about a specific issue relating to the Jewish community, we're all opposed to all hate crimes in our society and those that want to cause division and believe that hatred is the best way forward in promoting any views. Well, we reject that. We reject that. I welcome the issues and the proposals being proposed on the other side, but there's a missing bit to this. It is unfair to say that the Mayor has done nothing. It's unfair to say that he's not committed to tackling this particular hate crime. But it is right that we remind him of his responsibilities, and we continue to remind ourselves of our responsibilities to promote actually cohesion and togetherness in tackling these scourges and all forms of other hate crimes that are made. So in that sense, we propose this amendment, which we don't see any problems with other people supporting. We hope that the proposers of the motion accept it in that sense, that we just want to put down the issues, the facts about what the Mayor has been doing, but we wholeheartedly agree that we've got to do more. We've got to do more, and we've got to confront this scourge in our society in the way it is. I would say this, for those who want to use this as a political football, and those that you want to divide us, it's just plain wrong. We're not going to be divided around this table, hopefully, around this. We're committed to making sure that we take the appropriate action that benefits not just this community, but will have knock-ons for others in tackling hate crime. Therefore, I move our amendment, Chair. I'm happy with the Tory proposals on the technical bit they've raised, and I just want to say thank you to our Green colleagues for reminding us about that, because on our original issue is we think the Mayor has got a responsibility, but along with others in our society as well. But the Mayor has responsibility, and we think it's right that he continues to take the actions that he's doing to make sure he does that. And I'm grateful for the Greens for their comments in reminding us about that and making sure that we continue to remind the Mayor of his responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Assemblymember Cooper to second.
Chair, Acting Chair? I'm not quite sure. I'd like to second it formally and reserve my right to speak subsequently. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a number of speakers. The first one I saw was Assemblymember Bailey, so I interrupted you.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome the remarks made by our Labour colleague, Assemblymember Duval. But I just want to say one small thing that I think is very important. We talk about all forms of hate in this amendment, and it's happened before in other times that this has been brought up. But as someone who comes from a community that's faced more than its fair share of racism, I'd argue that many communities want their particular issue spoken about, their particular issue confronted. Because hate is universal, but when you're from any particular community, the way in which it manifests itself for your children, for your neighbours, is slightly different. And I think the Mayor has a responsibility to speak to that particular piece. So that's why I will be voting for the motion as tabled first time round. Thank you.
Thank you. I then saw Assemblymember Pigeon.
Thank you very much. Anti-Semitism is a stain on our city, and we must make clear that it will not be tolerated. And that's why Assemblymember Bakari and I welcome this motion and the bold steps it is pushing the Mayor to take. Elected politicians at all levels must use our platform to speak out against anti-Semitism and take any action we can to tackle it. And I'm meeting once again with the Community Security Trust and the London Jewish Forum next week to be updated on anti-Semitic incidents in the capital, and I encourage all members who haven't to meet with these excellent organisations. But just before the pandemic, I visited the Community Security Trust in Barnet, and I have to say it was an astonishing experience. I left in awe of their incredible dedication and commitment. But also I felt this incredible sense of sadness and frustration that so much is going on in life, online, in the dark web, and the issues that so many Jews in London feel, that they're unsafe and they face anti-Semitism regularly. And as this motion outlines, earlier this month the Community Security Trust released its annual anti-Semitic incidents report for 2021, showing there was a staggering 1,254 anti-Semitic incidents reported to have taken place in London, rising by 33% from 2020. So, this is evidence enough that more needs to be done to tackle anti-Semitism in London. And it is quite frankly disgusting that Jewish children are increasingly being targeted in the capital city. But further to tougher action against perpetrators of anti-Semitic hate crimes, we also need to see City Hall work with Jewish communities right across the capital to understand how we can best tackle this and anti-Semitic views more widely. And that's why we really welcome that this motion calls on the Mayor to create a strategy for tackling anti-Semitism in partnership with Jewish community organisations. So we welcome this motion today. We want to support it unamended, but we think that is clearer. And we think the amendment, while some of it is welcome, we think it adds 2 new words and in some ways waters it down slightly.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. As a Jewish Assembly member, I can't speak for the entire Jewish community, just as one black person can't speak for the entire black community, or a trans person can't speak for the entire trans community. So I just want to put that caveat in there. But I can speak from my own personal lived experience. And that is, when I know anti-Semitism has gone up 45% in the capital in the last year, that makes me nervous. I don't think it can make any Jewish person not nervous. And I don't think it diminishes anti-Semitism at all to talk about other hate crime. Because unless we sort out hate crime against the black community, against the trans community, against women, we can't be free until we are all free. So I think this is a much bigger conversation about how we police the city. And of course we need Met reform, and we don't just do that by choosing a new commissioner. We make sure that we change the stage that the new commissioner is about to step on. I think in culture, it's really important to acknowledge that soon we won't have many Holocaust survivors left, and actually it's really important we find new ways of telling those stories and maintaining that story. The Green Group will be supporting Labour's amendment because, quite simply, I want to be very clear. I want to thank Sadiq Khan for his allyship to the Jewish community. There are plenty of things that I will criticise the Mayor of London for, but I will not criticise him for his absolute allyship with the Jewish community. He has been out there meeting in our communities, he's been to Jewish festivals, he's been lighting the Hanukkah lights, and although we can't be complacent, this is still a serious issue, he acknowledges that and he is taking action and must continue to take responsibility. Finally, Chair, if I may, just on the subject of allyship, Vladimir Zelensky has called on all Jews around the world to show solidarity with Ukrainians and to speak out against what's happening in Ukraine. As an elected Jewish person in the UK, I take that responsibility really seriously. So I absolutely do stand in solidarity with Ukraine, as I know all Assembly members will, and London does too. And we must call on the government and the Home Secretary to make sure that they are using the toughest economic sanctions and that we're accepting refugees in this country as we accepted Jewish refugees in the past. So back to the motion, be supporting the motion and Labour's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Assembly Member Devenish.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and apologies for not being there today. I had the dual pain of the tube strike and a dentist appointment. I really wanted to speak on this motion. I'm going to be very simple and direct, having spoken to a number of members of the Jewish community. I am in no way saying that Sadiq Khan is not, as we are all, appalled by any form of racism. And him going to meet the chief rabbi on his first day as mayor is something that I have applauded throughout the last 6 years. But this is not about the mayor directly. It's about how he interfaces with the police. How are the police following up these terrible, terrible crimes? I'm afraid when we sit in PCC quite often and the police say they can't arrest on the day because it will be a crowd control issue, or they can't arrest on the day because of X, Y, and Z, that's fine, so long as they follow up and arrest the people later. And that clearly is not happening, which is why I completely support this motion, particularly the penultimate point about us having a confidential report every quarter at the PCC, so we can understand what the Deputy Mayor for Policing is doing in making sure, and I appreciate these are operational matters, but making sure the Met are following up and arresting these vile people. It's as simple as that. I know it's difficult, but that is what policing is about. And many of these incidents are on CCTV. Many of these incidents are live on Sky News and the BBC. It is a question quite often of police officers following up afterwards painstakingly and arresting racist criminals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next I saw Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak to the amended motion. I just wanted to, however, point out that I hope it's taken in good faith that the asks that the Conservatives put down haven't been substantially amended in the way that they outline actions, including that point that Assembly Member Devonish spoke to. But I just wanted, excuse me, as an AM who represents a large Jewish community, both in Hackney but also in parts of Waltham Forest, I welcome this motion. I welcome the fact that we are recognising and continue to recognise the particular pressures and particular form of hatred that anti-Semitism is towards a group of people in our capital. I really relish the fact that I live side by side with Jewish people. And I should also say that changing to communities rather than community was just to reflect that diversity within the Jewish population and Jewish Londoners. But I really think it is important to, just by way of context, to outline what the Mayor and others have done. And like you, Assemblymember Pigeon, many of us on this side do have a relationship with the London Jewish Forum, and we really welcome that within our own party groups. I'm sure there are groups that update us on issues that affect the Jewish community and what practical steps we can take. And so I just wanted to speak to that point. And I guess the other thing is as well, if you like, the emotional response that Assemblymember Polanski was talking about. I am not Jewish, but I do know what it's like when something is said or done not about you, but to you or about you, and you know that moment when a little piece of you dies inside. That is something which Jewish Londoners go through day by day, and I just really hope that people here can understand that the amendments are to strengthen this and are not in any way to negate the asks that you have put forward, and many of us would welcome that information that you've called for.
Thank you. I haven't seen anyone else indicate, so if that's the case, we'll go to the summing up. Call upon Assemblymember Boff.
Thank you.
No, the order is the seconder of the original motion speaks first, then the seconder of the amendment, and then the proposer of the amendment, and then the actual proposer of the motion. That's the order. Member Boff.
Thank you very much, Chair. At no point did the motion say that the Mayor has done nothing, and that was wrong for the member to say that. Sorry? Oh, are we standing? Oh, of course. Actually, it looks a bit silly standing from here. But okay. At no point did the motion in any way say that the Mayor is doing nothing. And of course, we accept that the Mayor is concerned about this issue. The bit that I'm most concerned about in the amendment is the bit where it says, and is concerned that since our motion in June 2021, that very little has changed. I'm sorry, but if you're a Jewish person on the 253 or 254 bus, very little has changed. Very little has changed. There are constant anti-Semitic references from other passengers. There is constant stress for those Jewish passengers because they've now got to the situation of where they don't know whether or not they're going to be abused on that bus route. And what's even worse is that when those abuses take place, we have instances of where drivers have not triggered code red in order to get assistance. We know the procedures are in place, we know the right words are being used, but the actions are not following. And one rabbi who I've talked to said it's like there's open season on Jews in Hackney. That's his view. That's how vulnerable that community feels. And I understand you want to load lots of stuff about saying how wonderful the Mayor is, but the fact is it's his job to ensure that these minimum standards are kept to and that they are carried out. And quite clearly, if you look Jewish on that bus route, if you look Jewish, the chances are you're going to have some kind of accusation. We must speak loudly and with one voice and no mealy-mouthed amendments to make it look like everything's okay. We must stand behind Jewish people in this city and ensure that we are looking after them. and not just using them as a political game. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper, it's now your turn.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And I lived in Stamford Hill for a number of years, and I went to university at University College London, and I used the 253 bus every day for a period of time. And so I'm very familiar with that route, and I'm very familiar with the community in Stamford Hill, having lived amongst it. My heritage, though, is not Ashkenazi. My heritage is Sephardi. My grandmother came here from Turkey, and she fled, and so did members of her family. And we look today at a situation where there is fighting practically on our doorstep. We look at a situation where hate crimes across the board are going up. We also talked earlier on today about the fact that this is the anniversary of when a woman left my constituency and died before she got back to her home in Lambeth. So I think Assemblymember Palansky is quite right to talk about the need not to start picking out separate things and it's not a favourite word of mine, but intersectionality, and the need to bring hate crime against Jews and against other Londoners together, because, you know, if I talk to people in the black community, they are also going to tell me about the situation, which any one of us can sit on a bus and watch, and sometimes we can also intervene. So, having said that as my introduction, what I would say is that there's absolutely no equivocation from us on the need to tackle anti-Semitism or any other form of hate crime in London. We've seen this very worrying rise of incidents of many types of hate crime, and it needs to be clamped down on. And we have had critical things to say about the way that the police have responded, which is why we are completely supporting all of the calls in this motion, because we think the police need to step up, but not just in terms of their response to anti-Semitism, which has been insufficient, but in their response to dealing with crimes against young gay men. And the Port inquiry has exposed that. And we are looking at a situation where there are many areas where we need to see a big improvement. So I think we need to recognise that the Mayor has done a great deal to rebuild trust with the Jewish community, but there's so much more to do. And I hope you'll support the amendment and then vote in favour unanimously of the amended motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Deval.
Those community leaders that have actually spoken up from all communities, including Muslim community leaders, in speaking out against anti-Semitic behaviour. And there are lots of decent people out there doing it. I don't want to use this as a political football, but from my side sometimes it does feel that people are. And I'll be honest about that. I'm taking it in good faith in terms of what's being proposed. And that's why we're not amending the core issues of this motion or detracting from what we need to do and put the right people on the spot. But equally, we're not in denial. We're not going to have that the Mayor has done nothing. We've heard it around the table because the Mayor has done something. But we all need to do more, including him. We need to do more. We recognise that. We have no beef in terms of that general thrust. But we're not going to have dog whistle politics about that he's not done anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
On a point of personal explanation, please, because
I didn't name you, Chair.
You didn't.
Chair.
You didn't, but you did refer to
Then
my
I'm
contribution.
yeah, but I'm
you
sorry.
did refer to my contribution. I repeatedly said that it is not the case that we are saying in this motion that the Mayor has done nothing. It's not in there, and I'm struggling to get that interpretation from the motion that we proposed.
It's implied in, Chair, if I must, I'm sorry, I don't want to too late, but I must. It's implied in the motion, hence why I felt the need that we had to put something down. I'm not, as you know, if the Mayor needs to be criticised and have done nothing, I would not be putting it forward. The Mayor has done something and he has spoken out against this crime. But it's not just that, we need to do more. I'm completely on board with that. Everyone around this table is. But there has got to be an issue here about recognising facts. And what I've just put is facts. I've done nothing else. I've not put views. I've not in there. What I've put in there is what the Mayor is doing. But he needs to do more, along with others, to get rid of this scourge in our society.
Thank you. We're going to now call on Assembly Members Hall to sum up.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I think it's somewhat disingenuous to say that this is making politics on the basis that I think that hardly any motions ever go through without the Labour group having to put in something that the Mayor has done, that has said, etc., etc. On lots of them, we just shrug. On this particular motion, this to me is really, really important. If you look at the things you've taken out, and Assemblymember Boff mentioned it, it's concerned since then very little has changed. No, actually, it has. You're quite right. It's got much worse. Assemblymember Pigeon quoted from the Community Security Trust, the latest figures. They are absolutely appalling. I don't mind saying I will single out this group at this stage because the amount of crimes against them is staggering. It's dreadful. And we need to consider that we want something done in London about this. We are London Assembly members. The Mayor is the Mayor of London. Therefore, he is the one at some point, surely you recognise, he must be held responsible to look after these particular groups. I thank you, Assemblymember Pigeon. You are right. The least words, the better. Another thing that you've changed in your amendment is the actual numbers. Our number comes from the latest on the police's dashboard. Yes, it's there. It's there. Okay, if we change them, then I stand corrected. But the numbers are going up all the time. And we need to do something, and we need to call for something for this particular group, because it is shocking. And to actually put in, the Mayor has done this, and Assemblymember Plensky lighting Hanukkah lights, or lighting the candles for Hanukkah.
Assemblymember Hall, time's up. Can you wrap up, please?
Doesn't constitute doing this. I put forward the motion because I feel so strongly about it. We need to help our Jewish community in London.
Thank you. So I now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment...
I'm sorry, Chair, don't we vote on the amendment first?
I just said if you were listening. So those in favour of the amendment, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
Those against the amendment?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10 against, Chair, so that amendment is carried.
So the amendment is carried, so that now becomes a substantive motion. So all those in favour of the substantive motion, please.
And apologies, Chair, can I just clarify that members are now voting on the amended motion, as Assemblymember Prince says, but also as altered by Assemblymember Hall. So it's both things together. Thank you. I believe that's unanimous, Chair. That's unanimous.
Thank you. I'd now like to hand back to Assemblymember Boff.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Deputy Chair for doing that better than I could, actually. We now move on to, which is the next motion? I beg your pardon, I've lost my way. Oh, it's motion in the name of Assemblymember Best about reopening of the night tube. Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've brought this motion to us again. I don't think I need to hash over the arguments why the night tube is so important to London, but I will quickly go through. Obviously, we know over 150,000 Londoners signed a petition asking for the full reopening of the night tube. We know there's safety concerns across communities in London. We know shift workers are struggling to get to and from work. And we know that the chair of the British Medical Association has also called for the reopening of the night tube to assist with NHS workers and vital healthcare staff. The reason for bringing this motion back after we initially agreed on the 11th of November unanimously that we would require a timetable from the Mayor is because nothing has been forthcoming and London is still in the dark. So despite on that unanimous motion passing on the 11th of November, and despite the Mayor agreeing on the 18th of November that he would provide a timetable. Nothing has been received. And despite in the following December month, the Mayor again suggesting that that timetable would be forthcoming, nothing has been received. Despite asking for key information which would help us track how the progress with the reopening is coming, nothing has been received. I wrote to the Mayor in February, because one of the things he did say is that it would come in the new year. So I wrote to him in February. I said, where is this? And he said, you will get more information in the coming weeks, on the 4th of February. Nothing has been received. We're still waiting, and we need that information. The Assembly cannot be kept in the dark any longer, and I will be accepting the Labour alteration into this amendment because it shows that the Mayor is still not providing what was asked of him. So thank you for reiterating how the Mayor is not doing what he said he would do in November, and I appreciate the support. We need to know that information because we need to make sure that businesses are prepared, customers are prepared, stakeholders are prepared, TfL workers are prepared. The people that are going to be operating this service have no idea when it's returning as well. And everybody needs to know what the plan is. We need to know what needs to happen to achieve it. And I hope you will all support us today in calling on the Mayor and saying this should have come much sooner, but we need that timetable now. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. A.M. Best has absolutely hit the nail on the head. I mean, as she said, the full night tube service is absolutely vital for London's shift workers, many of whom are key workers who, in the Mayor's own words, saved lives and kept the city running. Now, these are people we all rely on. They police our streets, they care for our sick and vulnerable, they keep the lights on and the internet flowing. And there's a significant army of these people who work hard through the night and into the early hours to keep London running and to get our city ready for the day ahead. Take Heathrow Airport, for example, which lies just outside my constituency. Thousands of shift workers are employed there, often doing physically demanding jobs like cleaning, food preparation, or aircraft maintenance. These workers are waiting for night tube service on the Piccadilly line to recommence, and they've been kept waiting for some time now. Now, I'm sure that there are many members with experience of shift work. Personally, I have over a decade's worth of experience working round-the-clock shifts in a frontline railway job. And when you finish a busy 12-hour night shift, you are tired, and I mean properly tired. Your limbs ache, your eyes are heavy, your brain isn't functioning properly. You don't want to worry about a long, complicated commute home, and the last thing you want to do is to get into a car and try and drive in that condition. You just want to take the quickest, most direct route home and go to bed. And this is why people need the night tube. They are some of London's most important workers, and the Mayor owes it to them to be upfront and honest about when they can expect full service to resume. So we urge the Mayor to provide this timetable to full service on the night tube, and I hope that the Assembly can again repeat its call for him to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I call on Assembly Member Baker to second the amendment, please?
So I think, has the amendment been accepted? But can I speak to the amendment?
It has to be moved first in order
anyway.
to be accepted. So it's, yes,
But
please
thank
do.
you for the interview. Oh, I'm proposing it, yes. Apology. I am proposing proposing our amendment. So I'm really pleased to be...
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am really pleased to be
Propose the
seeking to...
amendment.
I'm still seeking to amend this motion on our very valued night tube services. As has been outlined, the night tube allows those working or socialising late at night to get home safely and easily, and it was a great relief to many when the Central and Victoria night tubes and then the night overground reopened. And just to restate our previous position, the Labour Group support the reopening of the night tube and support the call for a timetable for reopening and continue to do so. We do want to see this happen, and we welcome the Mayor's commitment to publish a timetable when it exists. To be honest, we're not entirely sure that passing repeated motions without further context will help TfL get there. And so that's why we're seeking to amend the motion, as it's a bit naive to ignore the wider situation in which this call is being made. We need to acknowledge that the impact of continued short-term funding deals is not conducive to TfL being easily able to properly plan and resource our London transport network. And I'm sorry if some of the Conservative members find it a bit dull that I'm talking about that again. It would be good if we didn't have to talk about this over and over again. I will be talking about it again just to warn you in future motions.
motions. The TfL's funding is not secure, it continues to be affected by COVID and the government playing games with emergency support and capital funding. Issues such as staffing levels, training, service demands, all wrapped up in a very uncertain future for our transport system. They're affected by strings put into by government into funding deals, and those are some of the things that are affecting the inability to put forward a full timetable. Anyone can see this. Anyone can put two and two together. So our motion adds the previous response that the Mayor has given to give a bit of context, and that a timetable resumption for the remaining lines will be made available soon to give customers and businesses time to prepare. So while we support the motion, the principles here, we're seeking to amend to make the situation more clear, and we really urge all Assembly members to focus on the future health of our whole transport network.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema to second the amendment, which is...
I second and reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I've had no indications, so you didn't reserve your right for long. Would you like to contribute?
I'm happy to contribute, but I feel that Assemblymember Baker has covered everything that I
Thank you very much. Now, Assemblymember Baker to sum up, which seems pointless, but you carry on if you're entitled to. Yes. And now, Assemblymember Best, and if you could then accept the amendment.
Yes, thank you, and I will be accepting the amendment, but it didn't speak about the long-term funding deal in the amendment, and there's a good reason for that, and I am glad you raised it, Assemblymember Baker, because the funding deal does not impact this. There was a 50-page spending review which the Mayor wrote and did not mention the night tube once. And I've asked the Mayor repeatedly, this is not to do with the spending review, this is a training issue, which is why we've asked for more information on that. And I think that the call is necessary again, because we cannot let this go off the table. And to show that we are united as an Assembly on this, I think is powerful, to show that we haven't forgot that we asked for this, and I don't think it is okay to wait from November until March for something that we've been promised. And so I would be pleased if you support us on this, because it is strong when we all speak with one voice.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Can I see all those in favour of the amended motion? All those in favour? I think that's unanimous. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Assemblymember. Next motion is again from Assemblymember Best, and it concerns Guardians of the Arches. Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair. And obviously, members will remember that I raised this at MQT in January. But this issue first came to my attention in December when a local constituent called in a state of desperation, and I agreed to go and meet him. And I, like Labour clearly did from their amendment, read that press release. I read that package of support for TfL, and I thought there is help there. We just need to help this guy access it. Only to find out that he couldn't access that support. And when he told me in desperation that there were others like him, I thought perhaps I would speak to 5, 10 people. But it was hundreds of businesses on our TfL network that felt lost and were in terrible, terrible, terrible economic trouble because of the impact of this pandemic. And that's when I resolved that we should bring this to MQT and help. The businesses that I met, we're not talking about large multi-million-pound businesses, global businesses. We're talking about small business owners who've built something from the ground up. They really do represent the heart of London. People that have moved here often from across the country or overseas, and they've built something from nothing, and it's unique in those little nooks and crannies of your stations, which will be the cornerstone of your communities. And I'm sure you will all know those separate shops that are unique to each area that I speak of. And those people are crying out for help and support and a plan for the future. And so that's why the Mayor and us must assist them in doing everything we can. And the reasons that I've given is why I cannot accept the Labour amendment, because it is simply factually incorrect. And it's a slap in the face of those struggling Londoners to tell them they're getting the support that they quite simply are not. And until they get that support in full, we cannot put something like that in motion. because they are looking for us to help them, not tell them they're getting something that they are not. And so I really hope that we will make a unanimous, united call today, because again, like in the previous motion and in the motion before that, we are best when we speak with one voice and with a clear message for London. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett to second.
I second and reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you. Now I'll call Assembly Member Baker to move the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. This section of the meeting is transport motions. So I'd like to thank the Conservative group for raising this crucial issue of the many small businesses struggling due to the impact of COVID, and I think it's worth reminding and emphasising that it is the impact of COVID that has caused the situation. I know Guardian of the Arches are a vital campaign and support group who do have regular contact with TfL on behalf of arch tenants, and it's really important that we listen to those issues. We're seeking to amend this motion as I and many other members of the Labour group have throughout last year been engaging with arch tenants and with TfL on a range of issues. And it's hugely important that Transport for London is a good, socially responsible landlord, and it's something we take very seriously. And we want to ensure that the steps that TfL have taken are acknowledged while we seek security and plans for tenants for the future. Even before the pandemic, none of this is incorrect that's in the motion. It is all absolutely correct. This is all being offered to arch tenants. Whether or not it has been accessed or is able to be accessed by every tenant is clearly something that needs to be looked into, and that's why we're supporting the motion overall while seeking to put in what actually has been done. Even before the pandemic, TfL were adjusting the way they engage with business tenants, and through the pandemic, adjustments were made to the level and timetable of rent payments, as well as other things we mentioned. There's no interest for Transport for London in valued businesses going under and paying no rent instead of what they can, and they have been supported. So while we while we're supporting the motion overall, we want to amend to amplify the support and engagement that could happen. And finally, and as it will come as no surprise that our amendment draws attention to the ongoing need for a fair long-term deal for London's transport. And again, it's not beyond any of us to work out that if funding for transport is reduced and requirements to raise alternative revenue are increased on TfL by the government, then TfL's flexibility to support arch tenants will be reduced. That is just a fact. So let's ask for that support these small businesses need. Let's acknowledge and increase the good practice, and let's make sure we call for the fair funding that will enable TfL to support arch tenants in the way they deserve.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmad to second the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I formally second reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I should start by saying I'm sure we all support Guardian of the Arches. Their plucky kind of grassroots local community spirit is exactly what London should be about, and local businesses. We do support the motion, however, we can't support the Labour amendment, and I'll explain why. I think this is a space where we absolutely need more cross-party working and making sure we are all regularly meeting with Guardian of the Arches and actually looking what do they want from a motion and what would they want amended. Because essentially we need affordable living rents. And the tenants of TfL Arches and the commercial properties have had some support, that's true. But it hasn't been all the support that they need, and for some people it's been good, and other people it hasn't. Now, they've spoken with the Green Office, and this is essentially what they had to say. They said TfL can be a really good landlord, particularly with the support in the Arches. The problem lies with tenants on the London Underground estate, because essentially TfL need to be an exemplar. They need to be an ethical landlord that show the best way to do things. And essentially we all need to support tenants and make sure that we're supporting London's businesses, so essentially Londoners can get what they need from that. So for those reasons, we're supporting the motion and not the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other contributions, so I'll go to Assembly Member Garrett, who reserved his right.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I have anything to add on the substantive motion to what Assembly Member Best said. I'm in a horrible pincer movement of feedback here, aren't I? Let me try standing over here a little bit. What I wanted to comment on was the amendment and why I won't be supporting it. We heard in the previous motion, I know there's a contractual obligation for Labour to put in an amendment to every motion, sometimes accurately, sometimes not. We heard in the previous motion about how the funding deal is to blame for something which we all heard the Mayor himself say was a training and COVID issue when Assemblymember Best asked him previously. On this one, specifically, what we have in the amendment is wording about full rent relief and awarding direct rent credits, for example, which just have not happened. They have not happened. Maybe they have partly happened, but I think the wording of the amendment would leave us all in a position of supporting something or claiming that something has happened that we would all like to see, but that hasn't happened. And I think in good conscience, the job of the Assembly is to scrutinise the Mayor and hold him to account. I don't think we can vote for an amendment that is bigging up the Mayor and the things that he's done when he has not actually done those things. So for that reason, I think the amendment must fall, and the motion, I hope, will prompt some of these actions to actually be completed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Ahmed to sum up on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I visited our arches in Brixton in my own constituency of Lambeth and Southwark, and had a very nice cup of tea in the Cafe Rio, which is based in one of the arches. While those arches are not managed by TfL, the difficulties facing those traders are the same. A lack of customers due to the COVID pandemic, and even now that those restrictions have ended, a reduction in the number of customers that they were getting pre-pandemic due to more people working from home or not travelling in for various reasons. The latest figures show passenger journeys are 66% below their pre-pandemic level overall, with tube journeys at 57%, rail journeys at 63%, and bus journeys at 72%. I know that TfL has turned the concept of a landlord on its head from an arm's length transactional relationship to one of partnership. I hope this partnership will continue over the coming months and years so that small businesses on the TfL estate will have a future. But TfL needs help to support those tenants. The government is requiring TfL to make £400 million worth of savings or create new income in the current financial year, as well as the same amount in the next financial year. This is putting unbearable pressure on TfL to increase its commercial income for its tenants. As the guardians of the arches, who we all support, have said on the lack of funding, it's central government who are creating this crisis and refusing to listen. I hope all Assembly members will vote for our amendment that calls on the Mayor, TfL and government to work together to provide TfL with the long-term funding that they need to invest in businesses in London's railway arches.
Thank you. Assemblymember Baker to sum up, I beg your pardon, you're summing up on the amendment, not Assemblymember Ahmed.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just be really brief. I'm really disappointed in the response not to support the motion, the amendment from the Conservative group. It does two things. It puts out some factual support that has been given. Really disappointed that there's any implication that we might be putting down stuff that hasn't been offered. It has gone to arch tenants. That is absolute reality, and seeks to link it to the need for full fair funding. Both of those things do not seek to change the call for additional plans and additional support, but seek to encourage the good practice where there is and put it in the context of where our funding might go if we don't get fair funding for Transport for London. Disappointed if that's where we go, but I think both of those things are absolutely essential.
Thank you. And Assemblymember Best to sum up on the motion.
Thank you. And can I actually say something I should have said the first time, which is to actually thank the Labour group genuinely, because in this amendment you didn't actually seek to remove any of the asks of the Mayor, which I do appreciate, and it shows that you actually are fully behind this issue. But I think the reason for your motion, and especially from hearing your amendment, and hearing that, is there is a fundamental misunderstanding of this motion. And it doesn't speak just for the Arches tenants, it speaks for all tenants of the London Underground. And I think Assemblymember Plansky began to outline in his comment saying, I don't want to make this too logistical, but there are a couple of management teams within TfL, And there is one really good example of how to work with tenants and work for tenants, and there is one example of how to not do that. And so that is why this motion is speaking specifically for all tenants and not just those of the arches. And that final line in your amendment, which referred just to the London's railway arches, I think shows slightly where you may have misunderstood this motion and why the amendment does not make sense for this motion. But having said that, I again thank everyone and thank Greens and hopefully the Lib Dems as well for what I hope will be a cross-party call to support those vital small businesses across our TfL estate.
Thank you. Can I now see all those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Baker, please show.
That's 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
And can I see all those against the amendment proposed?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in favour, Chair.
So the amendment is passed. Can we now see all those in favour of the amended motion, please?
That is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the amended motion? Nobody against. Okay, we'll now move to, so that is carried. We now move to the next motion on the agenda, which is in the name of Assembly Member Bailey, and it's concerning safer neighbourhood boards.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, my fellow Assembly members. Look, this motion is about the unheard, the vast majority of London communities who are simply not having their chance to talk about their worries, their ideas, their initiatives to help solve the crime epidemic we face in London. This is not to say the Mayor has done nothing. That's been a bit of a theme this morning. I want to be very clear about that. But the Mayor often talks about money as if it is an outcome. And yes, some money does exist for safer neighbourhood boards, but that money simply is not making its way to the coalface. And of course, money alone, without support, without an ambition for those boards, is no good. A real example of that is the Mayor's police and crime plan. It makes very little mention of antisocial behaviour, almost no mention of fraud. If you were to talk to communities across London, they would bring fraud up very readily. A third of all crime in London is fraud. But it isn't reflected in the plan because the Mayor is not listening. MOPAC are not giving the Mayor the opportunity to listen. Antisocial behaviour, as we all know, drives much more serious crime in the end, and that is not a big enough conversation happening here in the Assembly and in the Mayor's police and crime agenda. It sometimes feels to the volunteers who are running these safer neighbourhood boards that they're being run into the ground deliberately by MOPAC. Many of the people you speak to who run these boards will tell you this. They feel like they're deliberately being run into the floor. The lack of ambition is one thing, but a simple thing of not paying bills on time, agreeing to things and not providing officers to attend, all of these things are making these boards weaker and making them disappear. Indeed, in the Mayor's police and crime plan, there is no mention, absolutely no mention of safer neighbourhood boards. I think that's something that we dearly need to change and turn around. We all know that policing by consent needs the voice of the public. Whatever your feelings about safer neighbourhood boards, they're the only game in town. We should be strengthening that game, not ignoring that game. It's very, very important if we're ever to solve London's crime problems. The thing what comes across the most when you speak to neighbourhood boards is the fact that they cannot be developed. If there's a board next door to you that is stronger than your board, or in a place where it doesn't exist in London, there's no mechanism for having the funding spread across or having the strength of that board help develop another board in a different part of London. Many of you constituency members here, and certainly the London-wide members would know, that crime looks different in different communities.
Please, could you bring your comments to a conclusion?
To have that voice heard, I'd commend you to support this motion. This isn't about bashing the mayor. This is about getting resource and development to the front line to make London a safer place.
Thank you, Assembly Member. You've squeezed a few more seconds out than you're entitled to.
Of course.
Assembly Member Rogers, please, to second.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to second this motion. Safer neighbourhood boards are a vital link between the police and the communities that they serve. For example, at the last Safer Neighbourhood Board meeting in Richmond a few weeks back, participants spoke about how to combat shoplifting and antisocial behaviour in Teddington and Hampton Wick. They discussed how to tackle violence against women and girls in the borough. They shared intelligence and information with the police, and as a result, both the police and the community came away with a better understanding of the challenges in the borough and how they might be addressed. Such discussions foster cooperation and openness. They engage communities in the task of policing London. They bring people together, and they help the police keep us safe. The primary objective for the police is to prevent crime, and the best way to achieve this is through robust, intelligence-led community policing. Safer neighbourhood boards are a critical source of this intelligence for the police. And I very much share the concerns about MOPAC's support for safer neighbourhood boards. We have heard these concerns from Londoners directly involved with the boards. And worryingly, there are reports of SNBs having to close through lack of support. This is just not right. Every borough deserves an effective, active, safer neighbourhood board, fully supported by MOPAC. This motion calls for action from MOPAC to allay Londoners' concerns and to ensure that the great work done by safer neighbourhood boards across the city is effectively supported. So I hope members will vote for this motion.
Now, Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you. I'll start by declaring an interest. Of course, my wife is the chair of the London-wide Safer Neighbourhood Board and is also chair of Lewisham Safer Neighbourhood Board. But ironically, she did come to the PCC meeting in December and was one of the guests. I just believe that the way that MOPAC treats the SMBs is absolutely appalling. From the evidence given at that meeting, ironically by somebody called Teo Prince, she pointed out that it is, referring to MOPAC, it is tardy in making the payments because from the beginning of this season, they have not committed to making any payments. And then she goes on to say, this happened in 2020, happened in 2021, happened in 2022. It is absolutely appalling. They don't even get the purchase orders done in order to get the payments made. As my colleague, Assembly Member Rogers said, we have already lost one board. We've lost the Hammersmith and Fulham board, and I have it on good authority that the Barking and Dagenham one is on the rocks, and that is about to go under as well. And what happens is that every year, MOPAC give an allocation of funding, it's around about £30,000 to these boards. Those boards, in good faith, then put that money out to different organisations across their boroughs, and they are then committed to working on programmes, and then when those organisations come back to MOPAC for the payment of those programmes, MOPAC do not come up with the money. The SMBs make the commitment on behalf of MOPAC, and then MOPAC do not come up with the money, and then the SMBs are in the embarrassing situation where the money is not there to give to these organisations. I think it's absolutely appalling. Thank you.
Thank you. Well timed, may I say. Now I'd ask, I've seen no others who want to contribute. Oh, Assembly Member Duval.
Mike.
Mike's not here.
Just to reassure Assembly Member Garrett, there is no amendment from our side on this, because we do accept that Safer Neighbourhood boards do play a crucial role, a part of that community engagement and part of the civil society later on. In fact, my colleague, Assembly Member Rajesh, has spoken quite eloquently about this in different factions, whatever. But we shouldn't just think it's just limited to Safer Neighbourhood boards, because there is a whole range of issues that we should be working on. It's not replacing one with another. And that worries me, that all too certain people say, well, actually, we might not need this because it doesn't quite suit certain circumstances, and we need this. Well, actually, we need everything. I don't see what the problem is in communication and community engagement being done on a number of fronts. So I welcome this motion at the moment because I don't think the executive is being very clear about the direction of travel on this, and we can't carry on in the way that I think has been described as a slow death of that. I started off on these predecessor boards as a 18-year-old, as a area youth authority rep. I replaced someone not being ageist, but he was in his 70s. He was representing young people on a police consultative committee. So I know the strengths and weaknesses of these bodies. I feel that because I followed them and do that. I do not want to see this provision die that slow death. So we need to reinvigorate it, as the motion implies. We need to think about that, but we also need to think wider. And that's not suggesting there's anything wrong with this motion. It didn't need amending because I think it dealt with a specific task. But we also need to think, as we go through this, this process, what else can we do to reinvigorate that community engagement? Because it is policing by consent. If police officers don't understand that, or those that oversee police officers don't understand that, it's a terrible day for us all in terms of tackling crime in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. You were a young man then, and you're a young man now, Assembly Member, of course.
Not
Well,
so
compared
quite.
to me,
No.
you are anyway. Assembly Member Bailey to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying I welcome the comments from Assembly Member Duval. I too started on a police consultative group many years ago as a youth rep, but I was actually a youth at that point, not so much now. Look, just to be clear, this isn't about SMBs being more important or less important than anything else. This is about the base. If you talk about community engagement now, it largely doesn't exist, and this was the first tool to do it, and I think a very important tool to do it because it's general, it involves everybody. Normally when we go to the other pieces of community involvement, we get very specific. This is a broad general way of getting the largest number of Londoners involved. And also the other bits of work that we can do around consultation would probably spring from the Safer Neighbourhood Boards. The thing I would say about crime in London, the Mayor has spoken a lot about money. And money is not the outcome. Money is the input. The outcomes need to be driven by that money. So the money is actually there. What we're asking for already, in monetary terms, already exists. It's now about getting the best return on that money. Because if you speak to communities about crime, which I regularly do, they'll tell you there's two things missing from solving London's crime problem. One is the sanction detection rate. Nothing emboldens criminals like getting away with it, to use a term. And the other one is the community voice. Resources around policing are limited, we all know that. So having the community direct where some of those resources go will be very helpful for us all. So I commend this motion to you because it's meant in the best collegiate way that we can all send a strong message to MOPAC that these boards need not only supporting but actually need developing so that they can become stronger, not weaker. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I put the motion to the Assembly? All those in favour, please? I think that's a unanimous, yes. Thank you very much. The next motion on the agenda, motion number 5, was withdrawn this morning. And so we've now moving on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Berry and concerning safe homes for women leaving prison. Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I want firstly to commend the Housing Committee as a whole for its long-term work around this issue, since it was first initiated by my predecessor, former Assembly Member Murad Qureshi, when he was chair of the committee last year. I believe, and I think we all do, that everyone leaving prison should have somewhere safe and secure to live. But far too many women are released with just £46, a plastic bag of belongings, and no place to live. New figures we've received from the Governor of Bronzefield Prison in Surrey, where a large number of imprisoned women from London ascent show that 65% of the women released from there have no safe home to go to. 5 months ago, the IMB report had figures of 77%. Now, for the vast majority of women leaving prison to be homeless, it's completely unacceptable. Right at the moment, when these women should be rehabilitating and starting afresh, they face huge barriers which have further long-lasting impacts on their lives, on their families' lives, and consequences, therefore, for the whole of society. Lack of access to secure housing creates barriers in getting work, difficulties with getting benefits, with maintaining positive mental health. It can lead to a return of harmful behaviours, an increased chance of reoffending, and all kinds of problems that we absolutely have to try and prevent with everything we've got. We also know that women are less likely to sleep rough because they turn to unsafe means to avoid doing so. They can risk going back to abusers or being lured back into substance abuse. And we know that the short sentences that most women are given are cruelly prone to making this homelessness worse. Many are just long enough to lose a rented home, and finding a new home from prison is almost impossible without help. The Assembly's Police and Crime Committee have also looked at these issues in 2018, and we published a report, A Long Way From Home, which recommended more use of community sentences and alternative approaches to prevent this exact problem. Now, all these problems, all these reasons make this motion important. It's about the women coming out of prison themselves and the wider impact too. And it's the culmination of work set in motion by campaigners at the London Prisons Mission, the Safe Homes for Women Leaving Prison Initiative, alongside the Prison Reform Trust and St Martin in the Fields. Together, they've been campaigning for solutions to these problems since 2019. And in response to their evidence, as chair of the Housing Committee, Assembly Member Qureshi wrote to all the London boroughs to ask about their processes around their duty to refer for prison leavers. Now, I'm running out of time and my timer's not working. So we've taken it all forwards and we're calling for action today. The actions here come from that campaign, and I think we can all agree that it's very, very important that we carry on this work as an Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and of course you'll have an opportunity to say anything you've missed out later. So, Assembly Member Moema to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Assembly Member Berry for inviting us to second this motion, and we wholeheartedly support the intent and the aims of this. I had the pleasure of meeting for the first time the London Prisons Mission yesterday, and they explained a lot of the work that they have been carrying out, and it was just really insightful. I know we talk about sometimes why there are reasons why the Labour group and others will draw on what more government needs to do, and I think this is a real opportunity to really highlight those areas where local government has been given powers, Homelessness Reduction Act, for example, but also, crucially, for this body, where the Mayor of London can really take a leadership role and work with local authorities here in the capital and work alongside London councils, for example, and those women who are trying to re-enter society and returning home to re-establish their lives, perhaps link up again with their families. I know that there are many people, many women who are returning to parts of my constituency who really have benefited and would benefit from this type of support. And I really think there is an amazing amount of work that could be done, that the Mayor has led on many great actions, including the London Blueprint, but there is a really great opportunity here for us to have real, tangible actions. And as somebody who joined the committee when this piece of work was happening, I, as Assembly Member Berry and Assembly Member Boff, will know lots of questions about lots of things that have happened before I arrived, but I'm really pleased to continue this work and work alongside those campaigners to make sure that we can avoid the situation where we know that where those women are, they are incarcerated. We know that they will need a place to live when they come out to re-establish their lives, and that is something which I do not believe is beyond the wit of local authorities in the capital, and we can really support those women to avoid reoffending. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Both Assembly Member Bukhari and I fully support this motion and thank Assembly Members Berry and Moenber for tabling it today. I'm a passionate advocate for improving the support provided to women leaving prison in London. Women in the capital should not be leaving prison to an environment that puts them at risk of physical and psychological harm. And as we've heard, women leaving prison often face unique challenges and risks, and this needs to be recognised and considered. And the current failings in so many aspects of public policy, many of which are outlined in this motion, were powerfully demonstrated to me when I visited HMP Downview near Sutton with other members of the Police and Crime Committee back in January 2018. It's one of those committee visits that has so stuck in my mind, because we spoke to women there who shared some awful stories, truly awful stories about how they had been failed. And I remember vividly speaking to one woman who had so little support that when she left prison on a Friday afternoon, because that's the best time, isn't it, to leave prison and have access to services, she immediately committed another low-level offence so she could return to prison, because that she felt was safer for her to be back there straight away. This just shows a sign that this system is completely broken and one that is failing many women, many of whom are the most vulnerable in our society. So if delivered, the asks of the Mayor outlined in this motion would make a huge difference to women leaving prison, including actions around finding alternatives to custodial sentences for those low-level crimes and ensuring more action is taken to ensure that women leaving prison have access to decent, safe accommodation as a base for rebuilding their lives. I really hope all members will be able to support this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Assembly Members Berry and Moema for bringing this to committee, because this is an area of huge need. I spent over 10 years working in one of London's biggest drug programmes, and one of the reoccurring themes was how vulnerable women were when they were released from prison. Many women were released from prison and came directly to us, which was always astonishing because it meant that they were risking coming into contact with people that they'd been using with throughout their lives. But because they had no alternative, they had to take that risk. It was a constant toing and froing of trying to prevent that. And where this motion is so powerful is because it asks for a number of very specific practical things that can be done. And I think we're at the point now where the need is so big that actually things need to be done. And there's a number of them in here that I think would make a really big forward step for this situation. So I just want to thank you for tabling this motion. I think there's a number of young women across the capital who'd be really happy to know that we're discussing this project and trying to deliver real alternatives to the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry, to sum up, though it doesn't look like you're going to need to do a lot. But
Thank you very much, Chair. No, in fact, I'd like to say a little bit more, if that's okay, because I did run out of time before.
Your time.
I think, thank you for everyone's comments. It's a really good example here of how, through cross-party work, looking in detail at an issue alongside people on the ground, we can come up with really practical steps that can genuinely make a difference. We've taken the really insightful information we got from councils, for example, in response to that letter that I mentioned that we wrote. We've taken that to the Justice Committee in Parliament. We've been able to genuinely start to influence the Ministry's strategy white paper team, for example. And I think these are things that we're really good at. I think the motion is really good. It comes from the campaigners. It's a genuine opportunity to reform a number of sectors that could play a much closer part working together on how people are released from prison. We can do a lot with the London Blueprint as well. It's been really well worked out. It's a lot of practical steps we can take at a local level, like Assemblymember Moema said. So I want to finish with a quote from Sarah, who was an imprisoned mother of two. She was supported by Reunite, and she said, the main problem women have coming out of custody is accommodation, because when you have got accommodation, everything else will fall into place. I think we need to make sure that we deal with that issue at its core, and it can have so many good knock-on effects as a result. So yes, I thank you all for voting in support of this motion.
Thank you very much. I'll now take all those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
Unanimous, Chair.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Russell, and it concerns vaccine patents.
Thank you, Chair. Vaccination rates in London have now reached over 64% for 2 doses, and this is creating a wall of immunity that is protecting us from coronavirus. And as a uniquely global city, and uniquely ethnically diverse, I believe London has an obligation to support vaccination globally for the safety of people living here and, importantly, for the communities that it is closely linked with all over the world. In Britain, a vast majority of us are vaccinated, but the whole continent of Africa has only been able to fully vaccinate 11% of its citizens, while low-income countries as a group have reached just 9%. Now, our country has hosted some of the most important research on vaccines in Oxford, creating medicines which can overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and which have been used around the world. However, it's unfair that this vital life and death knowledge, developed with huge public resource, is being privatised and monopolised by a handful of big businesses. In the 6 weeks leading up to Christmas, the UK, EU and US received more doses than all African countries received in the whole of 2021. This injustice has been labelled a vaccine apartheid, and I fear it will entrench global inequality for generations unless it's tackled urgently. Meanwhile, the 2 mRNA vaccines are generating $1,000 profit every second, based on selling those vaccines and keeping their recipes a secret. This inequality is a disgrace. We've seen the effects that coronavirus can have on society, the economy, and on our own families. Entire communities devastated by loss and nations struggling to bounce back are all symptoms of an awful virus that we have the power to beat. We're carrying the tools in our back pocket, but our government refuses to hand them over for others around the world to use. Solutions have been proposed by governments including India and South Africa. Nearly 18 months ago, those countries proposed waiving patents on COVID-19 vaccines, medicines, and sharing the recipes and know-how with all the factories that could safely produce them. Sadly, our government bought far more doses than it required and has donated just tiny amounts. In an interconnected world where our own safety depends on the safety of others around the world, this has to change. The whole world's safety and protection from future coronavirus variants depends on vaccinating the global population, and so I hope you will vote to support this motion.
Assembly Member Sahota to second. Dr. Sahota.
Chair, I formally second it and reserve my right.
I've had no indications from anyone else. Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. The human conflict against the spread of an infectious disease or air quality or climate change sees no boundaries. We are in it together. The human race is in it together to fight against this infectious disease. And none of us is protected until all of us are protected. And whilst we are enjoying the high levels of vaccination in this country, the government has been very successful in vaccinating a high number of people in this country. It is regrettable that only 11% of the low-income countries have had their first dose. They're not fully protected yet. They've only had the first dose. And whilst we might think that the infections are over, the virus is still out there. We are still exposed to the virus, and as international travel increases, as people coming from London are visiting their relatives overseas, or they're coming to London, their virus is being carried with them. And there's countries who don't have the proper testing systems in place or the proper mechanisms for seeing how much spread it is in their own countries. It makes it important that vaccination is very important. We need an extraordinary human effort. The previous Prime Minister Gordon Brown drew our attention to the extraordinary effort we made when there was a global economy fall in the worldwide and the global financial crisis. We can come together This will bring out the very best of human spirit if you reach out to help other human beings in the world. This is truly a humanitarian conflict, humanitarian crisis, where we all need to pull together and look to the common human spirit that lives in all of us. And just to re-emphasize that the World Trade Organization should remove the patent rules, waiver them, and that our government should be fighting at the WTO to make these vaccines accessible to the very poorest, to every single human being in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Subsequent to you standing up, another Assembly member indicated, so I've just checked and it is in order. So Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you. So I'm just distancing myself slightly from that speaker. I'm not sure it's helping. I just wanted to say, I think the comments that we've heard about the importance of vaccination and the importance of sharing vaccinations with the developing world, I think, are very important. My concern, and the reason why I won't be voting for the motion, is I think there is perhaps an obvious argument about the difficulty of intellectual property and the Pandora's box potentially opening up of confiscating that. But actually, that's not even the main reason. The main concern that I have is that the recipe, which is what we're effectively talking about here, this is not like sort of baking a cake. This is extraordinarily complicated high-tech manufacturing, particularly the new mRNA vaccines. And there's a real concern that you may end up with poor quality or counterfeit type products. And so I think, which would do nobody any good, least of all the people who would be receiving those products. So I think the correct way to achieve the goal that I think we would all share to vaccinate the world is actually through the COVAX mechanism, whereby the existing manufacturers who have not only the recipe but the know-how, which has taken a very long time to develop, they would maintain it, and richer countries such as the UK would then donate money, as we already have, to that COVAX process to have those vaccines manufactured and distributed. I think while it sounds like a sensible thing just to release the recipe into the world and allow as many people as possible to manufacture it, I think in terms of maintaining quality, I don't think that actually that would work out in quite the way that is being portrayed here. So I think the COVAX route, which the government is already using, is the correct route. And I think that releasing the IP route, I think, sounds superficially attractive, but would not be as effective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now I'll call on Assembly Member Russell to sum up.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Assemblymember Dr. Sahota for seconding this motion. Assemblymember Garrett, the motion wording specifically says that sharing the ingredients and techniques with all factories that could safely produce them. That the point that you have raised is something that has been being thought about by the people who are campaigning for a patent waiver for vaccines. So I just simply want to say that asking companies to share their knowledge and vaccine recipes to allow the scale up of vaccine production globally is not only the right thing to do, but it is our duty to keep both ourselves and people across the world safe and to prevent new and dangerous variants from emerging. And that depends on people being vaccinated everywhere. And that's why I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
So can I see all those Assembly members in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Russell?
In favour, Chair.
All those against the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, Chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against, Chair. No, sorry, 7. 1, 2, 3. Apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8.
8, Chair. Apologies.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we'll now move. So that motion is carried. Let's now move to the last motion on the order paper, which concerns funding transport for London, and that's in the name of Assembly Member Pidgeon.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. This motion returns to some long-standing issues, but it is vital that as an Assembly we reiterate our position and also challenge some false claims that have been made. The latest settlement for Transport for London, whilst welcome, it was yet another short-term settlement running until the 24th of June. And the case for a long-term settlement has been put forward clearly by the Transport Committee, cross-party, and continued delays to a long-term solution come with a price. But for the sake of our transport system, a permanent deal needs to be in place for both revenue and capital, that long-term investment. Now, senior TfL staff have been tied up in continual negotiations. TfL has been paralysed by the lack of long-term funding, and no business could operate with the lack of clarity and inability to plan for the future. From my Mayor's questions, we have uncovered that 10 full-time employees of TfL have spent all of their time on funding negotiation work, and both the Commissioner and Chief Finance Officer have spent around 50% of their time tied up with continual negotiations. But in addition, there's been up to 250 full-time staff who've had to complete the extensive work required to prepare for the ongoing negotiations and the delivery of the ongoing funding conditions. This is similar, I'm sure, on the civil service side as well. It is not sustainable. But the real cost of negotiations goes much, much wider than this. TfL has not started any new capital enhancement projects since summer 2021. So the security of a long-term funding agreement is required urgently so that TfL can plan and efficiently allocate resources in order to provide Londoners and the country with the reliable and efficient transport service that they deserve. Now, we know the train operating companies have been receiving long-term finance agreements, unlike TfL. We know up till mid-October, the train operating companies had received £11.9 billion, so probably today it's more like 14 billion. And in contrast, TfL has received around £4.5 billion, £500,000 of which was borrowed money, not grant. Let's make sure that detail isn't overlooked. So we think accurate and regularly published information is vital to ensure there's a fair comparison between the funding of those train companies and TfL. And it's also vital those train companies are held to account in relation to their service delivery. So at the heart of this motion, it really is just calling for TfL to be treated fairly, for TfL to have a long-term finance deal, to be treated similarly to the train companies, the publication of the independent and taxpayer-funded report into TfL finances, a call that London businesses have long made, and for government to publish without delay the full payments made to the train operating companies. These are reasonable requests, and I hope everyone will support this motion today.
Thank you, Assembly Member. To second is Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the Liberal Democrat group for bringing this motion forward, and I'm pleased to be able to briefly second. I've already spoken about a couple of the ways that a failure to provide financial security for TfL is bending the decisions of our transport system out of shape today, as well as the threat of service cuts hanging over us, and as Assemblymember Pigeon has discussed, inability to order new rolling stock or start new capital projects, including those that would improve road safety and save lives. I'd particularly like to highlight the impact on Transport for London staff, many of whom are facing chronic insecurity around the work they're doing, unstable work programmes and endless hours spent on reports to go to the Department for Transport that then seem to go down the back of the DfT sofa. It's having a corrosive impact on morale and the organisation's ability to bounce back after the pandemic. On the specifics of the ask of the motion, there's a real feeling among Londoners that we are not being treated fairly. So the asks are for transparency from the Secretary of State for Transport, release the 2020 KPMG report into TfL Finance, release the information on funding of all transport providers so that we can compare what private train operating companies are getting, and let's see if London is really getting a fair deal.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think in the words of Alan Sugar, it is with regret that we will not be supporting this motion. Fundamentally, I agree with the bulk of the motion. I think that there's not one person in the room who doesn't honestly believe that we need a long-term funding agreement for TfL. We need a long-term funding agreement for revenue. we need a long-term agreement for capital. Andy Byford, as has been mentioned, is working really hard. I think he's been a real sea change at TfL. He's made a magnificent difference there, a vast improvement. But he's spending the bulk of his time in these negotiations. That can't be right. I did approach we did approach the Liberal Democrats to see if they would remove the issue around publishing the KPMG report. Unfortunately, they won't do that, and that is the reason why we cannot support this motion. That report was commissioned so that the government have better understood TfL finances. That is their negotiating tool. You cannot ask them in the middle of a game of cards to show their hand when they're in the middle of the negotiation. So I agree, once the negotiation is finished, that should be made public and we should see the content of that report. But at this moment in time, I think it would be foolish to ask for that, and therefore we cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry, I cannot believe that Assemblymember Prince, who I normally have a great deal of regard for, has just described this as if it's some kind of game of cards. This is not a game for Londoners. This is absolutely vital for our futures as a city in terms of addressing the climate emergency, that we sort out the deal with the government. And, you know, I am really ashamed that you're talking about voting against this. You often say to us, oh, you just propose amendments because you're trying to protect the mayor. Actually, we've proposed some amendments today, didn't change the asks at all, not even one iota, because we wanted the motions to be accurate. You, on the other side of the table, and most of you are playing with your phones and not really listening, you should be supporting us in going to the government, and yet that's why you won't support this motion. It's got nothing to do with you're saying, oh, you know, we asked the Liberal Democrats to remove one expression from it. Caroline Pidgeon has proposed something that we should all be unanimously supporting, and I call on everyone in this room to support it. Stand up for Londoners and stop being afraid of addressing your government when they are utterly wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Matter of personal explanation, please.
Okay.
Personal explanation. I obviously use the example of the cards to give an example of a negotiation position. I'm not belittling the position, but you said that I have not supported going to the government and asking them for more funding. Well, actually, I think if you were to put your memory hat on, you would remember that it was I that called on the Mayor to join with all parties to write the letter to the Secretary of State calling for funding for London around the VED, and ironically I was the only one who wasn't allowed to sign that letter, but all the leaders of the different groups signed that letter. So when it comes to funding for London, I can assure you that I'm at the very forefront of it.
Thank you. I would say to the Assembly member, if you're going to criticise other Assembly members for being on their phones, you should really see where I am, see things from where I am. Well, let's go on to Assembly Member Pidgeon, please.
Thank you very much. Let me just pick up a couple of points. This is the first time I have heard that the Conservatives wanted to remove that. That has not been reported to me, and there have been discussions between all parties for several days. So if you'd come to me on that, we could have looked at that. But I think I would have said no, because the taxpayer has paid for this report, and TfL also paid for a report, the Mayor did. And we've seen their report and the suggestions, which include things like the pension fund and other things to look at. We don't know what was in KPMG's report. There might be things that we should be looking at as a Transport Committee, as an Assembly, but we can't because it's not in the public domain. I think by now it should be in that public domain. So I will acknowledge, I do want on record, cross-party, the letter that went off last week, week before from the Transport Committee was very strong and very clear that we want a long-term deal, and we all signed up to that, which is very welcome. I want to reiterate that and reiterate our call for this publicly funded report to be put into the public domain. Let's support transparency. Let's see where there might be areas that we can get TfL onto a stable financial footing.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to put that motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Pidgeon?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the motion?
That's 8 votes against, Chair.
Thank you very much. And that completes the motions for now. We'll next move on to mayoral commitments. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during London Assembly's Mayor's Question Time meetings held between November 2021 and January 2022. Can we note the recommendation, please? Thank you. We now go on to a proposed delegation to the of authority to the Chair of the Housing Committee. The Assembly is recommended to delegate authority to the Chair of the Housing Committee in consultation with party group lead members to agree the outputs from the Housing Committee's informal meetings held on the 18th of January 2022 and the 23rd of February 2022. Can we agree that recommendation, please?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 24th of March, at a venue I'm not going to commit myself to. I think, is it, I don't know, is it here?
Yeah, I think. Well, no, they haven't made
Currently? They haven't made their mind up. It will be somewhere. So
that's an indictment,
that's
isn't
useful.
it? That really is an indictment.
We now move on to any other business the Chair considers urgent. I have received an urgent motion in the name of Susan Hall and seconded by Hina, Assemblymember Bakari. I have looked at the text of the motion and I do consider there are grounds for urgency. What now happens is that I will ask the Assembly member. Yes, certainly.
And the Local Government Act, there's nothing changed in 5 days. This Assembly has already taken a position on this already, so there's nothing urgent in that. If, I thought there was something urgent with it, I wouldn't be standing up before you. But I think if you're doing this, I have to say, then, I think it's fair game in the future that we could do this as well. And we'd expect you as chair, if you're going to do that, to be consistent in your ruling. If you're not going to be consistent in your ruling...
You haven't given my ruling yet, sir. I'm happy to do that now.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought you had ruled it.
Yeah,
welcome a ruling.
I'm happy to give you my reasons. I have ruled it in, but I'll give you my reasons. Firstly, this is an item that concerns... this subject of this item was mentioned in a motion that was withdrawn this morning, and Assembly members would have invested their time in this particular item, assuming that motion would go ahead. And that's one consideration. Secondly, is we are hitting the PERDA period, and there will be no more opportunities until June in order to mention this item. It's a unique combination of circumstances. One, the withdrawal of an item of some a motion of some importance, and secondly, the approach that we have to PERDA. And that was the reason I'd let it through. And can I remind the Assembly member, we can now, it being tabled, we can now vote whether or not we as an Assembly member, Assembly consider this urgent.
Chair, no, whether the Assembly considers it urgent or whether it's appropriate for urgency, we have already debated this under the budget issues and taken a position. I'd agree with you. If we hadn't done that, that's quite clear what the Assembly's position is. It doesn't matter whether I support it or don't support it. The Assembly's got a clear position. It was taken at budget. The issue is, and it goes back into the special circumstances in relation to 100B, 4 brackets B of whatever, of the Local Government Act 1972. Now, you may deem this as urgent around on it, but it's not. And if you look at it again and look under those provisions, you will find it's not. And all I'm saying to you, if you set this set of circumstances now on this particular motion, then I'm expecting you to do the same in the future. And I will remind you, and others will remind you, that's the same. We've debated this. It's quite clear. There's nothing new or any circumstances that's changed since only we last week discussed this
well,
issue.
I mean,
It
I'm
doesn't
happy
matter
to
whether there's a motion withdrawn or not. Chair, I could have said that we withdrew the motion because we're happy to try and get a cross-party position on it. But actually, if you want to take that away, you take it away.
I mean, we're not really making space. I've laid my reasons.
Chair, it's just been pointed out. It's exactly the same working that we took last week, which this position of the Assembly. This is, not a good use of an emergency or urgent motion, and it's an abusive process.
Assembly Member, I hear what you say. I still stick to the point that if that motion had not been withdrawn, I would not be taking this decision. And it was not anybody else that withdrew that motion. I believe the Labour Group withdrew that. Assembly Member Sahota.
Yes, can I ask a question? For urgent motions, does the situation have to be urgent, or does the circumstances have to be urgent? But there's a distinction here, okay?
Yes.
You're ruling on the circumstances, and does that make the situation urgent? Because that would be a precedence which could be set by the other issues.
No, I precisely am. In fact, I've ruled out an amendment this morning of urgent import that many people would want to discuss on that very basis. Perhaps if I can hand over to Rebecca for this.
So just to confirm that the procedure in relation to urgent motions is a two-stage process. It requires, as Assembly Member Duval was referring to, the Chair to agree to admit a particular item to the agenda on the basis of reasons for urgency and special circumstances. So that's understood to mean why the item couldn't be included on the agenda for the meeting with the proper period of notice in law, which is 5 clear working days, and also why it can't wait till the next meeting. And the second stage is that once and if the Chair agrees to admit a particular item to the agenda on the grounds for urgency and reasons for and special circumstances, then the mover of the motion, in this case, is given 1 minute to set out their case for urgency, and the Assembly then is then put to the vote without debate on whether the Assembly agrees to actually consider and agrees those reasons for urgency. So it's a two-stage process. At the moment, the Chair is indicating that he has agreed on the basis set out at the top of the motion, I understand.
Bahrani, thank you.
Chair, I'm going to suggest, since the motion has just been presented in front of us a moment ago, that we haven't had time to discuss it, so we would be seeking an adjournment to discuss the motion before we come back to it, if you're going to take it forward.
Yeah. I think yes. Can we get to the position of tabling this? It isn't yet on the to be considered. That has to go through a process. Assembly Member Best.
Chair, there's just some competing ideas coming from the Labour members across. So
Well,
Assembly Member Duval is arguing that they've seen it and we already have a position, and Assembly Member Harani is saying they need to go and discuss a position.
Assembly.
Sorry,
Sorry, Assembly Member Best. I don't want to debate that issue. There's a structure for this, and I've already been much too nice a chair in allowing the contributions. There's a very clear way of dealing with this. I have ruled that it can be considered. I will now ask the member who proposed it to make a 1-minute speech as to why it is urgent. And the procedures are, again, very clear. That will be less than 1 minute, and there will be no debate, and we will go to a vote. That's not my decision. It's in standing orders. So I'm going to do that now. Assembly Member Hall, if you could give us just your reasons for the urgency of this item.
Thank you. Motion 5 covered a vital issue for Londoners, which Assembly members would have been able to debate. Due to the motion being withdrawn, members will not be able to debate this important issue before the pre-election period. Since the submission deadline for motions, the Mayor of London has also published a press release with further information on this issue. We therefore deem it an urgent motion to be necessary in order to debate this key issue before the pre-election period, as the expected debate on this issue has been removed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now put to the Assembly, are those in favour of considering this item? Although, please indicate if you're in favour of considering it.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
And all those against consideration of this item?
That's 11
again, Mr. Chair.
Now, if I perhaps can go back to Assembly Member Harani. You said that you wanted some time to consider this. Is that still the case from your group? Do you want, how long do you want? 50?
Chairman, Chairman, they've said we had debated it. We have. We've debated it twice, actually. The reason the party over we have debated this issue.
No, I tell you what. Or I'm going to rather without debate. We all know the issues.
Chair, I'm going to point towards a previous time when a similar issue happened when we were at the Crystal Building, the new City Hall, where a similar urgent item was brought forward, and you did allow the groups that time to discuss it. That was
Chair, I am going to allow
the position of a lockdown
party. So I don't know why there's any debate.
Chair, the difference is that they said they already have a position on this.
Yeah.
You said you have a position on this. So what haven't you read? How did you have a position if you haven't read it?
We will now put this to the Assembly. Can we have a 15-minute break for people to consider this? All those in favour of a 15-minute break, please indicate. Does that? That's a majority. Thank you very much. So 15 minutes back at, should we say 3:20? Yep. Thank you. We've had an opportunity to read the motion, so I'd now ask Assembly Member Hall to propose the urgent motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't be saying much because it's been made absolutely clear that members over there have debated it. We have all debated it. I would, however, like to say well done to Assembly Member Bakari and the Liberal Democrat group for bringing this in the first place, and we all thank you. We are on the side of the leaseholders, as we must be. We must do and support everything we can for them and support them. I think what the Liberal Democrats were asking for in the first place, that we were all so happy and continue to support the hub for these poor leaseholders who do need our help and support. I will leave it at that, Chairman, because we have debated it before and there are those of us that are on the side of the leaseholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari to second.
Thank you, and thank you, Assembly Member Hall. We all know that the government does essentially hold the keys to ending the building safety crisis, and the government could and should hold developers to account and ensure no leaseholders are out of pocket because of essential fire safety works to their homes. But this motion acknowledges the powerful role of our Mayor and what he could play in helping those struggling leaseholders. Now, the government has given developers a deadline of early March to set out exactly how and when they will compensate residents, and this motion asks the Mayor to stop working with developers for not taking responsibility. Now, I have continued to say this. We cannot let developers off the hook. In terms of mental health support, this is also something the Liberal Democrats have consistently pushed on. Someone needs to step up. The Mayor is uniquely placed to recognise the needs of Londoners and bring together the right specialist support to address practical concerns and mental health support for those affected, exactly as Assembly Member Pigeon and I have pushed for in our amendment to their budget last week. Now, of course, had Labour supported the Liberal Democrat amendment to the Mayor's budget last week, we really wouldn't be in this situation right now, and this motion wouldn't have been needed today. This Assembly has not always stood united in offering tangible support for the leaseholders, but now is a really good moment to change that. We can leverage our unique position as London representatives and not just ask the Mayor to lobby the government, but ask him to take decisive action and offer help to Londoners who need it. I really hope that all the members will support this very simple but very powerful motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Assembly Member Duval.
There are going to be loads of other speakers going to be joining this debate. Look, I want to say something to Councillor Hall. I've not yet, only on this issue, I've not seen the Tories support any other issues about leaseholders, and I certainly haven't seen their government bloody supporting leaseholders in a way that they should do. Actually, it's about time, and the change that's taken place. Michael Gove has been a genuine Tory who's actually stood in and acted like it's an emergency, yet we've yet to see the detail, and he has some understanding of some of the issues that have taken place. Whilst they are silent, others are moving in, and Michael Gove is moving in on behalf of government. The real problem with this is there's a flaw in it, and there's a flaw with some of the prescription, not the issues. The issues that are right. The Lib Dems have picked on the issue, supported only because they want to attack Labour, to be honest, because they don't believe them and don't be taken in by that at all. But leaseholders, it's not just leaseholders, there are social tenants, there are homeowners that are suffering as well around through this scandal that's occurred, this national scandal that's occurred. You rightly focus on London. The prescription that you offer in your motion is not the right prescription. The conversation needs to take place. I have a real problem between practical support for mental health issues and practical support for technical housing issues being merged into one and said this is a package and this can work. I don't think it can. I have some difficulty with that. But nevertheless, the issues that you're describing are real issues faced by people in those circumstances and others in allied circumstances. So I get that. It's the prescription that I don't get. And it's not just a question around the money of it, it's actually working out what can we add as a London-centric proposal to many national schemes that are going on. We can lend our voice to influence the national schemes. Maybe that's what we should do. Or should we make a contribution from London to help those national schemes? So that's the issue. So we've been wrestling with that privately since that budget meeting. So we've got no problem with the issue you've identified. We think it's a genuine issue and worthy one of moving forward. What we're unclear of
Assemblymember,
is
could
this
you
the
bring your
right way
comments
to
to
do
a
it?
conclusion?
And so that's always the difficulty. So we're going to be abstaining. We won't vote against because of the issue, but we won't be supporting it because we don't think it's the right one in terms of this particular issue.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Clark.
Thank you, Chair. This motion has been put down as an emergency, but we've already debated this twice. We withdrew a different motion this morning because the amendments took pressure off the government, which we agree with Assemblymember Bokhari are the holders to the keys of this problem. So to just play games with leaseholders ahead of local elections is distasteful in the best terms. But actually, I've never been approached by the Lib Dems. We've never been approached to come up with a joint solution, which actually at the heart of this should be a joined-up approach. To simply say, oh, let's just amend their motion to just talk about things we've already debated, and that somehow this is going to be the solution. It's not acceptable, and it doesn't make this an urgent motion, but here we are. I mean, we echo the mayor's calls, and I think everyone in this room should, that LEASE, which is already established, is providing the advice and links into the NHS that this proposed hub would be duplicating. And the mayor has called for more funding and more expertise into LEASE. And, the Lib Dems budget proposal would not have put enough money into this hub to provide that sort of specialist mental health provision that would be needed. And furthermore, there was nothing in the proposal that would escalate complaints, and there was no kind of referring back to how we judge outcomes of this hub. So it was just going to be essentially a website, and it's not a full solution. And I'm really worried here that we are talking about something that isn't fully formed, that would be much better if we all had an agreed position. And my door is open to the Liberal Democrats. They've not knocked on it. And I'm afraid that this motion is just calling for us to debate stuff we've already debated. The Mayor of London has done an awful lot with leaseholders. He's been pushing on the government to sort out this issue. And I think all in this chamber have been doing our absolute best to campaign alongside leaseholders and those trapped in these buildings. And we all need to be supporting Londoners caught up in this scandal rather than scoring political points off each other. It's not okay. It's not okay for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we've already had a debate on whether this motion was urgent on emergency or not, but I think this decision of yours will haunt you, Chair, and also will be precedents for months and years to come. Look, the issues affecting the leaseholders and the cladding is very important. We all are agreed that the diagnosis is right, that there's a problem there, and let's understand what the problem is about. The problem is due to the government's deregulation, the years and years of developers being allowed to do what they wanted to do without a proper regulatory process being in line. And it is this government's policies of deregulation taking their eye off the ball that has led to this crisis. And even now, they have been dragging their feet in getting a resolution for them and getting the surety that they needed. But having said that, the diagnosis is right, but the treatment being offered is wrong. And here, a hub is being proposed which will give the leaseholders so they can navigate the complex legal, financial solutions, and then just tagged along with it is sport for mental health sport. The mental health sport, this hub ride will not be singing, dancing hub for everything. either to be financially supportive, or to give technical advice, or is it mental health advice? And the best place to get mental health advice is through the NHS. And this does nothing to strengthen the NHS on this issue. The problem with it, you cannot expect a hub, right, to be an alternative of mental health provider services to the NHS. There are serious issues here, and those people who will be staffing the hubs will not be experts in this area. So I think that leaseholders do need help, but this help is not targeted, this help is inappropriate, and therefore I will not be able to support this motion, and certainly this wasn't an emergency motion because we could have got a much better solution to this than using the tactics of embarrassing the Labour group. We won't be embarrassed. We stand on the side of the leaseholders, and you stand on the side of developers.
Time,
and that's
please,
true.
Assembly Member. Thank you very much. Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. And I think this is one area where, since we've seen the introduction of Michael Gove as the new Secretary of State, there has been actually some positive movement on this front. We may disagree with him on many other issues, such as levelling up. But on this issue, I think we have seen more movement, I think, in the last few months than we have over the last 6 years, definitely. On some of what the motion mentions, such as partnering with developers who are stuck in the cladding remediation process as well, I think for that national legislation needs to change. There's been some indication from the government that it will change for that. I think for the Mayor to move on this before it's legally possible for him to move and embark on this without the national legislation supporting it would be quite difficult, and it would be difficult to deliver, I think, the social housing that London needs as well, given the sheer volume of developers that are caught up in the cladding process as well. When we started to unravel the Liberal Democrat budget proposal, I noted on the line for the specialist mental health support, the amount given was 180,000. But with that 180,000, it wasn't just specialist mental health support. Tagged in was face-to-face advice on issues such as ESW1 applications. I know there's been some movement on the Mayor's budget since the motion as well. And also tendering specialist support for freeholders. Now, someone who chaired actually our borough's Health and Wellbeing Board in Brent for many years and was involved in sort of commissioning health services, if you look at specialist mental health support and the amount and the NHS tariff itself and what it entails in providing that advice, and especially if you're going to look at face-to-face advice, I think if you're looking at that sort of figure for the whole of London, and then obviously adding 2 other major issues on that budging envelope, that starts to develop a service which is set up to fail. On leaseholders, yes, it's the right issue to pick, but it's just the practicalities and what I've mentioned there that is still difficult to swallow. And let's not forget, with the cladding scandal as well, there are many people that are living in these properties that are not leaseholders as well, that may be social housing tenants. And I just felt that while we're having this debate, as the chair has allowed, we shouldn't let go. We shouldn't let go amiss of those who are not leaseholders or freeholders of properties that are still stuck in unsafe buildings as well. So I think that's all I wanted to add to this contribution and debate. But hopefully you've seen from our side that we are supportive of the theme and the issue itself. But there are issues with a lot of the practicalities that have been put forward, not only just in the motion, but also in some of the budget amendments that we've seen in previous meetings as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to follow on from the remarks made by Assembly Member Hirani. I think there are the obvious issues with whether or not this could possibly be an emergency, considering that we debated it at 2 meetings concerning the Mayor's budget, and it clearly can't be, so I'm very disappointed in your ruling, Chair. It's not an emergency to take this today at all. But the really troubling area for me, I sit on both the Housing Committee and also the Fire Committee, and I also previously, before I came to the Assembly, worked in the field of social housing. So I know
because I was working in social housing in 2010 when there was the change to the coalition, the Liberal Democrat and Conservative coalition. And so it's interesting that this is a motion that's being promoted by the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats together. And it was David Cameron who announced a bonfire of red tape that has led us into a situation where there is almost no developer or housing association that isn't trying to address the building safety crisis, because there has been an absolute crisis of building standards. If you address health and safety red tape, what you're doing is you are denuding a field of both health and safety. So we've ended up in this situation where the fire brigade is talking to us about the need for more money, and people are suffering from waking watch. Huge expense has been imposed on them. And at the same time, this motion is then suggesting, you know, we've also got a crisis because of the change in funding for new housing of homeless people across London. And, you know, you go into people's houses and they are in the most disgusting state. We urgently need to be building new. So I find it impossible, we've just debated this actually last summer as well, to support this motion, and we'll be abstaining on it. I fully appreciate that leaseholders need help. I think that people who live in blocks who are tenants need help. But I also think that people who are homeless, who deserve to be housed.
If you could bring your comments to a conclusion.
I think everyone should either vote against or should abstain on this motion, which I think is a disgrace and should not be being considered at this moment in time.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. I wasn't going to speak in this debate, but I've decided to, because the issue is we just see things very differently. And I hear Assemblymember Clark, who wears glasses, that the Mayor is doing so much. Well, we just don't think he is on this issue. He needs to do so much more. And that is why Assemblymember Bakari has kept on tabling motions and questions on this issue, because she feels so passionate about it, and we feel so passionate about it, and want him to go further, faster and do more, as well as the government, of course, as well. And our motion today, as we've called for before, is to deliver a new building safety support hub. And that would offer specialist support to leaseholders and building owners to help them navigate complex legal and financial situations, and would also offer specialist mental health support to leaseholders. I just don't understand how you cannot support that. It's very similar to the EU Londoners Hub, which of course you supported in the past. And we would work with charities and specialist providers on this. And let's just go back. In January 2021, all parties on the Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee recommended to the Mayor that a support hub for leaseholders was needed to access legal advice and mental health support. That was chaired by a Labour member, as I recall, at that time. You were happy to support it then, but because this idea has been put forward now by the Liberal Democrat group, by a different group, suddenly the glasses come on and you can't support it. And I do know, I may not have been particularly happy with the coalition, but I do know that we're doing something right when the only argument that can start to be thrown at our group is the coalition, I have to say. This motion shows action, and I'm delighted to support it today, and I hope members around this chamber will support it as well.
Thank you. Assemblymember Morena.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to speak to this motion. I'd like others on this side. I think it's not an emergency, not because of the substance of the topic, which is really complex and affects thousands, if not millions, of people across the capital. I was supposed to be meeting somebody at 4 o'clock to discuss their building in my borough in Hackney, to discuss fire safety issues specifically. The bill for that building alone is £5 million, just a building of less than 40 flats, sorry. And so that really goes to the reasons why I feel like there has been a lost opportunity here, as my colleague Assemblymember Clark has raised. This topic has been brought back, and there has been very little, I think, unlike in other situations like the motion earlier around supporting women leaving prison, or earlier today with the Conservative group. As an observer to some of these conversations, there has been very little by way of actual meaningful engagement on how we can have solutions. Some of the points in this motion have been, I think, fairly categorically answered from both the Fire Commissioner but also the Mayor. That does not mean to say that there are alternative solutions that could be found, but I think this is not it. I think those people, like those people I'm going to speak to this afternoon, do need something more meaningful than that telephone line. It's, like you say, it's a very complex situation. And one of the reasons that I should say we have been, over a period of time, surprised by the responses is because we keep coming back to the point that I have raised on the Housing Committee, that this issue started at Grenfell. It was an issue which affects people in all tenures of housing. And so the issue is about the bills that leaseholders face. Absolutely. It is about the finances of those people. It is fundamentally about the safety of Londoners, about our whole city. And the solutions that you propose just simply don't even touch the sides of addressing that problem, which is why we're abstaining. I'd be happy to have worked with you in the past, but that approach hasn't really been made in the last 12 months.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to again start by reiterating our thanks to the Liberal Democrat group and in particular Assembly Member Bakari for her work on this proposal, which we are in full support of. But I also want to tackle the answer of is this urgent? And if you don't believe this motion is urgent, then you don't believe in this Assembly, because you printed this amendment, this motion, you printed this debate for today. Londoners would have seen that, and particularly the groups of people that this affects would have seen that. And then on a whim, you pulled that motion, and that debate was gone. And that debate would have been gone until June. And that is why it's urgent, because those people, it is urgent to them every day. And I'm not, so I know for you, you're trying to argue this is a procedural issue, but it is urgent, because there was supposed to be a debate on an urgent issue, which you pulled from under the feet of Londoners with absolutely no warning at all. And if you don't think that people notice that, if you don't think people care, then you don't think we should be here, because nobody's listening. No one cares what we say, apparently, but they do. And that's why we want to make decisions for them. So if you put something down on the table and then you pull it at the last minute on such an important issue, you should expect that people want to talk about it. Now, I wanted to tackle some of the assertions that have been made that this Assembly has not, and especially the Conservative group, has not always been united with, as a whole, on tackling the cladding crisis. I know Assembly Member Boff especially has spoken up from day one on this, and in my role as a councillor I have, and I know many others on this side of the chamber have too. That's simply not true. In the original motion, which was pulled for reasons still confused to me, I think that was a slightly hatchet job of trying to explain why it was pulled. But anyway, we did not seek to remove lines such as the Assembly believes that the government needs to start providing financial support now so that buildings can be made safe. We did not seek to remove anything in that motion. We only sought to add. And from what I can see, the Labour Party have not added anything from the Mayor, and that has not been forthcoming with lots of opportunity to.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Sheikh.
And unfortunately, I think members watching this, people in London watching that, will see that is the finest example of playing political football with an issue that is incredibly important, and we shouldn't be playing political football and using emotive language like pulling the rug from underneath Londoners, when this is actually an issue about process. And we've talked about the technicalities of that, and actually you haven't come back on the technicalities around that. And actually this is an issue around good governance. We've heard from Assembly Member Harani, when you set up services to fail, that is dysfunctional governance. And actually the most effective way to have proper governance is to have cross-party agreement, cross-party conversation. You bring your different approaches, you put your best heads together, and you come up with a good solution. Assembly Member Clark's door has been open. You've heard that, and no one has knocked on it. And I'd actually like to take this for a moment to say a big well done and a thank you for the work that you do, Assembly Member Clark, going out to bat for leaseholders, fighting against this cladding scandal, and actually coming and knocking on your door would have meant that actually we could have come up with a solution that works for leaseholders across London. Because there is absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind, given what the Labour group have been saying for a long time now, that the Labour group is incredibly, incredibly concerned about the situation that leaseholders are trapped in. The Labour group has been advocating for those leaseholders. The Labour group is here to make solutions with you if you come and knock on our door. But bringing in an emergency motion like this is absolutely no way to take on an important issue that should be dealt with properly. Now, with all due respect, the reason why we keep bringing up the coalition is because, let's be frank, it matters in this. The Tory government, as we've heard from Assemblymember Cooper, have had a bonfire of red tape, and that is the context of the cladding scandal. And I'll read to you what I put to the Commissioner of the Fire Brigade, which is the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 1 report found that in the context of national legislation, there was compelling evidence, and I quote, the external walls of the building failed to comply
Assembly member, please, could you bring
with
your
requirement of Schedule 1, I'll just finish my quote, Chair, of the Building Regulations 2010, in that they did not adequately resist the spread of the fire, but having regard of the height, but actually they actively promoted it. That is the context. Tory policy has never been in favour of leaseholders. It's never been in favour of building safety. And that is why we question this coalition and we question this solution.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devonish, please.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is very simple in one way, and that is we used to talk about public sector innovation. You get it from the boroughs, you get it from governments. What exactly does the mayor actually do if he doesn't pick issues like this up and add something other than issuing a press release? We may as well just have another London Assembly member. If Mr. Carr wants to be a London Assembly member with no direct power and just issue press releases to the government, absolutely fine. He should take a pay cut for a start. This is a serious issue. We put a very good, I compliment the Liberal Democrats, put a very good budget amendment. I'm not saying it was perfect, nothing is in life, but the Mayor and Tom Copley could have picked it up and worked with all of us to have something that helps build the solution, not the entire solution. This is a very, very, very complex issue, as we all know, but the Mayor will never add anything on any subject. It's as simple as that. He has to be accountable. He has a £19 billion budget. Do something.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed.
As always, Tony.
Thank you, Chair. The basis for this emergency motion is bogus. This is what is known as a third bite of the cherry. And what I would say to the issue that has been raised about our motion being pulled and therefore this replaces that is utter nonsense. Our motion, and I would ask the Assembly member to read her papers correctly, our motion is different from this. And if she doesn't understand that, I'm not quite sure what she's doing here or even speaking on this debate. This motion this issue is a genuine issue. It is an issue that affects Londoners in such a deep and terrible way. And what stuns me is that the Conservatives in this room, if they really felt that there was an issue here and they really were on the side of leaseholders in London or in the way that the Labour group is, they would have been holding the government's feet to the fire by now. And yes, things have changed recently, but it's very, very recent and it's too little and it's not enough. This is with regard to the mental health element of this motion, this is a sticking plaster solution to a real and ticking time bomb issue, which is about the complete lack of funding for the desperate need in mental health services, which government does not provide and which needs root and branch support. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
Thank you.
Come in a personal explanation on there. Thank you. Yeah, there was. So we'll go.
Did the member refer to your position?
Yes, she did. She said the Assembly member needs to not be here. She says she's...
No.
Thanks.
Because I've... Thank you.
Chair, you do this
Thank you. We've had this cleared up before because before I didn't let Assembly Member Best speak on personal explanation. I've since had that rule explained to me, and as long as you cover her position, refer to her position, then she is entitled to. Everyone is entitled to if your position is misrepresented in your view.
Thanks.
It's the rules. It's the rules.
And thank you for on the third time of this being applied, actually not going against me. So if anyone thinks Andrew's working with us, I've actually been held on the wrong side of that rule twice recently. Actually. But I wanted to address the point that, firstly, that this group and people on this group haven't been holding government to account when we absolutely have. And to reiterate, because Unfortunately, it wasn't read or wasn't listened to when I said we didn't remove anything from this motion. We were going to vote for every ask that you put. So the very idea that we aren't willing to hold government to account is ludicrous. And if you speak to members on this side, many from a local authority background, this isn't new from the Assembly. We have been doing that. So that assertion is entirely
It's becoming more like
wrong.
a speech.
And
If you just explain those positions.
I'm explaining the position. And then the other point that the Assembly member made was I hadn't read this when I was asking why it was different. I'm still looking for an explanation as to why it was pulled. I didn't say I hadn't read it. I didn't say that it was the same motion. It's the same topic of debate. I said it's the same topic of debate, and the debate has been pulled. So
Some order. Assembly member, if you could bring your comments
if the Assembly member would like me to be quick, it would be helpful to stop interrupting. Because I think it's important that I address that. What I said was that the debate was removed. The idea of that we would be talking about this issue. I didn't say it was the same motion, but if we had had the same motion earlier, we would have been happy to support it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assembly member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to associate myself with Caroline Pidgeon's speech earlier, which is why she explained why it was important, and with what Emma Best said earlier, which is when she explained why it was urgent. I was thinking just now about people watching this and what they would be wondering why the Labour group are getting so angry. Because, of course, they can't see the motion in front of them. If we just quickly go through this, paragraph 1 of the motion says that building safety should be vital and that leaseholders should be supported. They're against that. Paragraph 2 calls on the Mayor to create a building safety support hub and offer specialist mental health support. They seem to be against that. Paragraph 3 calls on the Mayor to refuse to partner with any irresponsible developers. They appear to be against that. And paragraph 4 says that we support leaseholders. And they seem to be against that. Now, somebody watching this will say, well, hang on, people were saying this was debated before. If it was debated before and it's that reasonable, why did it lose? Well, of course, when this was proposed before, we were in a different voting scenario. Actually, when it came to that amendment, 14 members voted for it and only 11 against. But of course, in that situation, you needed a 2/3 majority. We're in a different environment here. So people will be wondering, why are the Labour group so angry about this? Why is it looks like every Labour member about to stand up to speak against creating a building safety support hub, to speak against creating mental health support services. And the conclusion they must draw, surely, is simply because everybody on this side of the table is asking everybody on that side of the table to do something that the Mayor of London doesn't want to do.
Thank
Let's do a point of personal explanation, because we've all been named, and I think all 11 of us might wish to do that now. Now you've ruled that we don't actually have to be individually
You can,
named.
of course, but you could
much.
refer to the particular thing that you said was misrepresented.
I am, and the point of personal explanation that I want to refer to is the fact that he's just made a series of assumptions. Nobody in any of our speeches has actually said that we do not believe that building safety is a vital issue for many Londoners. Nobody has said that at all. We also have not said that we don't believe it's an important issue to support leaseholders through the cladding crisis. We have also not said...
Assembly member, this is about... Assembly member, I'm chair, and you'll listen to me. And it's a personal explanation about something that you covered that was misrepresented, say, in your contribution.
Yes.
Please do that. If you can concentrate on that, of course I'm going to let you speak.
Where I've been misrepresented is I did not say that I did not support leaseholders or didn't think that the building safety crisis was an important issue, nor did I say that I didn't believe that we should do our utmost to help leaseholders. The point that I was making in relation to this motion, which I noticed that Assemblymember Pidgeon didn't talk about in her response, although she did reply to a series of my points, was just one area only, and that is in paragraph 3, and that is my concern about the issue of homeless people who, if we part company with all developers, we are going to fail to meet their needs. And I would appreciate it if Assemblymember Fortune would not misrepresent me in his comments, or indeed any of my colleagues in future.
Assemblymember Garrett.
Sorry, I felt there were many more people to contribute before we got to me, Chair. I think Assemblymember Sahota said it best out of all of the Labour contributions when he said that Labour has been embarrassed. I think that's true. it feels like they want to have it both ways on this. We start with the chair's ruling. They're pretending that somehow this is a Tory chair overruling the Assembly. A majority of all of our fellow Assembly members voted to have this motion discussed. Assembly member Duval said in one breath that the government hasn't done anything, and then admitted that, in fact, Michael Gove, the Secretary of State, is in fact doing quite a lot, as did some of his colleagues. There's also been this running theme that somehow it is the Conservative government's fault that the regulation has caused a flammable problem. Well, let me tell you about a fire in my constituency, in the Hamptons in Worcester Park. This is a large development that was built between 2001 and 2010. Hands up if you know who was in government between 2001 and 2010, Assemblymember Duval. Sorry, I thought you had your hand up for my question. There's also been, I think, some quite patronising comments towards our Liberal Democrat colleagues that they apparently don't know what they're doing and have somehow been tricked by devious Tories. I feel that Caroline Pidgeon and Hina Bakari have expressed themselves well enough that I don't need to repeat what they've said, but I think it should be obvious to anybody that they know their own minds, and I find it quite patronising that the party opposite have taken that stance. I think fundamentally the thing that strikes me with this issue every time, particularly this proposal, which Assemblymember Bakari has brought a number of times on a number of occasions, and what I notice is that every time she brings it, the Labour Party find new reasons why on this particular occasion they're not going to support it. Find new reasons why on this occasion they're not going to support it. If the open door policy, obviously we don't have doors, we don't have a city hall, but if we had doors...
Assemblymember, could you come to a conclusion now, please?
If the open door policy were genuine, I think we would not see this smorgasbord of different objections.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Dr. Sahota on a matter of personal explanation.
Yes, I didn't say that I was embarrassed by that. I said we should attempt. Chair, are you on?
Yeah, no, you carry on.
Thank you. I didn't say that I was embarrassed. What I said was that this was an attempt by the Tory party to embarrass the Labour group. And secondly, while I'm on my feet, right, I'm well familiar, right, with the needs of the mental health services of patients. And I did not say that I did not agree that these people had mental health problems. What I did say was that this was a wrong hub to help them out. If we really wanted to help them out, was through the NHS. So on those 2 points, I wanted to give clarification.
Thank you very much. This is a really good exercise. Sorry? No. It's already on the record. This is a...
Chair, I have a point of personal explanation based on Assemblymember Garrett's comments.
Have you spoken in the debate?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Yes, you are there.
Was my speech not memorable?
It's just that everybody has.
Even more reason you should let me go.
Everybody has. Please,
wonderful.
Assemblymember Sheikh on a matter of
That's fine. The point I wanted to refute was the idea that anyone on this side of the table is patronising the Lib Dems. Quite the opposite. I'd like to congratulate Assemblymember Bakari's work on the cladding scandal, protecting leaseholders, going out to bat for them. The point that we were making is that really big red alarms go off when the Tories come piling on behind a solution, especially when they don't put their money where their mouth is, especially in the context of a bonfire of red tape, especially in the context of this government not pulling its finger out and actually supporting leaseholders. If you take your position out of context, yeah, maybe it looks like you're supporting this motion, but actually we think it's patronising towards Londoners to make them allow them to think of you just simply coming in and supporting this, when actually you don't make submissions to your government, when actually you haven't been holding the government's feet to the fire, when actually this government has not done enough to support leaseholders who are being ladled with debt, who are being told that they need to now bear the burden of removing cladding on buildings that they never signed up to. Where is the government when it comes to that? So the red alarm bells...
Assemblymember, if you could finish now.
So the point that I was refuting was actually it's red alarm bells when the Tories come in behind the solution because it's out of context. And frankly, they are not invested in helping leaseholders.
Assemblymember, look, this is becoming a bit of a training course on standing orders.
If they're so supportive of leaseholders, have you ever put a motion to the Assembly?
Very good. Would you sit down, please, Assemblymember? Thank you very much. This is becoming a bit of a training course on standing orders. If you don't want people to use personal explanation, please don't misrepresent what they previously said. It's as simple as that. If you do, then you are opening up the floodgates. So just don't do it. Assemblymember Moema.
Yep, Chair, sorry, I had a point of personal
Oh,
explanation.
I beg your pardon. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you very much. And this is a point of personal explanation for what Assemblymember Garrett has just said. He actually spoke about new reasons for why people vote on us in the Labour Group vote against this. The reason I am voting against this, or may not be voting for it, is exactly the same reason as I didn't vote for it last time, and I will repeat what I said. The mental health element of this is a sticking plaster solution, and there are better ways of dealing with it.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema.
I will withdraw.
Thank you. Assembly Member Duval.
Point of explanation, because I was.
Oh, I'm
named,
sorry. I
was-
didn't realise it was that.
Did you? Sorry, did you call me, Chair?
Yeah, I did. I got you down as a speaker rather than as point of personal explanation.
Well, I've already spoken. I should
Yeah.
be honest. A bit like Councillor Garrett withdrawing one of his remarks that he tried to do earlier on, and I think he's entitled to. But very quickly, Chair, for my point really was just to clarify, and thank you for that. If I was clumsy in the way that I said it, I didn't think I was. I think I was very clear. I contrasted the government's lack of action, or supposedly pretending to take action on the leaseholders' issues, to actually Gove's takeover and actually getting to grips and trying to do something genuinely with everyone round the table and putting the pressure back on developers. I would ask this, in that sense, Chair, just to clarify this. This is such an important issue for the Conservatives. Why didn't they put the motion down themselves? Because they had time to do it like everybody else.
Thank you. Thank you, Assembly Member. I've seen no other indications. Assembly Member Hall to... Oh, Assembly Member Desai.
Yes, on. Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief because I don't want to repeat what colleagues have already said. I just want to make 3 points. Procedurally, we are going about this the wrong way. We already debated this twice. Of course, I respect your ruling, which was upheld by the majority of Assembly members, but I just hope that the basis of your ruling is then applied on a consistent basis in the future. As Assemblyman Duval said, the issue is the right one, but not the prescription. What we use Dr. Assemblyman Sahota's medical analogy, the diagnosis is right, but the prognosis is wrong. And look, the mayor has done things. Okay, some people might feel he's not doing enough. He spoke, he was the major speaker at the rally in Westminster, which some of us, including, I think, some Lib Dems and Labour colleagues attended. And so it's simply not fair to say that he's not done anything. But what worries me about this motion in particular is this paragraph 3, which calls upon the mayor to refuse to partner with any developers who are not taking full responsibility, irresponsible developers. As Assemblyman Hirani, I think, said, the law has got to be changed. This can only be done on a national basis through a change in legislation. And I'll finish on this note. The real issue here, as Assemblyman Sahota said, is one of deregulation. Our housing market was allowed to go unchallenged over many, many years. And that is the real issue.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Hall, if you'd like to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, 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 who would have thought that a simple request that the Mayor does something, you know, the Mayor of London that's got a 19 billion plus budget, who would have thought that asking him to just set up a hub and look after poor leaseholders would have caused so much grief with our Labour members? And it's quite simple. We want to show action, as Assemblymember Pigeon said. Instead of sitting here talking and saying we don't like politics, excuse me, that's all Labour, and you can all comment on this if you like, it's all Labour ever do. They have to prize into everything how wonderful the Mayor is, or how inspirational, I think, one of our members likes to think of him. The thing is, we want to be able to say, why don't we do this? Yes, it's not enough. We'll all admit that, but it's something. It is something to show the leaseholders that we all think that they should be looked after, that they should have somewhere to go, and they should have somewhere for them to discuss what their next movements should be. Not a lot for a mayor with a 19 billion plus budget, not a lot to ask for, and nobody is claiming that it would answer all their problems. And yet, God forbid that you should agree with certainly never the Conservatives, we all know that, but you can't even agree with the Liberal Democrats or the Greens. I maintain that this is a good idea. It won't solve all the problems, but it will certainly be an action that we can ask the Mayor to do. So I put this motion to everybody, and I hope those of us that do want to help leaseholders, that do want to find at least one solution that will make life easier for them, I do hope you will vote for this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I have an indication for all those in favour of the motion? Please indicate.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That's no votes against, Chair.
Thank you very much. The motion is carried. We'll now move on. I've received another urgent item of business in the name of Assembly Member Duval, which I've ruled in order. If Assembly Member Duval could give us 1 minute as to why the explanation as to...
Very much, Chair.
Could you hold 1 moment? I'm sorry, Assembly Member Duval.
Can we have an adjournment, please?
Can
we haven't seen this before.
Can we get this process...
Yes. I
this
just wanted
process through first.
Yes,
and then
but
we'll
just
have an
so as you know, we're asking for an adjournment.
I
30
understand.
minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. So I apologise. Assembly Member Duval, if you could give your 1 minute explanation as to why you consider this to be an urgent item. Mike, could you put your mic on? Sorry.
My mic is on, Chair. Sorry, a genuine emergency, Chair, I would say. So let me just say this. Whilst we're talking today, people are dying, people are fighting for their democracy and their right to live the lives in the way that they want to live by an aggressor. We need to stand shoulder to shoulder with our sister capital, as well as the people of Ukraine, including the Russian ethnic minority that wants to stay in Ukraine because they want a different life. So this is what this motion is about. And then there's an added importance. The important bit at the end, we need to decide, we need to tell government what we think and give our view around the refugee crisis. It's truly an international crisis. It needs everyone to pitch in, including us. We need to add our voice to that debate around refugees.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to put whether or not this item is considered urgent by the Assembly. All those in favour of who think it is urgent item. Thank you very much. There's been a request for an adjournment of...
Half an hour.
30 minutes?
Okay. Is that agreed? 30 minutes? Not agreed? Have you...
No, now it's just too silly.
Okay. All those in favour of an adjournment?
So they're refusing an adjournment, is it?
All those in favour of an adjournment for 30 minutes, please indicate.
No, Chair, but we've set a precedent that if someone gives you some new...
it's not down to me?
Yeah. Well, that's how long you thought you need, but we've just been asked to move directly to the debate. We don't want to do that. We want an adjournment.
We have 15 minutes.
We're happy to... Chair, we're happy to accept that there's an adjournment to look over the motion so that they can make a decision, which we hope will be to vote in favour of the emergency motion. But we do think that half an hour is a lot, so we would like something shorter.
Assembly Member, would 15 minutes
15 minutes, the same as was allowed for the other group.
Is that in favour of 15-minute adjournment? We will return at whatever 8 plus 15 is, because I don't know. 23. I would now like to ask Assembly Member Duval to speak to his motion, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, as we see the events unfolding before us of naked aggression by a neighbouring state towards another state is not going to solve any of the issues in terms of that area. There is no legitimate right for using, a military machine to crush someone's arguments, because that's essentially what it is. And their arguments to right to exist. This questioning of their right to exist is not right internationally. So what does it mean for us here in London? It says that we, on the London Assembly, should take a stance. There are probably Ukrainians living in London. I think we've seen some of the demonstrations. There are Ukrainians within our country. So it's right that we take a stance and we evaluate who's right, who's wrong. And look at the evidence, and the evidence is overwhelmingly that Ukrainian have not been in the wrong. They've not been in the wrong, and they need support. Now, of course, our government will determine that support, that what we give, but we can play a role, and what we will be doing by this motion is passing that support of what we can do here in London. Do you know what I mean? So it's very strong that we do the condemnation. It's very strong that we stand united with not just our sister city, but with all Ukrainians in this struggle, those who live in cities and those in rural areas as well. So we say that, and we're clear. We build on the letter that's already been written by the chair of this assembly, which we wholeheartedly support. Then we have to deal with the difficult questions, and they are difficult questions. And sometimes we have to put on the spot. We need to look at our history about that, and why we need to actually have to move a bit faster. And I think government, to be fair, is considering that and moving a little bit faster from their original stance, because we are in an international crisis around these issues. I won't call for an adjournment so I can read this amendment, but I'll try and read it so I can give you a view. I'll give you a view around that. But let's then start talking about what we need to do. So we do need urgent representations to the Home Office to increase the offer of support. We know it's just not quite enough in terms of the original offer that the Home Secretary put on the table. We know that because Conservative colleagues in Parliament have indicated it's not enough. It's not just Labour and opposition, other opposition parties saying that. There's a debate going on inside the Conservative Party. And I presume that's based on our history. The histories of where we needed to support the Jews prior to the Second World War, the history of where we've supported others in other conflicts, of what we need to think carefully about the nature of our support and what we can do. So this motion is fairly simple. I urge you to all support that. I'm going to quickly, Chair, if I may, sit down there and read this amendment and give you a view about whether there's an acceptance of it when other people have made their contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Cooper to second.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to formally second this motion. I'm actually going to speak to it. I referred earlier on to my grandmother, who originally came here with the man that she'd married, but she made the mistake, if you can call it that, of returning to Turkey during the 1930s. And it was only because she had an excellent South London Labour MP that she was able to get back into the country. Because obviously Turkey was part of the Axis, and it was impossible, almost impossible for her to return. And she was lucky. She was able to come here. If she hadn't, as many Jews in Istanbul and Saloniki discovered, if you were there, then most of them were burnt in ovens, and there is almost no Jewish community in Saloniki, and a very, very small Jewish community that's left in Istanbul. The Jewish diaspora stretches all around the Mediterranean and also into Eastern Europe, and there are very many parts of it that are
almost non-existent now. And unfortunately, we are seeing, and people have started to debate, are we 1938 and appeasement, or are we 1939 and watching people marching into the Sudetenland? My grandmother spoke 8 languages. English was the last one. She didn't actually speak it very well, to be honest with you. But I think we're looking at a people who have a recognised and separate language, who have established an identity. You could in fact argue that at one point Russia and Belarus were part of a greater Ukraine. It would be a bit like us deciding to send troops into Ireland and saying at one point Ireland and Great Britain were, one country. And so we decided to turn back up because, 600 years ago we were all the same place. Or it would be a bit like Norway saying, well, we had Vikings all over Scandinavia and in Ireland, and so we've decided to tip back up and we're going to take over. We know that this is wrong. We know that this is awful. We know that welcoming people is absolutely essential. And I would hope that you would support this motion, and I'm grateful to the Conservatives for engaging with it and putting in their amendment, which I hope our leader is going to indicate how we're going to, whether or not we're happy to incorporate it. But I personally, having read it, would say that, we would be happy to do that. Do support this motion. We've seen how much we can welcome people over the years.
And my colleague did not have a chance to speak to me. I welcome the spirit that this amendment is being put forward. In the first paragraph, we can accept and adds value to this amendment, and I welcome that. On the second part, I see clarity of this, and I'd like to do further research, but I don't think actually the two lines go together. So the new humanitarian sponsorship pathway is a good step in the right direction, but prescribes too many groups and is limited. So whilst the Conservative colleagues in government are saying they welcome there will be no other limit, there will be people in need who will be excluded by this scheme. So I don't think we can accept at this stage. I'll look for other colleagues, and no doubt I'll do some further research, and maybe contributions from the amenders can explain a little bit more, but I think it's too limited with the prescribed groups that we've got around on that. And the no upper limit is welcomed on this occasion because it's a crisis. But there are too many groups excluded that will need our support. So, Chair, the first part is agreement. The second part is difficult.
Okay, Assembly Member Bukhari, please.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon. So sorry, Assembly Member Bukhari. I do apologise. It's been a long day. The amendment is being proposed by Assembly Member Prince, and if you could propose that amendment, so I'll get to you after that.
Just to propose the amendment, but Assembly Member Best will give some explanation in relation to the second paragraph of our amendment, but we are happy to negotiate with you on that because we think this goes far beyond politics. And the most important thing, one, is that we recognise that we call upon the government to take action and to do more than they're doing. We recognise and believe with you that they're not doing enough, so we accept that. However, I think it is worth and right that we should also recognise that the Mayor of London has had talks, he has taken action, and we also recognise that he's made the call for support and that thousands of people across London have pulled together, they've collected goods, and they're now donating money as well to our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Obviously, with your agreement, we'd like to spell Kiev correctly, if that's all right. And this is obviously a moment in time, because we have not really amended a single word of Labour's motion, where I find myself in a position where I'm agreeing wholeheartedly with Len de Waal. And I think that's a good thing on this occasion, because I think that shows that we are united. This is a tragedy. This is a bully trying to flex his muscles, and you don't mind that so much if someone just gets a black eye. Well, you do actually, but these people are dying now under this, and the fact that Len said people was dying was correct, but actually, Len, they're not just dying, they are being murdered. This is a murder that is going on. This is almost an act of genocide, and we have to stand up with that. And let's not let small items get in the way of that. Let's agree as a whole assembly that we must stand shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. But I would ask Emma to clarify.
Assembly Member Best to second.
Thank you, and I'll second now in the context of trying to explain our amendment. And I would firstly like to thank the members for bringing this as an urgent motion. We actually spoke earlier today as a group about bringing a similar emergency motion, but the advice seemed to be that it wouldn't be accepted. So I am glad that we have the urgent motion here before us. I understand it was put together slightly hastily, but as my colleague Assembly Member Prince said, I think it is very important we change that spelling of Kiev, and I hope everyone on this Assembly understands why. The reason that we've put in an amendment is this, is because I know many other Assembly members and many people across this country and across this city have been working with Londoners all week who have an outpouring of love for the Ukraine, who just want to know what they can do to do more. I've been helping with my local MP, Ian Duncan-Smith, at a drive we have, which has been incredibly successful, and to see, you know, the emotion with which people are coming, with the things that people are buying, you know, that people aren't donating, they're going and buying new all they can, they're clearing shelves out of the supermarkets when they think that there's something that's in need. And we wanted to put that on record. We also wanted to support the work the Mayor of London and the Prime Minister are doing, because this is a truly regional and government level, and across parties, everyone is united. We wanted to make that clear. To address the point, if hopefully I can in time, the reason that we put the second sentence here on the humanitarian sponsorship pathway, and you'll note we did not alter your sentence in the second asking for an increased offer, is because there are questions to ask about this new humanitarian sponsorship pathway. We're told there's no upper limit, but we don't have the details of that, and I think it's very important that we know what that scheme is about, and that's why we've put that question. It's not actually, if you read it, it's not in support of the government. It's saying we need more details on that. You've announced the scheme, but we don't have the details, and we need that in order to do our job. And I think I would be united in saying that the government has been slow, and everybody on this side recognises that, and that's why we will be supporting this motion in full. And I hope you can accept those amendments and the manner in which they were made.
Thank you. I do apologise to Assembly Member Precarious if you'd now like to speak, and I'm sorry there was delay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the Labour Group for bringing this really important motion. I'm so pleased that you've done this, because it's absolutely necessary. You know, we will fully support this motion. Still listening to the debate about the amendment right now before we make our final decision. But I think it's timely, because the Lords have just recently been debating the Nationality and Borders Bill, and it was very clear that there were some very clear elements of that bill that needed to be amended and blocked and changed. And I'm really pleased that the particular aspect of the right to work for asylum seekers was discussed there, and I think that's something that we can raise as well in the Assembly, and with your support, Labour, I'm sure that we can continue raising that issue. So it's so important. I'm sure that we could even get cross-party support on that particular issue. And also really want to raise the issues that have been raised in the media recently about black and ethnic minority refugees in the Ukraine and the difficulties that they're having. We've seen queues of refugees from the LGBT plus community, journalists and activists who are actually fearing persecution right now at the hands of Russian forces. Again, we must raise those issues. And the Liberal Democrats are warning, though, specifically that the government does have to be warned on this issue, that they cannot repeat the mistakes in the past that have happened with Afghan refugees. We still see many families who are trapped in small rooms in hotels at the moment. So let's not forget what those refugees are going through right now. So we will support this. We are very supportive of making sure that refugees and all refugees are welcome in our city and in this country. But we wait to hear the continued debate about the amendment before we make our final decision on that. Thank you.
Sorry, it's all moving very fast up here. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's very important when we do these motions, as we've discussed before, that we recognise the good work of the Mayor when he's done it, and which is why we've made this, added to this amendment, to talk about and recognise the work of the Mayor of London. He did seize this and he did start to speak up for Londoners. It also recognises the work of Londoners and their incredible charity in seeking to reach out and support the poor people of that beleaguered nation. There is a despot raging through Europe, attempting to smother the flame of freedom and democracy. And we as a nation are proudly giving our arms, we're giving our words, we're giving our thoughts, and, as my colleague said, we're also giving our heart. Putin is a nightmare, and we need to wake up and start working together to fight him. And through this motion, and through the amendment, and through the additions that we've made, we think we make that very clear, that we stand together and we oppose this despot and his awful regime.
Thank you. Assembly Member Harani.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I think thank you to you for ruling this in order. I think when this was first raised at the London Assembly, it was at the budget meeting on the 24th of February, which was when we had the first day of the large-scale strike. So actually a lot has moved on since then. And since the last time this issue was raised at the London Assembly, things have moved on significantly to the scenes that we're seeing on televisions sadly from the comfort of our own homes, but people in Ukraine don't have the same comfort as we do when we're looking at the news. People are fleeing and desperate for support and help. Personally, seeing some of the scenes on the news and some of the families that have been affected really start to make you, I think, personally feel how lucky you are to live in a safe and secure city and place with a secure roof over your head, which is sadly not the case for many living in Ukraine in this moment in time. So it's been deeply disturbing to see what has been happening. And I actually feel that the comments from and the amendments from the Conservative group are actually very, very helpful, because we should recognise also in the UK, certainly in Brent and Harrow, my constituency, have a large Romanian community, and there are many small groups and church groups that are helping with understandably, a lot of Ukrainian refugees have fled to the nearest border, which is Romania, and also we have Poland nearby as well, and they are helping with some of that humanitarian effort. So we should also recognise that from Londoners, and I think Assemblymember Best's explanation was clear. It's a statement of fact, and we are still looking in the motion to increase the support and offer to refugees. So thank you for that clarification. And also, I think thank you to all the Londoners across not just Brent and Harrow, but across our city that are helping in that effort, whether it's sending goods and support abroad, or sending money and financial help to those in a desperate state.
Thank you, sir. Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you. First of all, I echo the comment made by my colleague that you accepting this motion as an emergency was the appropriate thing to do, and I am grateful to the consensus that seems to be building up here, that this is an important motion and that the world is looking at us. This was the last opportunity we did have of raising this issue, and so I welcome this, and to show our solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and also to send a message out to the Russians that they're welcome still here. We're not against Russians, but we're against the regime of Putin and what they're doing. So we want the Russians who live in London, who are peaceful people, who are members of the London community, we welcome them in London, but we are against the regime and the way a friendly neighbour has been attacked by the regime. I also just want to say that what the government has done has been good, but not enough. I'm concerned about truly the asylum seekers, right? And of course, I have come from I probably watch the Indian subcontinent media more than other people, that I've been seeing where people who are trying to leave Ukraine but of color, of African origin, or of Asian, they are being treated very badly at the borders. And those are truly asylum seekers. They are in no man's land. They're not Ukrainians, but they are in Ukraine either due to their studies or their education. When they try to leave the country, they are really being beaten on the border controls. And I really want to raise their concern that we need to do something for them and that we need to be much more welcoming. And I do accept that this asylum proposals are much more generous than have been previously for the Afghan refugees and for the refugees coming from Hong Kong. And that raises a question of why we could not have been too generous, why this is more generous than them. But that's a question I don't want to touch on this moment. But I think we certainly need to make sure that people who are being discriminated at the borders of colour are given special consideration in any measures. And I welcome you asking for clarification on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. It's really good to hear cross-party support for this motion and cross-party support for the urgency of this motion, as I would expect of all members of this Assembly. I want to pay particular tributes to so many who have come to this country as refugees and given so much to our city and our country. I think what I am seeing, and as Assemblymember Bakari pointed out, is that the refugees we have here, many of them are still in very cramped, unsuitable hotels and overcrowded housing. And I do hope we are able to, well, not in the motion, I do hope we're able to consider the quality of housing and the cost of that housing when we could have better facilities here. But so great is the cross-party agreement on this motion that just the other night in Barnet Council we had a similar motion, and it was actually one of my Tory ward colleagues who was reflecting that his own son in Barnet was worried about bombs falling in London. And when we have children worrying in London about bombs falling, it is very difficult to imagine what the children of the Ukraine are feeling right now. The spirit of London has always been one of generosity, and I think the situation unfolding in the Ukraine has exemplified this. There's a woman called Irina who lives in Golders Green who had put up a simple post on a website saying if you wanted to donate, you could drop things off, and she was so overwhelmed that her entire drive was full of donations. And it's people like her and those who donate selflessly that exemplify the spirit of our city. So I'm delighted to be supporting this motion. I think it's an important one, and I'm so pleased we are all agreeing on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Sheikh, next.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to echo the points that my colleague just made about really welcoming the cross-party support that we've had to this motion. And I also just wanted to uplift some of the statements that have been made by my colleagues in terms of us standing clearly and loudly with the Ukrainian people against Putin's aggression. I had the privilege of seconding the motion that the Assembly passed very recently against the Nationality and Borders Bill, in which I spoke about how open Londoners' hearts are, and I just actually wanted to re-quote what Assemblymember Clark said about the spirit of London has always been with generosity, and I think that's why for us the point around welcoming and supporting refugees without delay is such an important anchor to this motion. And I have the privilege of being a Lewisham councillor on Assemblymember Duval's patch, and we were the first borough of sanctuary, and we have, we wear with pride the way that we have settled and welcomed refugees in our borough. So I really hope that the Assembly can, with speed, ensure that we push the government to support refugees as much as possible without delay. And I wanted to also just lastly quickly uplift Assemblymember Sahota's point around refugees of colour, particularly. Sometimes that's a narrative that gets lost, but the kind of added level of discrimination and difficulty that they face in seeking safe passage as asylum seekers, as refugees. So I really hope that that can also be anchored in our response to this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. The action from Putin, let's face it, we all agree, is absolutely despicable. I mean, there's no doubt about it, and the world must stand up against him, because what we're looking at is increasingly looking at proper war crimes. Absolutely dreadful. And we've put in the mention of Londoners. Whenever there's anything really wrong, doesn't matter where you come from, what your politics are, what religion you have. Londoners always step up, and they really do. And that's why it's so good that we can all agree here, because we represent London. And on this issue, certainly, I think we all agree. Like all of you, I've seen the ghastly reports from all the television programmes, and I feel so much for some of those women who've left their husbands, who they don't want to leave, so that they can look after their children. And every one of us must feel for those poor children being brought up to the sounds of sirens and not knowing where they're going, and feeling the angst with their parents, so their father's off to war and their mother's not knowing what's right. And mustn't we all say how brave those Ukrainian men are? My God, they're not cowering behind anything. They're sending their family away, which must be absolutely heartbreaking for all of them, and taking to arms. I'd particularly like to say how pleased I am that Assembly Member Duval and Sahota mentioned those Russians. We've been led to believe recently that so many of those Russian soldiers have been lied to, which is typical of that vile Putin, typical. They've been lied to. A lot of them, it would appear, don't realise that they're going into a war at all, which is absolutely shocking. But doesn't that give you the measure of Putin? So the amendment was done in good faith and with a good heart, and I hope you will accept it, because there are so many people here that we must say thank you to as Londoners.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And next is Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody who's spoken. I just I had some questions, really helpful to inform the debate. So as we know that the Afghan refugee crisis response, there have been 11,000 people that have moved to the UK as a result of that. About a quarter to a third of those are based in London, but the vast majority of those are still in bridging hotels across the capital, and they are of varying qualities, as people here know. And many of those people are yet to know whether or not they get settled status, and are essentially staying put until they can set foot outside of their hotels. So my question, which is a genuine one, is that, and it's indicated in the second part of the amendment, that the Assembly urgently seeks further details of the scheme. I think that it is purely based on the experience of the Afghan and the Syrian refugees entering the UK, and also recent reports around the Home Office being forced to move in Parliament, Home Secretary being forced to move in Parliament around accepting grandparents and non-nuclear family relatives as families. And that not yet being filtered down. The reality is very different to the rhetoric, I suppose, is the point that I'm making. I think that clarity, should we seek it, we need to be really, really specific, because based on the events of the last 12 to 18 months of people coming to our capital, that has not happened for many, many people. And then I just also think that I'm welcoming all of, the sentiment of all of this. We need to think about, as we have done in terms of housing, education, that ESOL teaching that we talked about in relation to those two previous groups recently, how that works and that support that the Mayor is requesting. A lot of that is, I know that some don't really like us to say it, but that support is cold, hard cash to local authorities that will be needed, or the Mayor will need to provide that support. And I just think that we need to respond with our hearts, but also with our minds, in terms of, I will finish, to make sure that we are supporting people, not just to flee, but once they get here.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Conservatives for this amendment and the very genuine cross-party agreement of the motion, which is about practically supporting those refugees who desperately need our help. There is, however, the wider issue of how we support the people of Ukraine. When the Prime Minister recently said, "I just think it's very important the House understands we do not raise money from Russian oligarchs," I'm sure a lot of people like myself laughed, because those only with Russian nationality cannot legally donate to a UK political party. However, a series of people with dual UK and Russian nationality have donated heavily to the Conservatives in recent years. Almost £2 million has been calculated based on information given to the Electoral Commission. The Prime Minister is now under pressure to go faster in targeting those Russian oligarchs and seizing their assets. We are way behind the EU and the US in doing this. At the moment, the UK government is working through a list of Russian oligarchs with links to Putin. And listening to a lawyer on the radio this morning, I heard that this working through is given those Russian oligarchs notice. And unbelievably, the lawyer said that he was advising them to move their financial assets from the UK. We have heard from across this temporary chamber today about supporting the people of Ukraine. We do want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine, absolutely we do. And a huge part of that is destroying the financial basis in this country which funds Putin's evil intentions. I would ask the Conservative group to make representations to their government to speed up this process of literally cutting that financial assistance to this nasty dictator.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. Watching the TV last night, I saw an interview with Leslie Volinsky, who is head of environment in the Ukrainian Parliament, and she also works on subcommittees for climate change and nature. And in many ways, I thought watching it that she could have easily been a London Assembly member if she was living in London. So she seemed like us in so many ways, apart from one huge difference. While she was being interviewed, and this is a mother of three, she talked about her AK-47 that was just off the screen. When Robert Peston said, you know, isn't it extraordinary that you've got a gun while we're doing an interview? She talked about all the work that she'd done on anti-gun laws in Ukraine. But she said, when my elderly grandparents are upstairs and my 3 children are in danger, I will use that gun for my family and for my country. And that's how quick someone's reality can change. So there is so much more that we need to do for Ukraine. And I think the important point in this motion is the talk of the inadequacy of the government at the moment that do need to step up. Because also in that interview, something Labour MP Chris Bryant said to me really struck me, which was, he said, when is enough is enough? Is it if they murder Zelensky? Is it if they use chemical weapons? And there was just a silence in the TV studio, as no one actually wanted to have that conversation. I can totally understand why. And we don't yet need to have that conversation, because there are so many solutions that we can do right now. And standing with my colleagues Sian and Caroline and the Green Group, we want more economic sanctions. We want protection for refugees. And we want to make it very loud and clear that London stands with Ukraine. So we will be supporting this motion. On the amendment, we're really pleased to hear that it sounds like there is going to be cross-party support, and I hope that we can all come up with a wording, because I think it's really important that the Assembly comes together and can unanimously vote on this motion and amendment. And obviously we need a form of words that everyone can agree with, but I do think this is important because words matter, and the symbol that the Assembly sends to Ukraine matters.
Thank you, Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just associate myself with many of the comments that have been made today? This situation is appalling, and one can only imagine the terror and horror of those Ukrainians that is still there in the country in the face of bombardment and undoubted war crimes from the Russians. Can I also say that I am not entirely happy with the amendment, and I'm happy with the first paragraph recognising the meetings that have been had with the Ukrainian ambassador and the contribution of Londoners. I have real issue with the second, because I think by including this, it's somehow putting a stamp of legitimacy on this scheme from the Assembly. The scheme that has been announced so far by the Home Secretary is clearly inadequate. I noticed that the wording is about the sponsorship pathway. That, of course, is, I don't know whether that refers purely to the business sponsorship pathway or whether it is the scheme which relates to the relatives of British nationals or Ukrainian people who are already settled here. But that is a very limited group of and people that will benefit from this scheme. I think putting the word sponsorship in makes it refer solely to the company scheme, and the other one is just too narrow. I also think that the Home Secretary needs to go further. She needs to actually show more humanity than she's doing at the moment. And I think it's quite clear that this country, with its proud history with regards to refugees, is actually not living up to that history at the moment. And we are not shouldering our fair share of refugees. And I think the situation will only get worse, and we need to be prepared to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? In which case, I'm going to make a contribution from the chair, as I understand some work is going on an amendment. As a member of the Council of Europe representing the United Kingdom, over the past few years, I've had the privilege to fall in love with Ukraine. And people like, and the Council of Europe is 47 nation states in Europe. People like Svetlana Bohotchik-Krivko, who's the leader of the Conservatives on the Council of Europe from Ukraine. I've met with Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor of Kyiv, who is the most inspirational and charismatic character that you ever likely to meet, with Ukraine and freedom firmly at his heart. I've met 90-odd councillors, actually more than that, from Kharkiv and from Kyiv itself, because they wanted to know what our democracy was like. Every Ukrainian I've ever met, including Julia Svitlichna, who was the governor of Kharkiv Oblast, which is now being pummeled by Russian tanks. All these Ukrainians yearned for freedom, and they put me to shame in their love of liberty because we took it for granted. You know, what's happening there now will be happening here if we don't stop Putin. And if you wanted, I know a lot of people struggle with the Ukrainian pronunciation of Kyiv. It's not Kiev. Imagine it just rhymes with, the ending of the word rhymes with leave, as in Putin, leave Ukraine, Kyiv. Thank you. Assembly member, who proposed this? Assembly member Prince to sum up on the motion.
The amendment. If I could, if I could just ask for some clarity, Chair. We've been doing, I wouldn't want to call it horse trading, but we've certainly been doing some kind of negotiation. And I think we do have an agreement with Labour that we need to change the word to Kyiv, of course. But more importantly, I think they have agreed our first paragraph, and I think between ourselves, a true cross-party work between the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives and Labour, I think we've cobbled together an alternative for the second paragraph. But if I could ask for clarity for that before making my closing remarks.
Yes, Assembly Member Duval.
Chair, in terms of clarity, what we're saying is the first paragraph, beginning "we recognise" and ending with "the people of Ukraine" is acceptable and adds value to this motion, and I'm very grateful for that amendment. On the second one, I think it's right that we recognise what government is doing. What we've got is a problem with some of the terminology. I think one of my colleagues earlier on talked about the word sponsorship. I talk about the words recognise, and it's about, it's 57 varieties of it, versions of how we go forward. I think the wording that I think we can agree on, which again isn't the right way to do it, but it is a good way to do it, because I think we've reached a conclusion, is something like, the Home Secretary has announced a new humanitarian sponsorship pathway. The Assembly urgently seeks further details of this scheme. I think what we're trying to say is government is an active player in this debate. It's moved, it's announced something, it wants to do something. For us, this side, and why we would accept that in that form, is that we recognise that we need some more detail. And that's all that we're asking. I think that's what the Conservative original amendment was saying, we need more detail. And if we can agree that wording, then I think we've got a motion. And Chair, if I may take advantage, I'm looking at nods around the table, should I just sum up of where I think we are? Because I'm really grateful, and I want to say thank you to the Chair for your last comments. Your last comments about the Council of Europe, which is much sneered at by many people and say, oh, it's just a jolly for those in local government and those in regional government. It's not. It plays a very important role in the fabric of our democracy and across nation states. And I've been privileged to serve on it many years ago, and I've had that. And it's worth following some of those debates. We all think that we live in different places. We share a lot in common with other practitioners in their countries, from group meetings to ordinary common day, how we get on with each other, but also about how do we practically make a difference. And it's those institutions that we need to value at times like this, and that's when colleagues need to stand alongside other colleagues around that. And it's just very important this motion is passed, that we do move on and continue to add our voice, because this is going to go on for some time. It will change. The nature of the aggression will change. It will move on, and we need to be ready for that and make sure that internationally we stand together and value it. And finally, the Chair said it all. We take democracy for granted in this country too much sometimes, and we forget because we've been doing it for some time and we're a bit complacent about it. Actually, Ukraine is a relatively new democratic, and they still talk about it passionately, about their freedoms. And that's what's going to drive them on. And we've got to stand by those to protect their freedoms as well. It's not some fight in a far-off country that doesn't matter to us for the very reasons that you, Chair, outlined. It's what's real, and it matters to us in this country.
Thank you very much. What I'm now going to ask Assembly Member Prince to do is kind of amend it. Can I read through what I think is the amendment?
Well, I can read it to you, Chair.
Yeah, and if you could just read that, then it would be then up to the proposer of the motion to choose, if you want, to accept that amendment as indicated. Just the second sentence.
So, as far as we're concerned, we're happy to accept the proposed amendment by the Labour group and the other groups, which is the Home Secretary has announced a new humanitarian sponsorship pathway, and the Assembly urgently seeks further details of this scheme. Is that the words we're looking at? So we're happy to accept that amendment.
And I'd like to ask the mover.
And obviously, as you quite rightly said, Chair, we would want the spelling of Kiev to be correct.
Apologies for that.
That's
my fault.
And I would just like to.
Well, the BBC do that, so it's really annoying.
Yeah.
So
Whilst I'm on my feet, I would just like to thank the people of Havering and Redbridge for all they've done, and in fact, everybody in London who's made massive contributions. But repeat the words of the Mayor, which is something I will very rarely do, that really what they need now is money. Money is far more important now, because moving goods in and out of Ukraine is not going to be very easy.
Can I just ask the mover of the motion whether or not you accept the amendment, or whether or not you wish to vote?
I expect the two paragraphs, one that was unamended and that we agreed on, and the one that's been amended that Assembly Member Prince read out, is what we would agree, and we would fully support this, and others will support this around this table.
I'm taking that as an acceptance of that amendment into the motion. Therefore, I'm going to put the motion to the Assembly. Could I see all those in favour, please?
I think that's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you, everybody.
Bloody well should be too. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I think no other urgent items have. Don't test me. Don't.
Sorry, Chair, I've just got a motion. No, I haven't.
I'm going to very quickly draw to the end in case somebody thinks up another motion. The meeting's over. Thank you.